Let's see. The camera on me, Brian Campbell. As many of you know, my parent company, CBS Paramount, have been there 9 years. One of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. Has acquired the rights, of course, to the UFC, for boxing, and a lot of changes are coming. And with that, my role in CBS Sports is not only it is growing rapidly, so rapid that it's tough to say today, but it's the truth. I will be stepping at in 2020, my final episode on Monday, January 5th, 2026. It was never the plan to have it announced this abruptly. It's sort of just how it all worked out. But to use the word bittersweet when that not even come close to describe the emotions. As you know from listening to Luke and Dark,
he has to have a shock, right? That would be that. Yeah, I hope so. Because it's become such a huge part of the show. Yeah. It's getting like, bro, does that mean he's gonna be on CBS doing Chavez? I hope so. Oh my god. I hope they both. I just found out about this today. I'm just hearing this now. So if you're telling me I'm hearing it. It sounds like he's getting more stage time on CBS, and then Luke is doing this whole political thing. He's blowing up on his political show, so they're both going their different ways, but I hope they keep the separate in their heart. Yeah, I know, and every once in a while let it out. Jump on that motorcycle and ski. Yeah, and then it's important because
Lee is one of my closest friends.
Yeah.
No one's been more supportive when I started than Lee did.
Yeah, Bobby Lee's getting paid.
Bobby Lee did buy from the Ellisons. He bought CBS.
Tiger Belly. Tiger Belly by CBS.
Shout out to I'm let's see if he. The great thing about him staying true to who he is and stuff. He doesn't even hit a shop. He's all stores.
Sure, as we hear it.
It's been a rough couple of years professionally since the fall of Showtime abruptly, and picking up the pieces, getting this show back on the streets was a long battle, and I'm very proud of what we've done. But 2 years of juggling paychecks all over to get the opportunity to go solid and go all in with my company is can't refuse. So, Luke Thomas, it doesn't bring me joy to announce this, but it is major news to a program that we built together almost 7 years. The most fun I've ever had of anything I've ever done in my career, and the thing I'm most proud of, by the way. And it obviously has an effect on the future of this program.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember that phone call I gave you when we were in New York? It was 2019, before the show started, and we were describing what the game plan was, and don't sign this and just wait.
Yes.
And I don't know what you had in mind about what this.
I mean, it makes sense they wouldn't do a show about too serious.
I mean, like I said, I respect. It brings a tear to my eyes.
What if that's very emotional. What if the clip stopped, but then it kept playing it?
Dude, what are you doing, bro?
Or if it was just Shop dancing as Deadpool at the end.
They edited it. And so I wanted to grab Brendan Shaw for my last episode. That would be great. Thomas plays the same thing. Brendan Shaw, Brendan's our CEO. All right, we saw that last time. No, we didn't. The great thing about doing the weekly show is that it's always new. So it's my Caterpillar Hot 753 Double Redecked. I think that's what we got the call out from her. Such a good title. This is 12. So they put Archer Kittens like he knows, or he's being 100% non-ironic and being like, I'm going to be the best bow hunter of all time. And so it begins so perfect. I thought it was a Changs thing. I thought Changs did that. So that's him. Yeah, it's him. That's a player. That's perfect. This is what I'm talking about with that fucking bow. That fucking big dick boy. Yeah, how many arrows can you fit in that thing, dude? There's a bunch of them. Night vision goggles in the closet. God forbid that you're an animal around a burn shop. Like a mountain lion, dude. Yeah, we don't have mountain problems. Not any y'all anymore. This is like a bite. I don't know what the fuck you just said, dude.
Bean cheese.
Let's see what else we got. This is John Africa Origins and More reacting to Reddit post by Danny Kaufman too. Is this from their? Because if it is, I don't want to watch it. I have no idea, dude. I don't know. Yes, so I got a good one for you.
What's up, Squirrely? How you living, Pimp? What's good? Look at you, looking all fancy. Let me see how I can. Yeah, I saw a beautiful bus, my man. Just one moment. Let me shut off some of these. Oh, okay, can you hear me better? Yeah, so I didn't mean to piss off anybody. I just when people. I mean, I don't really know. I understand. I use capital letters. I used capital letters, and I said, "Why would you cut off the ability to stream in the VC?" And then you said that it made me sound good. And I've been live streaming in the VC for 2 years. Of anything of which I'm going to feel entitled over, it's that. But I didn't want to make him mad, and I just don't understand why somebody would shut off the beat. That's Hard Obama Sonic 10, he knew 1. The VC has to remain open. So, yeah. There you go, man. How'd your bus?
Oh, it's cool. It's really great. I've had it for a few months. For a while, I went back to Alaska a little bit. Just cutting some fishies. And then picked me back down here.
How are the mosquitoes?
Oh, they're horrible up there. But luckily where I'm at, I'm on a piece of land that stretches out into the ocean.
Oh, that's tight. And do you ever have to worry about? Oh, okay. Do you stay there in the winter as well?
No. I'm back in Northern California. My parents right now, I even said hi to them. I'm going to stay at a friend's property. And then I'll probably head back down to the desert here too. Because it's already
Oh, that's tight.
I know we got an event in April, so I'm going to try to do that and be in Dumpstar for Trey's money so we can have a book. But that's like $3,000, so we got some work to do.
What happened with Old Man with Coin?
He has a child, so he's a daddy. And doing his life in Sweden. He got a new house. I think he got that before. So, but yeah, no, everything's good. We haven't heard from Old Man really much.
Exactly. I've been.
But he's just doing his own life.
I've been promoting. Yeah, I wish he was around more. I've been promoting that coin, like a lot, and kind of in an interesting way. So I made a lot of the social media for it, just created it and stuff, and the link tree that I use to give people the Honey Badger Hoba link so that they can see boom, 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 everything that they need. I've been doing a lot of promotion. I do a lot of promotion every day for Harry Potter Obama Sonic, in addition to just wearing all the time. I've been in Twitter Spaces recently.
Oh, wait, Twitter, no.
Why not?
I got a new little remote job, so I've been trying to do this.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see many Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 people in Twitter Spaces like we once were, and I feel that. I mean, I've tried. I mean, there's only so much I can do, but a Twitter space every single day, we would easily have our community back. And I don't, well, I have them 24/7, but that's different. You need people to know. You need to know when people are like when it's going to start to get people in there. If they're just going to be like they take it for granted, and they're like, well, somebody will always be in there, and everybody kind of passes the ball to one person or another. I've been doing a lot of shilling in these spaces, like really hardcore, to the point where I'm getting better and better known. Like I had my 2 accounts banned over the many years. Like I've had 2,000 of them banned, and more than that. But I finally have this one that I've been using since like the beginning of November, and it's got 2,700 followers to it, which in like 50 days or whatever it's been, that's really good. 50 days and 2,700 followers. That's a lot of doing. And there you go. Yeah, so you get it. Like all the work that you put in to the space you've been in, and every tweet, always, promoting and everything, you have 2,700. I'm not saying that it's the biggest amount that anybody could have. What every single day, essentially day in and day out of shilling, your following and following back, and all that other stuff will do. So what I've been doing, I get a lot of who be reply guys. They want to be raiders, and I am don't you really know what that means? And they're like, well, I mean, not. They're like, it means I hit the reply button and I hit the like button and I type GM to people, and like that's cool, but that's not gonna put food on your table long term. You're gonna be working from one gig to another, and so what I've been doing is I say to these guys, all right, you have a link tree. Most of them, I say create a link tree, and then this message that I've created has all the links to Linktree on Android and on iOS. And then I give them a list of the top 30 social media platforms. And they all say, do I need all of these? And I say, yes. If you want to be a social media leader, this is what you want to do. This strategy works. So I have an Instagram, a TikTok, a Reddit, an Imager, a Spotify, just anything that you would use to be able to promote a client on social media. And I say this is a 5-pronged strategy. The first prong is it gives you different place for yourself. The second prong is it gives you 30 different places to promote your clients. The third prong is it opens up 30 new communication channels with new clients. The fourth prong is that it allows you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI, which is really underestimated at this point. And the final prong is it makes it very difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you. And when they're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So then once they do that and I look it over and it looks good, we use Grok to make some just simple content for their page so that it's not empty and they don't have just skeleton accounts. Then what I teach them to do is how to join X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, Facebook communities. As I'm sure you've heard, work is your net worth, and I want to both of those for those people. And then what I teach them to do is how to clip people's faces and get on the radar of the different hosts so that they're let up, so that when they are eventually going to pitch themselves, the host knows who they are and let them up. If not immediately, very quickly. And then I teach them how to make memes and also market themselves with memes. A lot of people, they don't market themselves with memes, and I tell you can put your ad in or your link tree in the corner, and then when you do that people are going to know who is the creative force behind this idea. Then what I teach them to do is to make a Fiverr account if they don't have one, where they can do gig work from 5 to 5 they want. And then the final thing I do is I teach them how to pitch, and with a 30-second pitch down form, a 60-second pitch down form, so that they don't come into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the speak, GM to the audience. Really know what to do. I'm a reply guy. Please send me a job. Like, that's fine. At least say, GM, everyone. My name is XY Web3 marketer. I would love to promote your project on my. That means you're going to get more DM people interested in your coin, more interested in your NFT, whatever else you do. Additionally, this will help you to rank very highly in social media on search and in AI. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd be happy to work. And when they're able to do that, they're basically business owners. They're starting their own social media marketing business. And then when people message them, I have like basic message to many of them that basically says, which is like for $5, or well, for nothing for free, they'll just upvote your stuff 5 times. For $5, they'll post your content on 5 media platforms. For $10, they'll do it for 10 different social media platforms. $20, they'll do it for everything. You have a project that connects with you and wants to do that. If you post your stuff if you post your social media, within a month or so, you start to search engines because that content has the ability to populate. So I've been, pardon me?
I'm just thinking I need to get on too.
Yeah, I created most of them. So at least for Honey Badger Hoba, they're all. Have you been to the Honey Badger Hoba link?
I'll have to.
Actually, Old Man with Coin contracted to do this for that project, and so it's already been done. He has a spreadsheet of all of the usernames, the passwords, and the links, but just /Honey Badger. You'll see the best link tree that. There's one issue with it. I have a typo in the word TikTok. It just has like 2 T's or something like that. But aside from that, it's really, really good. And I just noticed that like already have these accounts already made and they're already so, and they have go to the Instagram. Like, I made videos for Honey Badger Hoba like more than a year ago.
Wow, this is everything. Holy shit. Website, Gmail, Telegram, YouTube. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's all done. And it all has descriptions. So believe it or not, like when you type in Badger Hoba, the stuff that shows is not from like X. It's all of that social media that I created. Go to its Instagram or go to its TikTok. You can see that.
I have just sent some updated because I'm running most of our social media.
Yeah, Old Man with Coin, and I gave him a spreadsheet with all of the information. It's really, really organized. So, it is. He has access to all of that, and but yeah, that's all been made already for that project. And I actually send people to that project when I want them to be what their social media should look like, because it's like a good and so
Created a bunch of new website, TikTok.
all right, well then you should.
So I'll try to, definitely.
I'm surprised. Oh, I don't know. Old Man quite has been busy, but he should have. Or,
That's basically down to be a dumpster thing.
oh, okay. Well, at least when people type out project, that's what shows. Like if you Google it right now, that's what's going to show. And I want people to be able to do that themselves. So I teach them how to do that, and I don't charge them anything. To me, I don't people who are like, "Oh, you've got to enroll them." That's garbage. It'd be free, and should not put. You should. Um, oh, what's the word? You should not guard it, but there's a word for it. You should not. What's the word for it? And you shouldn't pay for it, basically. And I have people who then go in and now in terms of the promotion of Harry Potter Bomb Canino, I've been in some of these spaces with some movers and shakers in um, the cryptocurrency world. I mean, people with like hundreds of thousands of followers on X, and I go in there and I talk to them, and they're like, "Oh, they'll be like, pitch me your coin," and so the, the default coin that I always use is Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canino. I don't think I've ever pitched another coin in my entire life, and like, oh, well, no, and they're like, whatever happened to it? I'm like, it still has a thriving community on Telegram. They're like, yeah, but they used to be on X all the time, and we don't see anymore. And um, I know this one guy. He's a big influencer, whatever you want to call it. He like speaks at conferences. His name is Andy Lane, if you know who that guy is. And he was like, yeah, I mean, you guys were always doing stuff, and then it's just like one day you disappeared. And I don't want to have that kind of mentality. We're still a very strong community. Trust me, I see all these communities and how they burn out, and it's shocking that Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canino is still going really strong on Telegram. I don't understand why we don't take time and Twitter spaces. That's all we need to do. And we need the leadership to be able to do it. Look, I do, but I don't have access to the big account. Right. And I understand busy and stuff, but like the the, uh, the price is at under 4 cents. And we don't want this thing to rug. We want it to continue to maintain strength and to grow. And I understand Ethereum's down, but that doesn't mean that we can't perhaps increase our visibility. And so I'm and if people want to, it's about consistency, in my opinion. Spaces sometimes, which is cool, but they're like few and far between, and then they're kind of like a flash in the pan. We used to do a day. You remember that Squirrely, right? Absolutely. Exactly. And so I don't know what happened to that. The Sprotos, I barely ever see Sprotos anymore. And I understand NFTs have kind of died and stuff, but yeah, I used to see Sprotos everywhere. Like, it's kind of one of the things that made me recognize before the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 were connected with me, like that made where like this was a thing. And so anyway, I just think that we could be back very quickly. Consistency, and I understand the leadership is. I get that. That doesn't necessarily mean that. See, these other projects do is they just take turns with their, and they just have a new person at other times, like at a time that a consistent time, and then they get 20, 50 people. They get new blood. One thing that I think is a really good way to get new people in, instead of just saying Harry Potter 10 new discussion space, like nobody gives a shit about that. They don't even know what that is. But if you come in and it's a chill and chill, which gives people the ability to share their own projects, you'll get tons of people in there because everybody's a promote. And so why not double what they're doing? Like, let somebody come in, tell you about themselves, let them promote whatever it is they want. They're still like doing it under the Harry Potter Obama Santen Inu umbrella. And I mean, the spaces that I'm in, I know a lot of them are they've got like 600 people. They've a huge amount of um of people who are motivated to be able to promote their project and learn about new projects. So to me, if we want the coin to get out of the single digit and it's all about Twitter Space. But I'm not the person who controls that. I have hosted Spaces before. Exactly. I have been. Nobody's gonna watch. Exactly. Nobody's gonna watch any of that stuff. Nobody's gonna care about that. Spaces is where it's at. That's the audience we need. And well, it, exactly, and it needs to be a group effort. It can't all be on More Light or all be on Yo-Yo or it can't all Bobby. But really, what we would do, all right, I don't know, we've got like 7 mods or 7 admins or whatever. Every single person take a day, and then you just would a job. Well, and that's what will happen. Who are the 4 devs? Oh, okay. That yeah, that makes sense. That will. So those 4 guys get 3 other people. I mean, I don't even do it, with no issue. But just every single person, one night a week, from like 6 p.m. Pacific, so like 8 p.m. Pacific. That would give 2 hours for people to come in and show their shit, but then also learn about Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 What these spaces do, it's incredible. They say, oh, in order to get up and speak, you have to post, you have to repost it, you have to comment. Could be. Join our Telegram. We've got a lot going on in there. And then they join the Telegram, and then that's a new person who will consistently come in and have, like connect with the community. And it's just about ability. And if we could do that every single night within a month, we'd be back exactly to where we wanted to be. And I know who are down on meme coins, like everybody's down on coins, but that's because most of them are dead. I'm shocked that exactly. But this one is still very strong, and I just wanted this to be seen more. So anyway, that's what I've been doing, and I treat these Twitter Spaces like a job in my own way. Sometimes I don't want to go in and chill, but I do, and it's to the point where the people can almost do my shill, like not word for word, but they're starting to learn it really well, and that's telling me I'm job. Basically, if they know it as well as I do, they're gonna spread it. And then I'm also I just recently learned how to embed videos into the purple pill so that like people can watch me live as I live, which is kind of a new feature, which I enjoy. Being able to allow people to watch me chill, because a lot of people come in and they're like, "Are you a robot?" I get asked that all the time. Are you AI? No, I'm a real person. You can see me live on YouTube right now if you want to. And they're like, "Well, it just your pitch sounds like you're reading it." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not. I've had it down for 4 years, so come watch me live." And even if I was reading it, who gives a shit if somebody's reading their pitch? I'm trying to get the communication out to you. Then, like a class project, that's not cheating. Like, I don't understand why people are so judgmental. And nevertheless, tell her what you're doing. Don't. I'm not going to sit there and critique you. And that's just kind of how I feel about the matter. But the people who I've been able to connect with, they're still individuals, and I know we love Telegram, and I get that, but I feel like, personally, I feel like we underestimate the value of Discord as well in the crypto community. We don't use it, and I feel like it just has more features that than Telegram does. And I'm not saying to use it, but just in the same way that we made that all those Harry Potter Obamas or all those Honey Badger Hoba accounts, we need to have a presence everywhere. Because when you have a presence everywhere, then you're going to get new blood from all kinds of differences. So, it all comes back to when's the next space. I mean, do we have a time for another space? I can't hear you very well. Can you repeat that? If you, I don't know what your strategy is, but a lot of these spaces that I see, okay, if you can, it's kind of expensive to do, but you can buy your own space, and you don't have to do it for the entirety of the space, but it's really smart to do if you want more than just like 3 people in there. You right. What they do is they'll bought their space for the first 30 minutes or some first hour, and get 500 people, 500, and that'll get them like 300 organic people. And then when they have that, they can let the bots go away because they already have 3 people in there who are interested in what they're doing because they're already at the top. Squirrely, have you ever been to the website spacesdashboard.com? It is the best resource for spaces in the world. Yeah. We talked about, I think, the last, like, maybe like a month ago, last time we spoke. And it is basically the big board, the giant scoreboard, what's going on X in order of largest accounts to smallest accounts. And what everybody's vying for is to be number one on that list, basically. Even though not a ton of people know about the website, it's good enough that, yeah, exactly. And you can change the language on it so that it's whatever you want it to be. And what people do is they bought their space so that, I don't know, in the top 5 of there, and then they're going to get a lot of people. They get organically 200, 300, 400 people if they buy space for even as 15 minutes. The thing is, though, it can get really expensive really quickly to buy when you want to use hundreds of bots. I don't understand why bots are so expensive. They are extremely expensive for Twitter. I think for like an hour, 1,000 bots, it's like 400. If you want to be like one of these guys on Narfall or one of those guys, and you have these spaces where you speak with him on the space, it's $4,000. Another piece of advice, Squirrely, I think I sent this to you as well. There's a website that allows you to buy followers, and if you want to improve at least Honey Badger Hoba's visibility, it's like maybe $80 to buy, or no, to buy like high quality followers. I think $150 will get you 10,000. And once somebody sees that an account has 10,000 followers, it becomes a medium-sized account, if that makes sense. Meaning they're gonna take it more seriously. Your website for Honey Badger Hoba? Go to Google and go to Google Images for Hope.
I have one minute, but I like within $1,000. Here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to come to the basement and stand next to that other aid house.
Google and Badger Hoba.
I have to say a word. I'm not saying a word. Now, what is not asking you to do? He's asking you to provide the appearance of being a neutral information standing next to that other aid house. Even though the other aid house is going to do all. My presence is for the presumption of a second. So you myself,
What up? Hey,
so again, all I'm doing is I'm standing up in this. I'm standing by the talking witness. I'm not the talking part. I'm leaving.
We're just chilling.
Is creating the presumption that there is a second also be yours. Incredible. Yes, Minayin. The notion of this, I lend my friend $1,000. שלא יאמר את עינו מסעים כדי שיודו לבית וישחי בטוח והגלגל עליו שלו מקום אחר.
Yeah, we're just talking about strategy. Really, when are we going to have another Twitter space for Obama Sonic 10 email?
I have outstanding matter against eBay that he denies, and I was never able to impose this rule up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to base. I'm going to say, eBay, you owe me $2,000. What is the right?
I agree. We need more than one. And if we're serious about it, and I know we are, it needs to be I think just one a day, and then everybody knows they can. And you're gonna get wild people in different spaces. You can always mute them. You know, you can always boot them, but it's important to get new blood into the coin, in my opinion. And I know that I've been in space with big influencers, people, thousands of followers, and they've asked me, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tanino. And I to them, oh, we're still really strong on Telegram. They're like, yeah, but you guys used to have spaces all the time. I used to see those photos everywhere. And it's like, yeah, I just feel like we've been reclusive, and we shouldn't be.
Now, then I only $2,000. Now again, everybody's motivation is this. Let's say we're going to pay a loan with $50,000. So I say like this: if I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to decide to sue.
What happened to Bam?
This is so forever days, then go play back home. What's that look like? You're playing back home. What's that look like? You totally denied. Is not that your partner. Your partner. So my path is I'm going to totally deny everything, but I owe you nothing. The only the basin, but I was taking $1,000 outside of basin to do so a higher loss. But on the downhill, I from him up on my matter. So let's say in this case every year, so when in the previous case it was the lender playing.
Wait, GB, what are you saying? What about the mask you take off? Yeah.
Then I take a shoe off, and roll the stuff from everywhere else. I guess, you know what, I'm going to deny the claim. I'm just going to deny the claim. Now, again, I'm trying to not to prove it. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay $1,000 outside of Days, but I'm not going to go ahead and admit anything in Days. That way, I avoid the whole screw up. So, how do you register to do this? So, let's say you see the common denominator in all of these cases. The Midnight Secretary says, don't try to manipulate the system. Even though, again, it looks like in all these cases, a person is using the halachic system for their own gain, for their own benefit.
Well,
you know
I want to say, I mean, I said this earlier. and I really didn't think that what I said was offensive. But I said, well, I don't want to search through it all. Something like, well, I went to my computer today to try to start up the VC or check on the VC, and I wasn't able to. And so I wrote in capital letters, much because there's so much garbage that happens in the Twitter space or in the Telegram space. I want to stand out. Exactly. I said, why am I unable to stream in the VC? Like, why would somebody take away this? I didn't even say it. I said it a little nicer than that. Right, and I would have gone about this a different way. And I sent the first, second one. I asked, please, but I still want to know why take away the ability to stream in the V. I don't think people understand this happens. I think there's something wrong. It causes me issues with my device to refresh the browser. There's all kinds of little things that nobody sees on my end, and it's like of anything that I need the VC to be open. If you want me to stream there, if not, I mean, I get it. I 100%.
She made beautiful clothing. Where it says, the only most stuff. You see the shit in the world, like, here's your choice.
I'd appreciate that. Because then I asked, well, why would somebody do this? Like, ability for it? Because this isn't the first time it happens. It happens, I don't want to say regularly, but it happens often. And I go into the chat and say, go to an admin, will you please open up the VC for me? And all of that. And it's like, this is the only thing that I know. Anyway, he did, or whatever. He didn't think I did it in a nice way. Guys, I said squirrely though. He said that I sounded what was the word? He's like, I took it. No, you're fine. I took it for granted or something like that. And I, in my own mind, was like, well, I've been live streaming this VC for 2 years. Like, of anyone who's going to, he said I felt entitled. And I'm myself, well, I've been live streaming VC for more than 2 years. Of anybody who's going to feel entitled to do it, I am the person to do it. At what point is it going to be 5 years when I feel entitled to do it? Like, and
self-preservation.
aggressive.
Everyone, I'm always on the lookout for things which is good. I'm always on the lookout for things that catch up. So again, by definition, anything that comes inside our life, we're always assessing. That's how we get that into assess.
Yeah.
By definition, this is the world is so important. We are judgmental. We sum people up within the first.
There you go. Well, exactly. I mean, at least so it'd been like 53 days perhaps since the last that's a long time. In my own way, I do feel like that, like we should be conscious. But anyway, right, I get that. And I know he thought I felt entitled, and again, I didn't mean to come off that way. The second message that I said, please, it was not, but I don't know, maybe the capital letters. But again, there's a lot of stuff going on. And someone I have to ask for this. It's an hour of, can you please open this for me? Can you please do this? Can you please do this? Yeah. So, and I just was like caught off guard as well. Because it's sometimes I don't know if it's my device that's not giving me the option, and I have to refresh it, and then I refresh it again, and I refresh it again, and just, and then sometimes I think like, well, maybe somebody doesn't want me to live stream there. Why would now I've got to debate somebody over it? I don't know. It's neither here nor there. I sent Yo-Yo I said like quite a few times, okay, apologies if I upset you. He did not respond, but I just don't know. But what I really wanted, this would be this. Hey, we looked into it. So and so accidentally shut off the ability for the V, and I would say no issue at all. At least we know, and hopefully we can prevent it in the future. But if not, I understand it happens. At least there's some accountability. Instead, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like you have to boot me to be able to shut down the VC.
You have invested in that shooter in that particular position, be courageous enough to go and walk away from something, even though you've invested a lot of time in building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards it. Then we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create the reality that you want, even though again the manipulation itself is not really true. Now, in this last case, cases, it's about giving an unfair advantage to one of the litigants, right? They're dressed differently, different footwear.
Right. I don't know what it would have said. I would have said I was asleep, so I didn't send anything. But anyway, all right. Well, that gives some clarity that they could have bought as well. But it's this bad boy for 53 days. Like that's a long time. Yes, I would just say this, if I come off as entitled, then I feel that I've been doing this for 2 years. One thing that I need is the ability to have a VC. So yeah, that I say in my own way, perhaps I'm guilty of feeling entitled to be a stream in there. But you would too. When you do something for 2 years straight, more than 2 years, I'm closing in, we're more than 2.5 years. Then it's like, at what point shouldn't I feel entitled? If never, then I understand. But that's just like, it's like this this automatic thing that I have, like make sure I'm live streaming there. And if for one reason or another I can't, then it's like, okay, well, who shut this off? What dummy went through and shut this off? It's like, that's the one thing that everybody needs is for the ability to live stream there. And so I wanted some accountability for it, but I recognize that perhaps I didn't have to do it in such an aggressive manner. It's not like I said, hey, you fuckers, nothing like that. It was just like, why can't I live stream in the VC? Like, why would somebody shut this off? And this is the one thing that I need. Like, everybody knows that. So. And I think so. Yeah, exactly. But again, I use the caps lock is because so much shit comes in that I want to be paying attention to what I'm doing. And also, I didn't want to have to go in and tag people like at so and so, at so and so, at so and so. Can you please reopen this? Can you please reopen this? I just wanted somebody to pay attention. But I understand. And no, not at all. X. I'm about X. In the last 50 days, I've gotten 2,700 followers, which is a lot. It's all organic, and I've been chilling myself every single day, making these people sick of me in my own, which is good. Hey, you're gonna hear my shill. You're gonna allow a shill and chill. I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna chill myself. And I've got the best shill in the game. It is flipping amazing. May I please give? May I please give you my shill? It's at 2xthot. Yeah, if you're like, why is it that I've created 1,000 different accounts and most of them had rabbi in them, and that was like, I don't know, an easy way for X to be able to ban them because they just knew they had to ban accounts that said rabbi something. So then I started using random phrases, and there's this. Well, so then I didn't know what thought really was. I seen like a meme that said thought patrol, and I thought, oh, that's funny. Like there's like a ice cream man for like slutty chicks, and then that I saw, and then I didn't know what it stood for. Apparently, this could be a backronym, but it's that hoe over there. I'm not exactly sure. But it was short, and I was like, okay, well, I actually created this account in like February, and I just didn't touch it until November or so of this year. And once it came back, once I started using it, it was the one account that I had. So it's like, oh, if this thing's not getting, what up, Draco Logic? Okay, so here's my shill. It's the best shill in the game, so you're never gonna find anything better. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a timeline and a time capsule of human. In the 1990s, Bill gained the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is very influential. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream, 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they're available in my YouTube profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at tree, but I do, because I have more media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Discord.me/rabbi. We have over 27 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic New, and one of the things that we do is water towers in developing regions for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump water onto land to make it drinkable. If you are if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader or shiller, and you need a free mentor, coach, and friend, give me a follow. I will follow you back. DM, I will respond. I know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person and have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. It's about 2 minutes, 22 seconds. And some people say when I'm done saying it, they're like, that's the best show we've ever. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. That's what I want you to say. There you go. That's what I want you to say. Excellent. So, like it's unlike most people's shows. A lot of people think that I'm reading it, or that, it's just like a recording. And I hate it. And at least it's one of my major pet peeves, because I'm on a roll, and then you want to fucking ask me a question mid sentence. It's like, it's kind of rude. Like, hey, I'll answer anything that you have at the end, but let me finish. It's to me quite rude. But I understand some people just are living in their own world. Um, and I also get some people who they look at my account and they're just like, what is this? And they won't let me up. And I get that. I mean, I get other people who are like, who send me invitations to come up and show myself. They'll be, I'm having a space on Thursday. I want you to come in and chill at the beginning. Will you? Like, yeah, sure, I'll kick it off. So it just depends. But I am getting a lot more people who know what I'm in this marketing just, and we just have the biggest faces on X. They get like hundreds of people in there, and it's really something that I'd like for Harry Potter Sonic 10 Inu to do, because I mean, between us being worth 3 cents and 30 cents, it's Twitter Spaces. It just comes down to that. I mean, people don't know you exist if you don't tell people about it. Yeah, but even our posts, I hate much, and here's why: the accounts that we've had they were much bigger. Now it's got like 5,000 people following it. It doesn't have that much reach anymore. When so what I would do with that, and I don't run these accounts, I would take that big main account and I would buy it with 10,000 followers. So it's got 15,000 followers on it. No, that's what everybody does. I helped the project do that earlier this week. They were no, they can't. No, they can't. You cannot tell. You absolutely you cannot tell. Let me finish. So then you do is they have services that are really cheap. That anytime you post, they automatically for the indefinite future of the website that works, which has been going for 5 years. I've used it for 5 years. Sure, go ahead. They automatically like and repost your stuff. Nobody can tell the difference between not doing that and some guy in Nigeria. You're good, Squirrely. You're good, big dog. Take care. And I'm really happy about your new vehicle and wish the best for you. And if you ever need to tell me, just come to my Discord. You know I'm aware. The reason why I don't speak on the computer of the other is people come in there and they scream at me. Like, you've got to understand, for every friendly person we have on Sonic 10 Inu space, we get some wild ones too who just want to be disruptive or whatever. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And then additionally, they'll want to talk to me and they won't realize that I'm in space talking to 600 people right now. I don't know, but I still do my people a view into my life as much as possible, and that I'm able to do so. Axel will come to my talk with me because that's grounds. Right now, I've got people who live there with me, which is interesting. I've had somebody who's been living in there for 6 months. And then I get some girls who come in at night. We play games and they sleep in there, and then just random individual. If you ever need to get a hold of me, best place to do it is Discord. Oh, but you as well. Well, GB knows that I have an X space that I've been almost an entire year. Like, nobody's done a video X space for like an entire year, which is an accomplishment in itself. It could be its own. So I have to stop every 24 hours because X allows you to archive that much amount, at least on an iPhone. But yeah, I mean it's like it's the art has been going like 99.9%. Video times cuts out, but that's just an X thing. But yeah. So if anybody wants watch at least the last year of my life on X, that's available on YouTube and all the other places. So, all right, Squirrely, I'm gonna hit the ground running. You too, my friend. Absolutely. Shout out to Need Pants. Take care.
And if it's outside of days, it won't work. So too, if you're taking the shvua on your own, the shvuts, if you're taking it all again in Din, outside of Din, it won't work. That's the position ultimately of the Rabbanon. Shalom Beis Din Lo. So on the base, I'm going to do that. Someone says 1 second. Because of the Gemara, so I'm not sure that that's correct. If we're learning all this out, even because of the Rabbanon, to call it Amalot 3, you don't know. Everyone agrees that if you're learning out Shvua Sa'idus from Pikadon, that the way to get out is learn out all of the elements of Shvua Sa'idus from Pikadon. Ella, Handicap the Rabbanon, logic of the Rabbanon, because also remember again, what is the point of contention over here? The point of is, according to the mayor, according to the whole, the point of contention over here is if someone else is adjuring you to take that shvua, have to have it in Beis Din or not. Did I want to say again? If you're taking the shvua on your own, shvua adjured by others, only in Beis Din, not out of Beis Din. But the hand hold, no matter how you give shvua sa'idus, gotta be in the focus over here. So now the Gemara says it's all. So Rabbi said, "These don't mean no mean." So what for? So we're trying to figure out, according to the Rabbanon, that again, we're making this distinction. You're taking the Shua Sa'idus on your own and doing outside of Beis Din. If you're being adjured by others, it's done in Beis Din. It's capable, what's capable? If you're going to be kind of Shua Sa'idus, then certainly again you're going to be kind of be asmod. When we delight Simen Kavachomer, and since we're from Kavachomer, Dayo Lava Minadin Leo Kinido. And all three of us are making Kavachomer. So remember again, so the halacha is there's a sense of Dayo. Dayo means that ultimately a cow could become no more Chomer itself. Just like Moshe is going to be in Beis Din, Beis Din in Shalom Beis Din Lo, Afmush Bamipio, the Beis Din in Shalom Beis Din Lo. Just like if Mushma is being adjured by others, so that only works inside a Beis Din, outside a Beis Din it doesn't work. So to again, would the Atzma will only be again in Beis Din and not outside. So 1 second. Me matters is the love that don't mean no is that possible to argue that don't mean no we learned. But I got the Shvasa because we'll say back on Shvasa because I guess Banashim Ubinashim, the Hokin, Ubikrovin, Bikshir, Sulam. So I say Shvasa because again ready to get to this in just a couple of days from now after you Shvasa because applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives. Sharon and Psulin. If may Beis Din, in front of Beis Din, not Beis Din, if you add small Yachirim, ultimately again, whether you're Eino Chayiv Achiyiv, but Beis Din, the Mayor holds you only Chayiv with us Sabikadon, in front of Beis Din. The Chum saying if you add small, Beis Yachirim, Kevan Shekapabo, say whether you swear yourself or adjured by others, so you are Chayiv. So again, where do we ever see in the case others in Shvas Pikadon? For instance, that you're Chayiv, the Gami Lom Eidos. For me, they're learning out Shvas from Shvas Eidos. We know they don't mean no and therefore again, arguing about the extent of the Shabbat, so we'll say, don't mean or don't mean Ruki Ba'asra, is a fundamental focus about how to darshan and Zera Shabbat. So let's see, that's the argument about which the Gemara says you're right. May I? This Gemara says, may I eat in? May I? The Gemara says you're right. That is what they're arguing about. Here's the difference. You could see that from the Mishnah of Shua Sadikadon, but you would not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shua Sa'idus. So from Shua Sadikadon, from that Mishnah, which we'll get to in just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their machlokas. But ultimately again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so what do we take from there? So first of all, we take from here is a very important principle in the Yashni of a Gzera Shava, right? What is a Gzera Shava? A Gzera Shava is you find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and create the halakhic bridge
between A and B and learn out the different concepts one to the other. So the shaila is in general, when you learn out Gzir Shava, how does that work? So let's say, for example, extrapolate out of Gzir Shava between A and B. So I'm going to learn out elements about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? So there are two different mechanisms. There's what's called don mina or mina, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B resemble A. Or don mina u'ukivyasra means no. Learn out the initial concepts of B from A, but then look at the unique elements of B and establish those as your new reality. And again, that's the machlokes. And again, it's machlokes. It's one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how the darshan ultimately again exerts Shabbat. What about here? What about halacha l'maisa again in this situation about Shua Sa'ibas? How do we ask him regarding the Shua Sa'ibas? Remember again, this machlokes, right there in the Chachamim. So the Meir holds that in general, it holds that halacha l'maisa, Shua Sa'ibas only takes place in Beis Din itself. The Chachamim understand that halacha l'maisa, that if you are being adjured others, it's only Beis Din, but ultimately again, the pi'asmo, ultimately again, even outside of how do we asking? I'm not asking like the Chachamim. And therefore again, halacha l'maisa, being adjured by others, that Shua Sa'ibos must be in Beis Din itself. If, however, you are swearing of your own volition, that shvua can even take place outside. That's how you pass like the Chachamim. Let's go a little bit later. Remember as follows. The al shindos anasar. The chayav also don't shvua. So again, if you intend, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate shvua, what does this mean? So heichi dami shigasa mizdora edus. Let me show out a case of the again shigasa the shogeg with zidon haedus. What does that mean? Did I skip? Sorry. The chayav is not shvua. Sorry, and you are chayav for intentional violation of the shvua. So, what is that? The Tanakh, I will say, I hear this interesting. In general, we saw before, and there are shvuas that if I intentionally, there's no chiyuv. And here by shvua sa'idus, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely that I don't know edus, I chayav. So, what's minhani? The kulu nemar v'ne'elav. All the other cases it says v'ne'elav, that the shvua was hidden from you. The kan lo nemar v'ne'elav. Here it doesn't say v'ne'elav. The chayav alamezid kishon. Teach you that what? I am liable ultimately again for mazid just like shogeg. So whether it will say, therefore again, whether I intentionally take a false shvua say, in other words, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I knew testimony and I swore to that effect, either way I am liable for the false shvua. Furthermore, again, you're also liable for shogeg with zdon ha'edos. Now let's say, now what does that mean? So listen to this. The Omer, I know that the shvua I'm taking is zasur. So what that means, I know that I know testimony for Ruben. And I know that I'm swearing falsely that I don't know testimony for him. And I know that the shvua is asur. About any yodea in chayavin alad carbon in law. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So in other words, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately, again, I don't know about liability. That's called zidon shvua. That's called a shigigasa in zidon ha'etus. So I'm shogeg in what sense? I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately, again, I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. Incredible. I won't say there's liability for that case as well. But you're not chayav for just plain shogeg. I will say, now what this means is as follows. What this means is, let's say, right, Ruben says, Silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you can like, I don't. And it turns out that I really was shogeg. Like, in other words, I really thought that I did not know testimony, forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah says, and if I swear, I actually take a shua, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then on it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So Lema, Tanina, kind of, the Gemara says, so should this not go ahead and answer up the question that Rav Kana asked? and I must say, okay, Rashi, Lema Tienda Karavasi, Tekat the Savadi Shamas in Statically, this problem name so this was actually a question I've heard Asi brought up before, which is if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but they really swore, what is their liability in this case? Now, interestingly enough, but kind of brought this up as a question. You see, that it's clear that there is not liability in this case, right? Because in this case over here, I'm swearing Ruben. I don't know any testimony from you. And I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I'm swearing falsely, albeit accidentally. Mishnah say there's no liability in that case. So Karavasi asked this kasha. The Gemara left it as like a kasha. The Gemara is essentially saying, why didn't they answer from our Mishnah? Even though our Mishnah says it, you might process why. It's just how come, I'm going to put the maybe 20 maybe only by Shuasa Egos. If I end up swearing, but not intentionally, but I really thought I didn't know any Egos, that's the case where there's no liability. About Hossam Bechsib Benela, but let's say by Shuas Bitui, where it says Benela, Apilu Shigagasikobu. So let's say maybe by Shuas Bitui, the Hanami, maybe by Shuas Bitui, even though when I swear, I think I'm swearing correctly, maybe if it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case. Kamash Malon, that there's not liability in that case. So let's say, bottom line, and this is actually very important, Allah swear falsely, but you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly. There is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Shvua that is true. So for example, right? If I shvua, I swear I didn't go for bread today. And it turns out that I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. There's no liability in that. Same thing, right? Ruben says, "Swear ain't this for me." I swear, I don't know what you're talking about. And when I swear, I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about. Therefore, Allah again was what? There's no liability in that case. So we'll say, anytime you swear falsely, but at the time you're swearing, you think correctly, there's not going to be liability in that case. But it was interesting, by the way, the book and today's daf are quite fascinating. How do you start today? You start today with a dayan, he looked up a particular legal construct that at one point he was convinced is not correct. And the Gemara says, have the courage to admit, have the courage to go and deconstruct that which you do. Right? Have the courage to walk back that in, even though again you built up this whole legal construct. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Walk it back. And yet again, the Gemara also acknowledges that there are other times in life where where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false, that we're wrong, and that happens. Both of these scenarios, if you know you're wrong, don't double down. Find the courage to walk it back. But on the other hand, fully recognize that there are times that we are convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So notice, interestingly enough, if you know you're wrong, but double and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you are unequivocally wrong, the halacha says, for that, there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake and you really didn't know, after the Torah says, well, okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you are absolutely wrong, but you doubled down and you didn't walk it back, with that, there absolutely is liability. I'm going to say, stop over today, pick up with the Mishnah tomorrow. For the start to the week, everyone. Good Yantif. It's all right because because let's begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's share to thank with our responses for the month of Tishrei Haba, Yoel and Sarah in celebration of the Seder Zikin and Sarah Stavos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith, in the source of the entire Kehillah, and our tefillos being this Gabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana, all honor of the engagement of their daughter, to Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, may they be Zochem, Neretzah, Shem, a Bayisina, and Israel. And our only sponsors for today, Mark Hogan, in honor of the entire Shir. Beautiful. I was with that. Let us begin. Today's daf is your days. You have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph on the base 11b. Mishnah says as follows: very interesting case. Let's say you went ahead and you checked out a couple of days. On the 14th, which of course is Erev Pesach, Shalom Lishmo. Shalom Lishmo means not for the sake of cover. It's not for the sake of cover Pesach. Then what is it for? Then ultimately, again, let's say for the sake of Shlomim, what's the halacha? Yeshua Mashir to the Nishchat Shlosh Asar. Rabbi Yeshua says on the morning of the 14th, and then shechting it on the 13th. Right? I think it's just one time. So it's no difference shechting on the 13th. And therefore, Allah, remember again, a Pesach, Shalom Lishmo, right? During the movie is considered to be a korban. If Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be kosher. The Seder says no, it's also as if it was shechted the afternoon of the 14th, which rendered it invalid. Shem said as follows: the Kobal Animi Pishim Ushnayim Zakim. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course the Sanhedrin. So the Gemara says, "Yom Shol Shiva Eser the Yeshiva." So the Eser is the head of the Yeshiva. Shekol Asvochem Anah is B'Chushalom Lishman Shiv. In general, I will say this really is a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah in the Masechah. And in general, any Kabbalos ultimately again that were offered up Shalom Lishman are still kosher. Shalom, although the Bible except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the Masechah, with the exception of fruits, Minat Pesach or Minat Chatas. The exception of Pesach and Chatas. So for Pesach and Chatas, the exception to the law, because Pesach and Chatas, if you shech them Shalom Lishmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately, again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid korbanos. And as I also wanted to add Ola to this category, he wanted to say that if you check an Ola show, it also doesn't count over and in addition, and in also possible. For the whole book comments, ultimately again did not lead to this. Okay, let's say it's really fascinating. So the ikar over here is when it comes to Karban Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Karban Pesach is shechted when? But when on the 14th? What happens if you shecht Karban Pesach at the morning of the 14th? Ultimately, again, Shalom Lishma, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. Not for the sake of Pesach. For the sake of something else. The status of that. So Yeshua says, mutter, because again, it's shechting it on the morning of the no different than shechting on the 3rd. And any time you shecht Pesach, not at its designated, by definition, it's regarded as a covered shlomim. Then the Seder says, no, it is possible. It is possible as if you shechted it shalom shmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the ikamachlokas we're dealing with for now. So let's analyze. Says Machshir Hayibem B'Seder Pesach Shashak. The Shach is Ba'abat Mishmo. The Kula Yoma Zmanehu. So what's very interesting. So let's just say at the core of this is a fascinating idea. That the Seder says that Halacha myself, you Shechted and Carbon Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the carbon is kosher. Which was saying very dramatic. Very dramatic. Because then the Seder holds them in really according to the letter of the law, the entire day of Erev Pesach is fit for carbon Pesach Shechita. The Gemara says in my kingdom. So what is going to say to me when it says it's on the morning of the 14th? It's as if you shechted it in the afternoon. Which is the marriage said that of textual symmetry. That since Shua said Ki'ilu, different than the Seder also said Ki'ilu. I will say, but this is interesting, right? It's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic to start in the morning, right? But we've been focusing on this idea of coming to exactly times 29, after number 14. Now, suddenly there is an opinion that says you could even check Common Pesach on the morning of the 14th. But again, we'll analyze where that comes from. But if that's the case, if that's the case, then why does the President as a Common Pesach shechted shalom b'shmo? Why? Let's lagu b'shmo, make it even better. Make it a focus of a Common Pesach shech on the morning of the 14th. L'shem Carbon Pesach. Because that's more dramatic case, right? Because then the Seder is going to be Yeshua. Ultimately, is going to say that it's possible, which the Gemara as well. Because if they were to argue in the Shmo, the current Pesach, Shmo on the morning of the 13th. How about enough? About Shalom Shmo, Moses Rabbi Yeshua ben the Seder, told him it's also right. I would have thought otherwise. Rabbi Yeshua would have agreed with the Seder. Ultimately, again. And you would have agreed with them to say that. Ultimately, and again, in the case of Shalom Lishma, since Halacha L'Maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that card. Kamash one that they dispute is Shalom Lishma. Okay, so that's now the Gemara circles back. So remember again, the earth shattering piece that's been is that Halacha L'Maisa. Then the Seder says that is kosher. Is kosher, Yishmo on the morning of the 14th. So now he's questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, but the Pasuk explicitly says it was offered up Ben Arbaim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The accuracy that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th. This is fascinating. What is being hard? Being hard is in the afternoon. Being hard means between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when you offer up our base, it's between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now obviously, you can't offer up a carbon at night. So you're not offer up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings, between what we'll call the night of the 14th. Remember, the 14th begins at night. Evening, which is the eve of the 15th. And just stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up colors. So that is quite. So the Gemara, what does that mean? That every single time the Torah uses the word Bein Ha'arbayim, that Bein Ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon. Bein Ha'arbayim means between the evenings. Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. Versus Tamid, I'm not going to put you in kosher, so that covers Tamid. Alright, the daily sacrifice.
Absolutely, may I please share my project with everyone when you have time?
Thank
you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing it for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline, a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined him as king, and I'm making it true to the event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine, the data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropies of your own. I'm unlike any influencer we're going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube nor two YouTube streams. I'm on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. And you can view that camera as well as others in the purple pill. No one else does this. You can view all my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, in the pinned post that I have my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one, but I do, because I have more media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my tor.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people. In addition to promoting world peace and to make you all extremely wealthy, I want you to know that I'm an advocate for the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. World Thirst. I'm sponsored cryptocurrency that's worth about 100 million. Build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, get for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, deep earth seawater onto land permissible. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketing mentor, coach, and friend, send me a will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally. I'm here to be a positive person in life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Also means that again, you could do it the whole day. So how can I be kosher, shiny, different type of your days, 12A, this is your neighbor. Because ultimately, again, Torah is compared to, and this is we've established that menorah is done later in the day. So to Torah Spain, buying means the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So listen, so now, interestingly enough,
absolutely. Shout out to Hello XO. I'm Rabbi. I'm here in the Shill and Chill, the Friday Open NFT, Art, Crypto, Health, AI. I am real in the flesh. I am not a robot. Can you see me or can you hear me?
So you have a situation where it says you can explain it 1 second. There's still a problem. So let's say 12 just like
that's absolutely correct. Thank you, Health AI, for allowing me to share.
So let's say here's the problem. By cut and paste, so explicitly says wash off the cover base in the evenings. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? It doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Karan Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? So ultimately, that is ultimately again coming to teaching that the Karan Pesach is offered later. And let's say now, what does that mean? This is very interesting. So if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two carbonos that are going to come up. What are the two carbonos? Carbon Pesach and the carbon tummy, the afternoon tummy. Now, generally, halacha is like this. You wait to offer up the carbon Pesach until the time of the tummy comes. Then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the tummy first and the carbon
Absolutely, I heard that just earlier regarding Telegram is Discord. You can protect yourself against bots. So definitely ensuring that if you don't get whatever you want to do, that's a way to do it, but that's really a turn off to people, like little captures you can make people do that hopefully can keep away some bots. Other things that I've seen spaces do, or I should say channels or different versions, they can make people get a certain amount of experience points before they're able to use certain settings. So like emissions, video, permissions. That's something that I've seen people do. I don't think there's any perfect there's any perfect solution. It's really a balance between allowing a few more bots in versus to be shutting yourself off to new people who are interested in the currency. I have seen that some servers, especially on Discord, require you to shut off DM in order to member, so that just for that server, so that anyone who is trying to fish you or trying to promote themselves to you in a way that's unwanted or is unable so within your server solution seen, and also just not allowing new users to be able to send links is another way. Um, there are balances between Telegram and Discord. I put slightly, even though I live stream, I'm currently live streaming. Telegram has some benefit of forcing new users to have to use a telephone number, which Discord does not. But then again, that can cause some issues as well. Discord has many more. I've just gotta say, at least from it has more bots. It has more opportunities to be able to allow people to screen share and use a VC, multiple people at once, 20 people per call. You can have many different calls going in a given server. Generally, Telegram that you all have to be in the same discussion, and I think that is a limitation. But it's really up to what you want, what features you need for your community, and just know that some balance between keeping out bots or scammers is going to turn away perhaps new people who might be valued members of the community. So for anyone out there who has one of these, is an admin of either one of these, just keep that in mind. And if you have any questions, both Discord and Telegram, constantly. In fact, Discord sent me my year-round roundup, like Spotify does, and I in not the top 1% of Discord users, not the top point, but the top 0.01%. I'm like the biggest Discord user in the world. So if you have any questions from my experience, I'll be happy to share.
Again, remember the answer back. If you're going to see on the 13th, was opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for carbon base on. Say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for carbon base on. There's Isa, but then the sailor is you are correct. Loyalty. There's not just part of the 14th, entire 14th for carbon base on. Ella, I'm ready to open.
Also, just have portions of your server, at least some is available to people who do, and then if they want to get into perhaps other levels, can token gate. And if you've never been to the web top.gg, top.gg, it's an amazing website that allows you to all of the different bots and ways to manage at least Discord. I highly recommend that website. There has a lot of interesting ways to customize your in any way that you wish. So if you're looking for different kinds of bots that have been vetted, there's a ranking system on there. They have comment people who verify the veracity of how good those are. And really, what you're trying to do, and you've got the right mindset, you want to create a environment for the people within your server. That's all you're looking to do, and perhaps there'll be a perfect solution in the future, but for now, I think that you've got a good strategy of token gating, certainly NFT gating, and then using bot and partnership, and hopefully you're able to keep your audience and your community safe, and that's what a good community leader's doing.
That is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted. If it can't be shechted, then it ultimately again is set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before, but it's effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, sets aside and precluded for use forever. The Shinum Esmo, again, if you designate that it was fit, but unfit on the morning of the 14th. Look at that for just a moment. Equally made color, it actually says, Shas Hafrasha Lo Chazi V'Nibu. Because according to them, you say that you're separating or designating it out in the morning or the 14th. It's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning or the 14th. So ultimately, again, according to the Sira, how are you ever having an effective color?
That was an excellent thing they said.
Maybe the designation
Hello,
of the current Pesach occurs after because after
RPL.
midday it's a proper why.
Telegram is built
When I say
for
offered up as a carbon as well. Abai says that people maintain on the saffron. No, because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even though you can't offer up the Karban Pesach on afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the Chosr Zman, lacking time. Arta, interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night, the night of the 14th. Why? Laila in Chosr Zman. Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be in the calendrical designation, because even though you can't offer it up, it's being designated on the correct day. The kind of Shmuel, Lel Shmini Nichnas V'Gir K'Drabi After is very simple. So remember, the halakha is as follows: you cannot offer up as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born. Right? Shiva Som Kiatachas Imot. The 7th, the baby is with this. Now, not only can I offer up as a carbon, but also can't designate it as a behemoth. Or can, let's say the animal is born in the night of the 8th, the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and designate the animal as nice behemoth. Rabbi Akuriki, he contrasted to the mother, Vayash Shiva 7 days under his mother, Laila Chazi, the night of the 8th, it is to be designated carbonically. But the Pasha says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. You see from here, the night of the 8th, they can't designate it. How do you reconcile? Ultimately, at night you can designate it, but the offering itself is done by day. So then also, the most interesting is in the Kavan Pesach. You have to come, even though what? He offered up until the day of the 14th. Lema Kasana Biochran, I will say, he's one that kind of detours here a little bit, doesn't look quite interesting. And Biochran holds the following: Bali Chaim Nitzi. So once a you see for Bali Chaim Nitzi, so once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. It literally means once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible for sacrificial service. Yeah, the Yochanan does hold that, and I watched it. It's a very interesting halacha. So, very Yochanan, the Mashana, giving in Shimon, almost 2 and 3. That happens. Take Dish Chatzia, the Chalakah Chatzia. Big Dish, let's say Ruvain was masticated his part of the animal. What did he do? He buys out him in, and he subsequently is consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? The animal is consecrated, in other words, essentially has financial monetary. But cannot be offered up as a carbon. Why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside. Even though Ruben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial strength but cannot be offered up as a carbon. It's more interestingly, but the animal can be into it in order to be exchanged. For another animal, there's the Tmura considered Tmura has the same status. So it's like in this case, Shmamina Tos. We learn 3 things. Number 1, Shmamina, so most of the very important. Barishman Nitri means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shaped that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina, equally, we see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Shmamina, and lesson number 3 is equally deserved. Ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sense. Take a look at that Rashi, our 12b, is equally deserved. Each Torah equally Kedusha's coming. Even by financial sanctity, once an animal was set aside for non-use, ultimately again, that's this case over here. Makish is half. Then all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. Money does not have physical sanctity. So for the viewpoint, set aside for non-use applies to financial sanctity. Incredible. So let's say I just found out something amazing. This phrase, you know this, back on Amid Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson, the Gemara learned over here, which means animals could be forever saved to non-sacrificial use, to be pushed aside. So what Shemon is supposed to have, it is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon. Coming close to non-use for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That's redeemed by animals. Hashem, not the halachah l'maisa, not by people. There is no such thing as a person. There's no such thing as a being who is always set aside. In life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual strength. And in the life that I make poor decisions and make wrong things in life, I am distanced and set aside from my Kadosh Baruch Hu. That is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva. And no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can find a way to extricate and pull myself back. This is a din shmamina balichayim. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial. Animals could be precluded from forever entering in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but it's never a din halaisa or a shafalamaisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, execute ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a kama. And we'll say some great cases over here. I'll go Caleb in this comment. So watch this. Reuben, 8 Caleb, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has he's trying to case with 8 Caleb the Shogeg. Right? See 8 Caleb the Shogeg. Remember, halacha l'maisa the Isha. 8 Caleb the Major. That's Karis. 8 Caleb the Shogeg. Then we can Caleb. Separate out of Karis. With each carver. Then what happens? The hammer das. He became an apikolis. No, not okay. You understand? In other words, he became an apikolis. Because of all. And then he did. So let's say, by the way, it's happening in an hour. That's how fast change goes. And see, it becomes an apikolis in Baruch Hashem. He does Shabbat. So let's say, now, what's the Shiloh? The Shiloh is what's the status of his carbon. Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of a race. Like the Benefasik, offer up that carbon. The Shiloh, so again, we can ate the payload, then separate out the carbon fat. Thus, became an apikolis. As an apikolis was for being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, so again, asking about his status is about tshuva. That is what's the status of his carbon. So what's halacha? All of the meat can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became raised, once the carbon is aside, it's always aside. So therefore, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, listen, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? He's not to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing the carbon. Mostly cannot use that particular animal. It's my very fun cases here. I'm going to be open on. I'll call Caleb the Nifish carbon. Finish that. In this case, leaving 8 Caleb, right, same. She lost mental capacity. Lost mental capacity because of the Nishkata. Then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. So let's say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like the Imam Shaka Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein Adam Chote, A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper and you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Really? Okay. Educate you a little bit, right? The cons are always going to win. I never even start with Judaism 101, so I was up feeling for a little bit, right? The cons, well, say, right? The cons will always win. The cons always win. Why? Because whatever you is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're gonna get has a very limited shelf life, right? The pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is it's a temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition of these two cases. So case number 2. He goes and separates out the carbon contrast. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, he becomes a showdown. He loses his mental capacity, and then what happens? We'll say, then he recovers. What's the halacha? So we'll say, the offer of the carbon. Now remember again, the carbon of a showdown, the carbon of someone who's insane, a showdown cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect. Mental capacity. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-sacrificial use, remains precluded from this website. So the point over here is these two cases are two illustrations of that the Gemara just said are without it, namely that once an act is actively set aside, the sacrificial instinct remains set aside for non-use. Definition: you cannot shift that status of a state of non-offering. The cover two different use, even if owner's status is back to what it originally was. So, by the way, why don't you both illustrating concepts? Why don't you two cases to illustrate the same? I need both. I'll tell you why. Because if it would have said the first case, the apicores, in that, maybe I say, Reuben chose to become an apicores. So because he chose to become an apicores, because of that, that's why they can't be offered. He made a choice to go out. He made a choice to become an apicores. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. He did tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the covenant is set aside for 9 years because of the decision made about Harpa. But in the case of where it becomes a showdown, ultimately, to both sides, he didn't choose to go insane. Rather, by the way, it's so important because it's also about giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Sometimes people don't understand person's depression. So people say, sorry for depression, just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your decision, change your mindset? It's having a person who has cancer. Why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? Because going to understand that mental illness that it is different. It is not just because you can't see the physical things. It is no different than any other illness that the individual. So you're seeing in the case of the guy because which essentially is mental illness. And then ultimately, again, that's how that's guilty, right? He's not choosing that. That's up to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to Yashin Dami. It's no different than someone that falls asleep. And let's say, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status? What's your status? It's fascinating to a certain degree. Now, why is that? Because the person who's asleep doesn't ask. Now, not true. Because what's the luck when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a kli and you break it. What's the luck back to our Baba Kama days? Right? Right? Why? So you see that how even when you're asleep, still there's a responsibility. But Lamaisa, I would say we don't say that every time it goes to sleep, that car can't be offered up anymore. Right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Everybody wants to say that that's not true. The actual in al is showing in the other. Just that the case of Nishtat becomes the same, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a hopefully relax or immoral, but in the case ultimately again where it becomes not the chorus, ultimately since he has to get back on the data when it's which was so incredible. Even the chorus, you control your roughness. You control your roughness. You want to be in an you make that decision. I might have thought immoral, the covenant is not precluded from being offered, so you thought, therefore I will say ultimately in both of these cases. Again, so therefore both cases, or as the Gemara said, that once an set aside for 9 sacrifices, ultimately even status changes, the animal still remains prohibited. Let's go back to one more case. So very really interesting case here. Fish carving. Listen to this case. By accidentally. And he said now what is after he separated his carbon, Henry Paskin, that you're like, oh, back to our Horrius case. So now what happened? The Chazru Bahan, then Jason retracted their ruling. Me Havadi, although Havadi, ultimately, again, so I'll say, what is the status over here? Right, so do we say that Hakala myself, since he sinned after the basin made their ruling, he would not be the personal carbon, right? Because Halakha said he would have been covered under the Parahelam governance, or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use. Or not. When the Yochanan would give the examples of Dichoy, he would definitely use this case. My time, Hasam Gavra Itri, Kabalo Itri, Nani Itri. Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of Dichoy. Why? Because we're saying in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Right? What was compromised in the previous cases? What was compromised in the previous cases? It was the individual who was compromised. Right? Let's say Reuben became an epicurus, or Reuben lost mental capacity. Reuben was compromised, but the covenant was fine. This case is even a felt was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this isn't of a covenant being set aside ultimately again. Shimon, as I said, I heard from 72, now he said, he didn't say 72, he said 72, Zaken means old. Rashi says, why say 72 Zaken singular? It says, the Kulu Lakadashit Okaini, because ultimately, again, same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was all carbons that are offered up Shalom B'Shmo, ultimately, again, carbon is kosher, but doesn't work for the owner, except for Pesach and Chatas. And this was a universally held opinion that was by all 72 elders to show that there was complete unanimity in opinion. If they say elders plural, but if they say elders singular, stop over for today. Shkoya. What is that? What is that? All right, everyone's in the chat. The chat. Marcusing is over.
I say good morning. It is incredible spot be here with all of you today. And the great spot I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but at least to be together virtually is a tremendous success. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, folks who are dedicated all the specials year. So, Torah responds to the month of Av, Shabbalim, the Torah speaking on the based in honor of Israel, Gina raising Stanley Rosenzweig and Rafa and Irene Rosenzweig. The response was David and Wendy Hefter. In honor of David Hefter's 54th mitzvah anniversary. Incredible. I mean, Daniel Hefter and Orly Baum. We should celebrate their so welcome to David's nephew, Isaac, and his wife Kitty, and their children. Ishai Nama visiting Eretz Israel, Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, tradition of the yard type of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, Zichron Bracha, Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Rabbi and Merit. Of our town Torah, all of the Shamastav and Aliyah. The families in the Hamas, in the report that was both of these. Which brought the Shivesh from the passages, the Shalom, the Kar, and allow. Our whole beginning today, that is Psalm 61. And we are not at the Mishnah on Aleph for the Daf. Shared to the Daf on Shabbos yesterday on Sunday. Speaking on the Tari Gumo Shalom. We've spoken about already this case in yesterday's Daf. This is a situation where a Yisrael is producing wine for an This is for Akum. Actually points out over here, Sha'asal bekashlus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made wine, and he made kosher in the Mochor of Yisrael. And the intention of the wine, ultimately, they're going to use it to sell it to other Jews. So again, the way this situation works, essentially the Akum goes ahead and provides all of the Jew has not yet paid after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the Akum being produced almost like a hashgacha by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi comes out, he says, after the Yisrael has gone and produced the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the Akum. Okay, so obviously now we understand what's the tension. The tension is what's going to be the status given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, and therefore the pashtos, it's kosher, but at the end of the day it is in the domain of the Akum. So how does that impact the anashros status of the wine? So what's the halacha? So like the Mishnah, the guys have so again, so we're talking about a home that opens up into the public sector, which means other people think what's happening inside of the house. So the Irshi is as long as it's a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the wine is going to be mutter. Take a look at Rashi. The near Sasley Ovid Kohabim of the Loga. What's interesting enough, Ovid Kohabim himself is going to be nurse. Or what do you have to be concerned? Let's analyze this. So the wine, in process-wise, is kosher. You deposit it back with the apple. So of course, the concern is that the apple is going to touch the wine. So the Mishnah says like this: if the place where the actual apple is home opens up with your surroundings, so people can see, which means if the apple touches, people will see him touching the wine. Then the wine is mutter. The wine is permitted. What's the logic? Rashi, and the end of the first short line mother, the nearest is the Ovid Kohabim Velodava. The opportunity to learn. Stoma Chazuli Hanafi Sazravin, Umafsinda, Bafilo Imaftea, Sim Shari, Lushaim of Ose Yain. Kibon Shukasal as Gabati, in the parameters of this in the Gemara. But one of the like this: as long as the Akum's home is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the Akum, who's in the Akum in whose home the wine is deposited, is not going to touch the wine. Why is he not going to touch the wine? Because he's going to figure like this: I'm going to touch it, or I'm going to shake, I'm going to stir it around, do a little libation activity, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out on the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish market. So therefore, again, mere systems fearful of being the city will be discovered, and therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first part. The Iyakula Obego Havim also. But if the Akum lives in a city that also we're passing by, if of course the Akum lives in a city of Jews, then this whole equation goes out the window because they're not going to see him. In other words, well, whoever sees him, it's not really a matter, and therefore the wine is ad sheyeshek u'mishamer. Ultimately, again, and appoints a shomer. He appoints a guard to be there, right, to ensure him doesn't go ahead and touch wine. Then the wine could remove the Ein HaShomer Tzarech Lios Yoshi Shamer. Afa Pishu Yotze V'Nichnas Motor. But interestingly enough, the shomer doesn't just have to sit there the entire time. Rather, the shomer ultimately again is able to do what we call Yotze V'Nichnas. Go in and go out. Again, we'll define the parameters of that as well. Shimon says, Shimon says the domains of an akum are all one. So that surely points out we have no idea what is he termed? Let's see next. Jew, I'm a Jew. And I go ahead and Akum is supplying all the material. It means he really owns the wine. But I'm making it in a way that can be sold to other Jews. Once again, the wine, after it's finished, is being deposited with the Akum. Just in case. In this case over here, the Akum goes ahead and he writes a receipt. And in the receipt he writes, Silver paid me. He paid me for the wine. Now remember again, I actually didn't pay him for the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the logic of that. Now again, the logic behind that is as follows. Since Akum has written that Silver has paid him for the wine, which means because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Akum's not going to touch it. Because he knows that I could come and access it whenever I want. Therefore, there's a mirsus. There's a certain element of fear that's there. If despite writing this receipt, the Akum says, Silver, you can't touch the wine until you actually pay me. This was an actual base shan v'asur. And Chazal, the rabbi said it was asur. Which makes sense because in this case, the Akum ultimately retains control over the wine. Therefore, we have to be concerned that he's going to go in, he's going to touch it, and make it into Yain. Incredible, what a beautiful Mishnah. Says the Gemara. So the Gemara says that I remember it's about the first case in Mishnah. So Mishnah said, remember what? I went ahead and I made wine. I'm a Jew. You chazer over that a couple Jew. So I made wine. Now the wine, the grapes, everything belongs to the Akum, right? So really, what happens over here is I really owe him money. I made the wine. It's kosher wine. It's ready to be sold to Yisrael. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, if it's city where ultimately again there are Jews, right, and the Akum's house opens up in Tarabin, the wine retains its status because the Akum's not going to do anything with it because a Jew could see it. Now, by inference, the Mishnah says that if it's a city of Om Ovdei Kochavim, then again the wine is not going to be served. Why? Because since there's any non-Jews who are there, the Akum feels free to do whatever he wants with the wine. So says, 1 second. Even if non-Jews in the city, there are peddlers. Like literally again, like another perfume peddler. There are peddlers. In other words, there are merchants who go in and out of the city. Even if the majority, even if the residents of the city are all not Jewish, there's always Jewish folk cycling in and out of that city. Shouldn't that make it enough that will create a little bit of a mirsus, of a fear that the Akum is not going to come to the wine? Shmuel, the Irshi, we're talking about a city, interestingly enough, that has a lock and literally again cross beam. She says over here, we're talking about essentially a locked city. Locked city, peddlers can't come in and out free, and their access is restricted. So because it's restricted for halacha l'maisa, if it's a city, Gentile residents, the wine is going to be also. I'm Rabbi Yosef. It's very interesting. So remember again, Mishnah says in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, the house are. Now the Gemara says, by the way, that a window is like a shad. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up to Yerushalayim, but there's a window from the house to Yerushalayim, so people can see in to see what's going on. That creates enough of a fear on the part of the akum that he's not going to play around with the wine. Similarly, again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi's the chalon. Actually, Rashi is right across the chalon. Kirshim Danu, afilu bayis pasuach lefasar. The chalon pasuach lefasar saradim kineged pet habayis kiman pasuach dami. So again, even major opening of the home doesn't open somebody. You have a window that opens the saradim. Ultimately, again, that creates enough of a mirsus and of a fear, and the akum is not going to play around with the wine. Similarly, again, the ashba kirshus haradim. If ultimately, again, if you have a garbage dump that opens up into the home, remember, apparently, again, I guess this was a norm then, people would go to the garbage dump and they would linger there a little bit. So because that people would see if the akum's home opens up into the garbage dump, people would see what's happening over there. That would create enough of a fear that the akum is not going to touch the water. Similarly, again, a palm tree ultimately, again, is like a result. Now, what does that mean? Interesting. Rashi says, if let's say again, so the akum has his house, and next door to the akum lives a Jew, and the Jew has a palm tree. So therefore, when you have a palm tree, everyone knows it's very common. What do you do with the palm tree? You climb the palm tree to get the dates. Remember, again, these are not coconut trees; these are date trees. They're Yisrael. So it's common to get the dates. So because Yisrael is going to climb up, therefore he's going to see into the akum's home, and therefore the akum is going to be reticent to do anything with the wine, lest he be discovered by the Yisrael. I'll say, just want to point out like the tremendous musafah. What's happening? What do you see? What you see? Let's finish up. So Gemara says, shop. This is very interesting. Secret shop. What happens? I watch this. It's not secret like the whole shop. It's secret a little bit. All it is, the head was cut off. Let's say the top of the palm tree was cut off, and therefore, there's no fruit. So because there's no fruit, therefore, does the Yisrael climb the tree or not? One says that the palm tree permits the wine in the akum's domain, and one says that it's asr. Watch this. So the Gemara says the asr, lama lay the salt. So one says that it's asr. Look, if the palm tree is not growing any fruit, the Jew is not going to climb it, and therefore, if he's not going to climb it, the akum knows no one's walking into his house. The Gemara says, "Uman shari zimna the apule behemah the salikle unit asra." The one who says that it's more than if the palm tree is not going any fruit anymore, Yisrael would still climb the tree. Why? Let's say he loses animal, and he needs to see where exactly the animal. Therefore, he'll climb the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. Incredible. Find out now. What's the Musahaskel? If you look, what is it that aids the kashrus supplement? Obviously, step one is that I'm a yid and I'm producing the wine. Step two, now the problem is that this wine is being deposited into the possession of or into the home. So pretty much bottom line is as long as other people, there are Jews in the city, and other people could see into that home, either again because it's home open or because they don't understand, or because or because it's next door with the palm tree. If someone sees him at the end of the day, he's not going to mess around with the wine. Why? Because people will do things wrong. When will we avoid negative activity? When we think that someone's watching. It's bottom line, we all do averos. When do I muster up the courage not to do an avera? When someone else is looking. So this is the opening halacha in Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says what's the halacha in Shulchan Aruch begins with Shivisi Hashem l'negdi summit. I place Hashem before me at all times. Why? Because the secret to spiritual success is God awareness. Mishnah comments, he says, if a person would only realize that they are always in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Mishnah says that a person behaves so differently when he's in the presence of the king than when he's not in the presence of the king. They'll say we just sometimes make the fatal flaw of thinking that just because we can't see what a Baruch Shalom means, that he can't see us. But the privilege that we have, is that we live in the presence of God at all times. And at all times literally means at all times, in the boardroom, in our business, in our bedroom, in our intimate lives, anything and everything we do takes place in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. So an act shifts his behavior when he knows that he's being watched. We have to be mindful of behavior because we're being watched as well. And not that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is watching us in order to go ahead and find our flaws. This is so important. It's not that, oh, I got you. It's almost as if, like, if you ever go with you like to take young children to swim, pool or beach, what does every parent do when their child is swimming? You're watching your child like a hawk, right? Not because you're looking to see them mess up, because you love them. You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we see a Baruch who watches us, he doesn't watch us so he can catch us like for a gotcha moment. That's not why he watches us. He watches us because he loves us, because he cares about us, because he sees us swimming in the ocean of life. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants to know it, that he could be there to swoop in and to bail us out, as he does countless times that we know about, times that we don't know about. But it's just to remember that we live in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam, and when he knows that he's being watched. How much we have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, and doting Father is watching us every moment of every day as well. Incredible. Let's go back to Tanah. The Gemara goes like this. Such good Gemara. Tanah Abanon. Echad halkiach ve'echad hasofer b'ayin chaser shel leifachadu. Just in case. So again, I am going ahead and either purchasing or renting a home instead of an average. So we will say, their Damas house was set up as yet a part. If you can imagine, that was like the center, was like a courtyard. So the chutzner is owned by me, and I be it, and renting or purchasing a home in that chutzner. When we do yayin, and what happens, I go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. We sell the also chutzner, and ultimately, again, there's another Jew who lives in that chutzner as well. So what's up? And I'm both saying now, again, this is a case where I'm depositing the wine with the case. I'm depositing the wine with the akum, just the difference in that chutzner. So what's the halacha? Mutter, halacha is that the wine is mutter. And even though, again, that does not have a key, or there's no seal on the presence of the Jew, mere presence of the Jew in the chutzner is enough to allow the wine to remain on the base, C1b. The chutzner has, however, again, if the Jew lives in a separate chutzner, so ultimately, again, if the Jew lives in another chutzner, then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key, the wine is being kept, and the chosem, and or there's a chosem, right? There's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Okay. Next case. So the Yisod also chutzner. So assuming again, if you have, this was the previous case we had before. I'm producing wine for the but the goal over here is to be able to sell this wine to a consumer, but the wine is being deposited in the rishus of the apple. The Yisod also there, and a Jew lives in that very same chutzner with the apple. And he has the key, or there's a seal on the, and there's a seal, and or there's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be mutter. Tani afapi she'ima chevachosim biyado mutter. No. So Yochanan said, no. If the Yisrael is living in the same chutzner, even if he doesn't have the key, or there's not a seal on the wine, it's still going to be mutter. Why? Which makes sense. The presence of the Yisrael, by definition, prevents the akum from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but however, let's say the Jew is not living in the same chutzner as Yaakov. He's living ultimately again. Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say again, he's going ahead and he's living in the same chutzner. Sorry. A little bit of technical detail over here. So the Gemara says, however, let's say we're going to even if at the end of if the Jew is living in the same chutzner, ultimately again, even if he does not have the key or he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be mutter. But if the Yid is in a different chutzner, Ultimately, again, it's in a different chaser. If even if Shaki and the chosim is in a very male. From the chum say, from Achi Shomer Yoshef Mishamer, or Achi Yavo Mamona Abba Mikitz. And the chum said that ultimately, again, the wine is going to be usher until when? Ultimately, again, either up until the time Shomer comes, Achi Shomer Yoshef Mishmin comes, or until someone who comes for appointed times comes to watch the wine. Now we'll see exactly what that means. The says, Chachamim Ahiyah. So what are the Chachamim commenting on? What exactly are they commenting on? So the Gemara says, Ilema Seifa. If we say ultimately again that they're commenting on the Seifa, Tanakama Mesa. Ultimately, the Tanakama also said it's also Mesa Kasa. Let's see talking about the first case. The Gemara says, 1 second. The second part of the beginning part of the Seifa. I have a Haka Amar Le, Rabbi Yochanan, Litana, Hani, Afapi Shema Tekli. I but Rabbi Yochanan said, the Tanakh, excuse me, that go ahead and explain this, even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The Seifa Deresh. Rather, again, ultimately he's talking about the end part of the ratio. The Kamar Tanakh Mutter. Tanakh says if the Jew is living in a different culture, ultimately, again, it's going to be mutter, that is a narcissist. The Jew is not in the same cluster, ultimately, again, as the Akum. Then again, it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. Some say the Olam Asr, Ashi Shomer Yoshe Mishaner, or Ashi Yabo Mamona Habal. From disagree, they are going to say no. Even so, again, even if the Jew is in a different, even if he has the key or there's so it's not enough until there's a shomer. Ultimately, again, it comes at appointed times. So the Gemara says 1 second. Memona, first one line. Both sides on the following page. Memona about Kitzin. You see, if there is a shomer who comes at appointed times, that's actually detrimental. I was going to say, if it's clear that he comes only at certain times, then the Akum knows exactly when he's coming. Ella, Yavam Mamona shit in a Kitzin. Rather, the way you have to say it is that halach and lemaisa, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard who doesn't come at appointed times, i.e., he comes whenever he wants. Comes when he wants. Okay, we'll finish up the sugya then the Rambam has to say about all this. Omer, remember again, listen, in the Mishnah, Shmuel made this cryptic statement that all of the domains of an akum are considered to be one. So you must say, by the way, Rabbi Shimon Elazar lahakel or lahachmir. Rabbi Shimon Elazar coming to be mekel or machmir? Is he coming to be more lenient or more stringent than the Tanakh? So Rabbi Yehuda Amar Ziri lahakel. Rabbi Yehuda said name is Ziri is coming to be mekel. Rabbi Nachman Amar Ziri lahachmir. It's going to be a machmir. So let's analyze this. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Ziri lahakel is coming to be lenient. So Bath Amar Ziri used to say Bath Amar Tanakh. Shame shebir shus so aser. So listen to this. So Yehuda says things here like this. Hanakama says like this. In the same way that ultimately, again, Shibir Shus Aser, same way that if it's the Shus of the Akum, right? The owner Akum. And again, all the qualifications. There's no Yisrael in the cities, and ultimately, again, the city is not rich. And his the same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another. In other words, whether the wine is the home of the akum owner or in a different shinon the gold. Again, we have Ushesh for reciprocity. I will say the truth is before on. Let me show you a very important Rashi. Look at Rashi lahakel o lahachmir. It's almost right across the Rashi where we're at. Rashi lahakel lahachmir. Lahakel the kamartanakamo the ir shakul. So again, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is Shimon Elazar saying. So the comment goes like this: if you have a city that is all right, then the wine is possible, and that's true. Whether you place wine in the home of the akum who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the akum, ultimately again, who's not the owner. Either way, it's going to be also. The Gemara says, "The Kamar Shimon Elazar, the he כל רשוס עובי כוכב אחמסי בתמיה, כלומר, כל ואינו בייס ביילוב מותר, דהי עובי כוכב מירסס, או להחמיר כאמר, ובניחוסה יתמר תנקמה דווקא בבייס ביילוב כאמר, was Rosh Hashanah Neymar who had been the base of it from Adam Achar to Hashim Lagom. So we'll say here's the Shaila. The position of the Tanakama is like this. When you have a city that is all Akul, right? So then Halacha Lamais, the Tanakama says the wine is Asr. And the Tanakama doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the Akul, who is the owner of the wine, technical owner of the wine, or a different Akul. So the Shaila is, what does Shimon ben Elazar say? Is Shimon ben Elazar ultimately again, is he agreeing, or ultimately again, is he being more mega? So now let's go back to the Gemara. So Gemara says, Tanakam is like this. Tanakam is like this. In a city where it's all Akum, whether you deposit that wine in the home of the Akum owner or in a different home of an Akum, the wine is going to be Aser. Regardless, the wine is going to serve, right? What does it mean, Chashin on the Gom? Chashin on the Gom says like this, that remember, the Akum owner says to the other guy, listen, you know what, I can't make this wine Yain Nesach because all eyes are on you. But you can make it Yain Nesach. And then the next time a Jew deposits wine, you could also give it to me, I'll make your wine Yain Nesach. So therefore, there's Yain Nesach reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that big position. When is it so? There's Shusal. Only Mizrashos. Ava Bershus Ovi Kochavim Acher Mutter or Rochashim. And then Rav Shimon perhaps comes along and says, no. The only time that it's in a city where it's Kulo Akum, where it's all Akum, the only time the wine is Aser is in the domain of the owner. But in the domain of someone else, we're not concerned that this secondary Akum is going to make the wine into Yain Nesach. There's no provisional reciprocity. No. Start doing that here. There's Shusal. Like this. When do we have to be cautious? We have to be concerned ultimately that in a case where it's a city Akum, that own Akum is going to make it into Yain Nesach. That's only placed in the home of the owner. But for a different Akum, we don't get a Stam Akum is going to make wine into Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, Imar says, why? We're not concerned about reciprocity. Shimon Elazar Omer Kol Rishus of the Kochavim Achas. On the other hand, says he disagrees. He says rather all people Kochavim are considered like one Rishus. Allah for the Maisa, the one's going to be no matter whose domain it is in. So that's the two versions of Shimon Elazar. So the Raisa. That's the part of Matthew name is here. He said Shimon Elazar Kol Rishus of the Kochavim. See. Every domain of an Akum is considered to be one domain. Gemara says, ultimately, again, because we are concerned about pollution and reciprocity. Good. So Gemara goes like, Gemara says, the day, Hazak Rofila, Osivu Chamra Gabe Arsai. Interesting case. So let's say we had this name mentioned before. Hazak was the guy's name. Rofila means he was an official who was second in command. So one time this guy Kazakh deposited wine with a sharecropper. With a sharecropper. Rashi says there, see what comes. Yain Pasha Zamni Israel. So this is this same case. So Kazakh had Jews who made wine. They deposited the wine back to Kazakh. Kazakh went ahead and deposited it with a sharecropper. So now, what's the status of the wine? So you must start off in the when do we have to be concerned regarding pollution? When there's the possibility of even the Alise, love dar state a cause of profilo, and therefore the common. But in this case over here, it's not a level relationship. Rather, again, Harzak was like that. Second in command and a sharecropper. So the common friend to deposit wine with them is the uncommon for them to deposit wine with him. And therefore, Allah perhaps we can see that case that there is no concern ultimately pollution, and therefore the wine says, Even if like you says normally we're not focused that's a concept. I don't really hate the long music. That's only where there's no hot even the meaning, right? The concept how you say. This is basically what it says. The shared these are the shared concepts of Tarzan. Tarzan with Elon, ultimately again we have to be concerned like this. Tarzan could come in, he could do whatever the INS wants to want, and guess what? The sharecroppers aren't going to say anything. Why won't they say anything? Because they're afraid. So in this case, you really could do whatever you want to check, and therefore there's really a significant concern about the INS. I'm a little love. Rabbi said, Adraba, good, it's fun. Rabbi said, Haru, Rabbi, there was a particular city which housed kosher wine, Jewish wine. So the Gemara says, and they found an apple standing between the what do we say? Like you have to be as follows. The Gemara is Amarava, in Mikvas Alav Tigano, Kamro, Shal, Lo also. That's the actually second to last line in the parak. In Mikvas Tigano, in Obito Pavan Kama, the Shofia. If the city where there's Jewish, and therefore again if they would find the wine food like that in that case the wine is going to be much kind of studies. Essentially we're saying like this. If the apple knows that there's going to be recourse, if he goes ahead and he touches the wine, in other words, he's going to treat him like a thief. And therefore, again, want to make him liable, he's not going to touch the wine. And look for the nice one, if you touch the wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it, then the wine is going to be lost. So, okay, so this guy there, one thing is clearly he just put on that. Let's say that was just put on that. So, the Rambam calls it the book of Mahalos Asilos, Parak Gimel, Allah Allah, here we go. Akum to suffer, you saw the drop long in the town. Today, she literally saw the home of the higher base of Shah. And Akum, higher is to make kosher wine, and he can then sell to Jews. But the wine is being housed in the house of the Akum. So, what's the status of the wine? In high Yisrael, there's a Yain Dada, a Yain Water. So if I live in the same castle as the apple, then the wine is going to be milk. My near presence prevents the apple from the apple pisha kasha shomer nechlas biyotze good. Vim haya shomer daga chata peres hayayin also. The apple pisha that kasha the Yisrael. Ultimately again, but if that's ultimately again, the wine is going to be awesome. Wine will be awesome even if it has and there is a seal.
GM, everyone, thank you for the opportunity. First and foremost, I made sure to follow everything in here. Please follow back if you have the opportunity. I'm the easiest follow back possible. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 source, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Like any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want my YouTube links are available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do. Because I have more social media than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/. Rabbi. We invite you to join the community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And what that we do is we build wells and waters in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm a kid for the Lifestar program and most desalination technology, where we pump water onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shill, and you want a free mentor code friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send you all to know that I'm here to support you both professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
That was good enough information.
Nam piękny kolonaj, some beautiful colors, the markers, which is absolutely delightful. It's something exciting. I can feel they had some really short, like 23 days, so and it is actually like there's something just very exciting about it. And like Chinese was a massive undertaking. It was incredible, and he finished it certainly a tremendous feeling of elation. But then there's like these little respectful of it. They're just so sweet and so beautiful. Things from often we see maybe for some of us youth love things like just some of the things that like verbally she was others is nice memory all kinds of anyway again special welcome. I'm gonna try to welcome a lot of new people. Close to 30 new people who joined this year for not just that was like the in-person the broadcast show. I think people are not doing that. Not committed for chats. Let me just committed for Marcus. Wink, wink. So it's always kind of start. But special welcome to the morning. Welcome to exhausting. Welcome to beautiful to have we'll recognize the good to have
Yes, we can hear you.
Let's do that. Let us begin. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Special thank you to Reb Ari for making sure that we have Pesach coffee. That doesn't taste like Pesach coffee, by the way. It tastes like all year round coffee. It's tremendous stuff. Thank you for that. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our annual Commodore sponsor, for Caption Commodore, Coast and Mishpacha. This year, as a host from Sarah co-sponsor for the bunch of Nissan, Pauline, Rikova, Paul Hollis, in the salvation of the Nissan, but Kathy Sander, the birth of the grandson, the heart of Minneapolis, Indiana. Madam is Commodore sponsor of all of our children, and it's Nissan to be the month of rulers in all the cloudy surroundings. Sarah sang about the Shua Heschel of that. Let us begin. This is a beautiful God ahead of us today. Of course, it's always dedicated to this of all of our hands to give you from the cross and everything and home. The star and the color, and everything, this is the Holy Soldiers and be successful. The call and I say, you can also to all of our online listeners, it's beautiful. I woke up this morning to a whole bunch of pictures of people learning dance in different places that they're away for young kids. And we sit back and I don't think we can share them yet. I'm going to try to get permission. But it's really beautiful. Really beautiful and really inspiring. And it's tremendous. I think those of us who have been doing that for a while recognize that it's so much more than just learning. It's that it becomes an indispensable part of your day. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you're traveling right now. I just think I got a picture tape from Randy Orchard, Missy Orchard's wife. You're safe and Josh Rosenblum. They're in Spain, Fiance, and we're going to Texas with the cats. We're going to so nice. I guess we're back there. So nice again, learning together is just beautiful. Just inspiring. There's no cookie, there's no break. There's no door. Wherever you are, you figure it out. And that's part of the beauty of the DAF. Just very inspiring. I got a number of other pictures as well. Just beautiful to see people learning from our share, all different places. and containing the energy. Let's do that. Let's begin. We're up to Mishnah on Zayin Medalef 7a, up to Mishnah. Misha Nigmar Dino Ubarach. Interesting case over here. Let's say someone was, so you have Reuben killed Shimon, right? And now we're fast forwarding a little bit, right? Because Reuben has been judged by a Beis Din and found guilty. And then what happens? Reuben runs away. He escapes. He escapes before they're able to execute him. Ubarach may also Beis Din. Now let's say again, Reuben's brought back. So Reuben's recaptured, and he's brought back into that Beis Din. He's brought back into that Beis Din. So what happens? In social as we know, we don't retry him. In other words, let's say as much. What does this mean? We don't retry him. That Rashi says over here, Lachso v'lisa v'litim ulai yizakeh. In other words, we don't retry him to see maybe we'll find some way to exonerate. Now, why does the Mishnah need to say this? First, remember going back to our Sanhedrins in general with capital cases. What does we try to do with all capital? What do we try to do? Exonerate, right? That's what we try to do. We try not to keep people, and we'll do whatever we can to try to find someone innocent. So I might have thought that if Reuben was sentenced to death, but escaped before the sentence carried out, that perhaps we'll go back in front of the Beis Din, we try him. We don't do that. If he's right in front of the Beis Din, we don't try him. Again, we'll visit that a little bit more tomorrow. Similarly, let's say again, witnesses show up in Beis Din. Witnesses say, we are here to testify that Reuben was tried in front of so-and-so Beis Din. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was convicted. So Beis Din can execute Reuben based on that testimony. In other words, so this is a Beis Din that couldn't get the case, right? But now this Beis Din is receiving testimony from the witnesses who know that Reuben was tried in front of a particular date. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. Therefore, they'll be executed based on that. Sanhedrin, no Haggis, Ba'aretz, or B'chutz La'aretz. So this is fascinating. So literally translated, the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael and outside of Eretz Yisrael. Now, what does this mean? We'll see the Rambam in just when we get to the Sugya. But again, the idea over here is when the Sanhedrin is operating in Eretz Yisrael, it has the ability to implement its rulings outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. Because obviously, there's no Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael. Sanhedrin only resides in Eretz Yisrael itself. But when the Sanhedrin is operational in Eretz Yisrael, its rulings could be enforced outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. The Gemara says, this is the famous Gemara, Sanhedrin ha'oreges echad b'shavua nifes chovlonis. The Sanhedrin that executes a person once every 7 years, 7 years, is called the destroyer. All right? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah Omer, echad b'shivim shana. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says, no, even once every 70 years. So let's say, interestingly enough, back to the previous motif, Beis Din does like to execute. And therefore, again, Tanakama says, if a Beis Din kills once every 7 years, that's not good. Record for a Beis Din, destroy your Beis Din. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, even once every 7 years. We'll say, by the way, how beautiful is it? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Omer Harian, you could then Shivim Shana, Natisi Shitami Tzayim Alegos, Adusha ben Zoma. Say what the beautiful thing about Kedusha is that when you go ahead and you wrap yourself in Kedusha, Kedusha follows you. You have the Kedusha of the Seder, and Kedusha of the Seder. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, we carry those at the Seder. And then again, there's the thing that says, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, I'm like 70 years old, but he was years old. And how incredible is it? After 2 nights, right? Well, what's this 2 nights to pick Seder? I don't think 2 nights to pick Seder, right? Right, so after Baruch Hashem, after the storm, after 3 years of Yom Tov, first thing, who shows up? Who shows up when you open the door? Who shows up when you open the door? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. So that's the whole cop with Kedusha. The more you immerse yourself in it, you envelop yourself in it, it follows you wherever you go. Incredible. So Elazar ben Azariah says, once every 70 years, not good. So look at this. Rabbi Kiva saying, in the Chayin of the Sanhedrin, lo nerad adam me'olam. So this is fascinating. Rabbi Kiva saying that if we sat on a Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed. We'll see what that means. And Shimon Yovomer, Shimon wants to say, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, because if no one gets executed, right? If no one is ever executed, no one's ever put to death for murder, then in general you create a general sense of lawlessness. So obviously, what Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were trying to say was that, we would find a way to exonerate everyone. What Rav Shimon is saying is, while that sounds very good, like Als Rachmanis, that's not good. That's not good. A Beis Din does have to execute because at the end of the day there are capital cases, and if the capital punishment is never carried out, then that creates a certain sense of societal lawlessness. Okay, more about that in the Gemara. Says the Gemara, they also bathe in the insults. Halduf made bathe in Achar. So remember again, the first part of the Mishnah, right? So what was the first part of the Mishnah? Ruvain was convicted of sentenced to death. Then what occurs? Reuben escapes. Reuben escapes. The Mishnah says if he's brought back in front of the name of Beis Din, we don't retry his case. The Gemara Darshan's it's only because he's being brought back where? In front of the same Beis Din. But I can infer from that if he was brought in front of a second Beis Din, a different Beis Din, then maybe you try his case. Hartani Seikah. Kamakum Shiam Bishnayim Yom, even unless Ishponi, Shenigma Dina Babezim, Plonezim Ploni, Uploni Uploni, the Harizianera. So 1 second, but yet if you look at the end of the Mishnah, what does the end of the Mishnah say? That if witnesses show up and witnesses say, we testify about Reuben, that Reuben was tried in so and so Bezim, so and so were his witnesses, and he was found guilty, that we execute him, which makes it sound like what? Even if he's brought in front of another Bezim, we don't retry his case. In other words, what it sounds like, once you hear the contradiction from the first part of the Mishnah, it sounds like the reason why we don't re-examine Reuben's case is because he's being brought back in front of the same Beis Din. I can infer from that if he were to be brought in front of a different Beis Din, we would re-look. But then if you look at this end of the Mishnah seems to indicate that if witnesses show up and say, we testify that Reuben was found guilty in a different Beis Din, we will execute Reuben based on that, and we will not retry his case. So what's going on there? It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I want to say two different cases. Overwhelming. One is talking about Eretz Yisrael, and one is talking about Chutz La'aretz. What does that mean? Yisanya was here for this. So we would have been the story of Mishum Shetach. Bara Mechutz La'aretz Ein Sosrin Es Dino. Right? So the words like this: if a person, the person runs away from Eretz Yisrael to Chutz La'aretz, we do not retry his case. In other words, here's the case: Reuben was convicted of murder. Right? Reuben was convicted of murder. So he was convicted of murder in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. And then what happens? He escapes to Chutz La'aretz. So again, in that case, when if witnesses show up in front of the Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say, we testify that Reuben was convicted in so-and-so Beis Din, so the will not retry this. Third tries case into this. If we go ahead and he escapes from Chutz La'aretz, we will retry his case. Why? Because Eretz Yisrael. We don't have the schos of Eretz Yisrael. And we'll say how. First, I just want to point out how beautiful it is, right? Before we get, so this is really an incredible idea. So Gemara says there are times that we will re-examine a capital case, times when we won't. What's the criteria? If Reuben was tried and found guilty in Eretz Yisrael, and then escapes to Chutz La'aretz, this is come in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say we testify that Reuben was found guilty in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. This so-and-so Beis Din, so-and-so's witnesses. They will talk the execution. Now, again, we'll discuss when a Beis Din Chutz La'aretz could execute someone. We'll talk about that. But the might say they won't retry the case. However, if Reuben was found guilty of La'aretz,
keep talking. We're going to some research. So I don't even remember the I do. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah. I do think it's funny for them to enjoy. I encourage everybody to have a podcast where they watch Brendan Shop. And who better to do it than Brendan Shop himself? There should be Brendan Shop with Brendan Shop reacting because you know they what you would call it is it we're gonna
So mix us.
Yeah, what you were saying.
Better people. So
yes, but like remember the what's his name that came out with the stand special during the pandemic to place at the end of over. He did a bit about how it's like a podcast, watch a podcast, watch a podcast. So my idea is Brendan Shop checking the subreddit, but watching a clip of Brendan Schaub watching the subreddit.
deserves
Oh,
another look at his case. And Restream, living a very successful
They should watch
and
watching
goes
this
foot
clip
doesn't get a
and
second
how they
chance.
react.
Doesn't get a second chance. Living the quick products to escape starts to kiss different man. Especially the man who goes in his case absolutely agrees. And look, it's going to point out how beautiful this is when Eric starts to want to colonize. You know, in quick products, the quick products, you have a very beautiful young kid. Like, young kid is beautiful, young kid is uplifting.
That'd be funny if you were that out of shape.
Where do you feel it a
Yeah, you
little
got
bit
that,
more?
bro.
Anyone who's ever been what is his shirt say? I might find it. When I talk about it, it was Cody Gar and John Africa. John Africa. It's a little bit more difficult. So imagine how I guess.
Well, they're not positive like we do.
So it's very
Right, but he doesn't comment like normal. He just laughs. He laughs like a trained sea.
I guess.
Oh, I'm supposed to laugh here.
I guess.
What's his name? Turbo or something? Turbo show.
But how do you
It's like Turbo. He's lots of cheers.
Now
Nowadays, all their team-ups, what is it?
imagine the hard bar to the fixed lines. Imagine athletes working out to show
You should
as
make
long as
comparisons
the
about
are
himself.
in game, not coming on the shot. So if that's the case, if it's an athletes working out to show and then
If
fixed
you get
lines,
the, oh,
so
okay.
why does the
Then do
total
it.
frame it?
They
Why does
should
it
do
go
is
to
like,
the
he
shot
doesn't
wrap
right,
up in your gates?
He already kind of did some songs
Which makes it
over.
sound
Do some
like
songs
the
yourself.
professional only operates
Yeah,
right to show itself.
Talk about
So what's going on? This is
Or was
also
it
the
drug
shot
walk?
left automation bucket demon,
What's
so
all
called
this?
flash to flash, people call
It's
ear
so
video.
aggressive.
In order to sell,
That's
so
your
they look like this. Although you have the enhancement over the high point, they absolutely really stuff like that. It's the that you know what it does. You also have butter drinks in every province and in every city. Like a province is made up of multiple cities. So you have like a regional provincial basin of Sanhedrin, and then you have smaller Sanhedrin or something in each. That's where it's from. The first class, after most of the class class, you have most of the people in quick class. You have provincial bucket drinks, the mass bucket drink in every. Those are scientific points out there that are very interesting. That I'm not points out in
I don't know why I
Instagram on
paused
the
it. I thought
video.
you were talking. I swear to God, that's why I
What
paused
was
it.
Sanhedrin? How is the guy up with that? He's none. They're done with doing the process as well. He's done with doing the process of the law. He's very interesting. And when the Sanhedrin operates in itself, Sanhedrin and the Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Israel. Upon adjudicates capital cases, he puts laws as well. With the caveat, there is the U.S. Sanhedrin Smith and Barrett, make it as an Barrett for the food source. So what this means is as follows. When there is the proper operational Sanhedrin in Eretz Israel, that is adjudicating capital cases. Now that requires two things. Number one,
You can't hurt us.
simcha,
Because you said
and
that
number
since
two,
we are
if the Sanhedrin is situated in the
can't fight us.
in the
I
Urban
agree
Sanhedrin.
with that.
If you have
Yes.
those two criteria, then the
I
Sanhedrin
like the
is
idea
able
of
to adjudicate
Daniel
capital
Cormier
cases.
or
When a
Cormier
Sanhedrin
making a
adjudicates
video
capital
like
cases
that.
in Eretz Israel,
Yeah, like is he suggesting that you would edit a
outside of
fucking
Eretz Israel
video making
capital cases as well.
that's crazy. Yeah, that would be
That's the
fucked
answer
up.
to this. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. The last
I mean,
thing
much
is
stranger than
remember again,
Joe Rogan said, we got
so
nothing
there's
else to
two
do.
different versions of this, right? The first version,
It's like a
kind of
rich
said, because Sanhedrin
there were
goes
sad
ahead
people
and
on my mom's
executes
Facebook.
once
Yeah,
every
if I would not want to do this,
the
I'd
once
much rather
every 70 years, that we calculated that the exact on the Sanhedrin equivalent, which is not serious. The shitting son of Lotus, or do not island. So let's say 16. Let's go to the Fighting for exactly 21 months. But the dude with the hair is like, dude, Jin knows this. Jin knows this. Actually, a question I have, like, you know, who the fuck, how'd you get John Africa? I don't know. John Africa or something. No, you know what it was? I think, because we were talking about Francis Africa, and I'm fighting all of Africa. We were doing the thing where it's like 100 Cameroonians versus one African. But then there would be for the person that listens.
I was saying John in Africa. John in Africa. I think I left out the in because I was gonna say you need to find John in Africa, and I just said John in Africa. So then it seemed like you said John Jones got John Africa. Dude, I've been doing this for a decade. You get a ton of mistakes. But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why I get upset. Not upset, but it bothers me that there's not more American stars. Because when you're getting tagged as fucking Chechnya, Afghanistan, Iran, all this shit, when you're just jingling is not trying. That's crazy to say that a motivation person. Jingling was your attempt.
What's your trait?
Those are keys.
Let's say
Jingling is keys. Jingling is Christmas. You know, like that Christmas Asian guy, whatever. You know, Merry Christmas. What's his name? Santa Claus. That thing is a cat's collar, dude. You said all this. Jingling is a classic. Sometimes just go back and relive it, dude. Fast Bender. Yeah, like Michael Fassbender. But like the explanation he's giving is like a person that fucked up one name. You don't know any. Yeah. Missing just like a couple. You're missing all the names that aren't every name, and you react. That's how your brain doesn't work. The things was kind of good. John Africa one, I was like, okay, I'm dead because I fuck with that one. That's not right, dude. That's social distancing. That's crazy. I do like that though. They said that because I cannot wait for him to try to say he said Geronimo, and I'm like, that's as close as you get.
If you want to examine
I wonder what he would think Birdo is. Alarcon, good luck. Yeah, no chance. He's probably going to say If three of us, they were looking at being like the co-anchor with fucking Jail, with Dominic Cruz, Karen Bryant, and I was going to be like that fourth chair is a big deal behind Fox, and I was going to do Desiree. For whatever reason, like Dom's going, Jail's going, and all the American names, I get up there, and it's we have to break down. It was a random UFC fight like in Brazil. I don't know what it is. Charlie walks in to your apartment from your house wearing this, dude. And maybe he's been like, okay, is it worse that he just got into drugs? Or is it worse that he does nothing with drugs? It's worse that he just got into drugs and he's just.
You gotta be pretty up close and
I mean, it's very bad to be dressed like this for sure. And just, unless you work on drugs, there's no reason to dress like that. It would be like it would be if I really like trains and I showed up like a conductor here. You get a conductor's outfit. You would
even to be worried about. I would call your doctor. He showed up like he says he has an acoustic screwed out. His money was hard to work.
How do you know that
It's
Timmy
like
was the whole
a lot of times. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's bad.
see the actual that would be no result. That would be one from the like piece of murder. So the reason you reject that line of questioning is because you of course know that the other thing. What about the piece of air?
This is true.
They're say, is that you should say no? Or you don't see the actual act
The
of
names and
maybe
know
you
that they're
can
going to be
convict. How do you
problems
ever convict someone of
he's
immorality?
realized after he fucks the names up, he's like, look what I told you. Even the names right.
You should have been enough.
Before he's
Yes,
drinking
because
big
again,
boys.
when you
You know
testimony
what I mean?
about Bossy or about Elias in general,
That's what he does. Take
you
great.
are obligated
Yeah,
to see
he's
the act.
texting
What are
back.
you obligated to
There's
see?
certain
Like
things he's doing other than
circumstances
work,
that need to
taking
be
years of
caused, like
paper.
when I saw
He does
acting
no
in
proof
Arizona.
whatsoever. We know
Again,
that well.
they're
He's doing a video
everything right
in the
of
morning
actual
right
arrival.
before it
What are
turns
they
on.
going to do?
Let's see.
They're going to see a man behaving in a certain way that fully indicates that for taking sexual activities and what's about
Let's see, the toughest thing he said that not alright. It's crazy how he doesn't know that that's the guy's thing. How could he not just know? It's
So they're gonna have a very beautiful meal for him.
oh, that's great, dude. This guy's having a great
And then
time.
we just started mocking.
He probably realizes that that's what that just hit. He's the only one in the room that realizes it.
Doesn't come out right, but understand. Seeing a man and a woman, not only has been forewarned the man, but he was sitting to see all that's what he really wanted ultimate seclusion. And that's why this is not that triggers all the process. But in general, when witnesses are showing up and they're saying, you've been committed adultery with Shimon's wife. So again, we're operating like school says that halakha and Isa rarely are they ever saying we saw actors. Yeah, that's not what they're saying. But
At
what they're
least one
saying
of Brendan
is we
Trout's
saw
agencies
enough
come on
to
TV
indicate to
open
us
invite
that
for
there
you.
was forbidden
And
sexual
we don't
activity
allow
that
people on our
happened.
show unless they make a
That's
song
how
for us, and then we have to approve the song.
there was some
To a show. A song.
Our first card in Marcus.
All right. This one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 9.
Celebration's over.
It's been a hot week, James, dude. I'm sorry, we're going a little long now.
Yes, now,
Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, with titles like that.
we went hard on the first
No, this guy, this is a big brand on this block. Kind of blew up. That dude. You're not cool, I guess. I don't know. Definitely not if you ever heard of Hailstorm, but here's Sponsored a bunch of sports stuff too. Weird, you don't know about it.
We're going to define exactly what all of these terms mean. Moving closer accidentally to halakha is
I think
that
so.
moving is sent to Dallas to
It's really, if he's wearing it after, is that really a big deal? If he's wearing it before, oh yeah, that's the shocker.
So now we're going to focus on what kind of case actually results in a I'm going to use the word carefully, speculative obligation, punishment, or opportunity regardless, right? We'll just say right now, what kind of act results in the obligation or the killer to go to Dallas? Anyway, Goldman. These are the following people who are sent into Dallas. How old are you
This is,
moving killed
reheated
by
original dish for the record. I called the movie
what
back in
types of
February. He
accidents
posted by that
result in
Ninja
Dallas?
11.
Are you not good or not? You don't listen to this. So what's the idea of interesting is
Rich
you
Dog
have
be like,
plastered roofs, right? So how do you plaster your roofs? You take plaster, and what do you
telling you, I see where you're going with this, but you're off on this. I'm telling you, Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. And this other day, I take my dog outside and walk him, and he got dog walk. Oh yeah, that's a Christian walk. Like North Star, that's an Adam Sandler.
or what
North
happens?
Star, you're talking about Joe Montana. Like North Star, everybody's I'm actually thinking about moving to Austin. Okay, with Texas this weekend. Love Texas. Tatted on my arm. Well, you include those weekend. Love Cleveland. Got it tatted
between my toes.
So you won't deal here this
He
weekend.
falls on shit.
Long good here. Got it tatted on the right arm bit. What you going to have to this weekend? Love after tatted on the lower back. Every time I go to that sell out. Not tickets, bottles of water. I bring bottles of water. Sell out every time. They love it. Are you in Antarctica this weekend? Love Antarctica. Got it tatted on the roof of my mouth. I sell out Antarctica every time. Years. Story. I've been fighting since I was 6 years old. I've been playing football since I was 6 years old. Dude, very cool. I've been doing comedy since I was 6 years old, dude. Wow.
And how
Yeah, it's
emotions
crazy. It's
from
all
that
six.
enough
A
of
lot
that.
happened. That was a big year for Bridges. 6 was 4, but it was pre-quarter.
Right, and upward, and then lost
I know
grip
what you're trying to say, but I
below,
don't know.
right? How you don't look up obviously in Sakaka, or he was
Cortex,
hoisting up the
pre-cortex.
guy, right, and something happened in the next snap, and the barrel fell down.
Prefrontal
Or, not all the hard
cortex.
so other days, how you hold up the sumo,
I've
or
been lifting
moving
weights since I
the
was 6 years old, dude. I've been trying since I was 6 years old,
he
dude.
fell
I've
down
been fucking
ocean.
chicks since I was
How
6
they
years
get
old, dude.
in a
Very
goal.
cool
So
story.
in these
I've
cases,
been glass
occur
window since I was 6 years old.
so most of
Starbucks, it was
the
just us two. She was like, "Oh, you're that funny guy that fights too." True story, yeah. Some Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A, it was just us two. He's like, "Oh, you're that badass that podcast too." It was just us two.
and some type of
True story. Ryan at the GTA 6 release party. It was just that white boy that dog walks you. So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find him? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch him? So you have a movie out called Finding Nemo. Did you ever find him?
I
like it. I like the commitment to the bit. But the dog walking thing is really good. Because that's both clever and stupid. And that's the my favorite is when it's like so dumb, but then so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day.
What should you do?
That could have been the clip itself, and I would have been very happy with that. And I'll remember that for a long time. Thank you.
What we tend to do is like water. You just follow it, just stay there. Meanwhile, in this process, that's what happens to all of us, right?
All right, let's see here. Papa Sat now says free pubescent sports don't matter.
All of your circumstances,
I think
but
this is
there
a
are
huge
always
development, very important
circumstances that
on
are
the show posted by Danny
within our
Kaufman too.
sphere of
I mean,
influence.
if you guys aren't
So
aware,
you're
let's just
not
catch
in
up
a
really quick.
good spot in life.
Go for it.
If you got to yourself, go there.
Oh,
Change
dude,
your
I
spot.
drive my kid to
Change your
baseball
place.
practice.
Change
Oh my
whatever
God.
circumstances you can and change your situation. Or at least begin to change your situation around. Incredible. All right, same thing, Mara. We're not
Just
having
let
it.
you guys know, I don't know if you guys are keeping aware or anything, but he does go to baseball a lot. Yeah, that's the first time talking about it. Here's the thing, he's been driving his son to baseball practice since he was 6 years old.
With an upward
Even if
motion,
your kid's a
he's
baller,
not
under 14 billion, no, yeah.
But you can't
Until they're like 15, 16, it's tough to tell. Like, pro or just dominating. Yeah, it's really don't matter. Well, but that you should know, though, what's the one thing I don't know size of people, it's just a game.
accidental killer. The Chinese overflow
To me, it's life. To me, it's a way of making it so they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the outcome. So, if your son thinks it's anything, he's experiencing
someone else can bring your emotion. So looks like it's not a lot of things. It's a possibility.
Yeah, let's say that.
This is Raka.
That's pretty good. Let's see. Here, let's go.
We're going to unpack
Okay,
this
so,
entire.
Caterpillar Hot 7539, loser yourself.
You can see, by the way, you notice on your
I don't think he
you have
posted
the
all
tsukin.
this.
So if you just take a look at the tsukin we're talking about.
If you
This is
have,
the tsukin of
one
the
shot,
block.
one
So it's reducing the fact, reducing the fact, our in the block.
to
It
capture
does go to yourself again, tsukin, now that to be more.
he's got
So
his
then
sick
it's a series of
ass.
techniques.
That is a crazy ass looking thing, dude. That comes like that, man. I will say Papa's looking
It
good.
means that
It's like he's got skinny as fuck, dude. Can you imagine if you saw Papa, like, oh no, he's very serious right now. You see, this seems like Bob. Maybe
some
this
of the
really
things
is.
accidentally. We're
Papa
talking about
has
the
been doing
Chicago.
well.
This
This is
is the
the one
Chicago.
thing that's true.
Fuck
Yeah,
amazing.
that he's ever
This
said.
comes
Three,
to
four.
some of the kills
He
intentional.
fits. This
We
one
talk about
fits.
this.
Drugs didn't
That
really make
the
sense. Fish.
cities of
No, he
refuge
doesn't give a
was
shit about
set
his
up
family.
for people who
But
killed
that bow hunting,
accidentally.
he would
Not
actually
for
be
people
pretty
who
good
killed
at it.
intentionally.
Yeah,
Back again, if you were an intentional
And
killer, right, you didn't
you gotta be
intentionally kill
careful.
Shimmy and decide
If
to run
somebody,
through your McLuck,
if
what
he
do
was
you do?
this outside
You
my
get out.
property, that's
You come
fine.
out. Let me talk about this.
Terrifying.
We put
But
it
I
out
want
and
to.
we
I
send it.
definitely would like to be
stand
killed by a
trying
bow and
to
arrow by
so
British shot.
if he
But
dies,
if he's gonna try and kill me, I think that would be pretty
Shimmy
goddamn
out
funny.
intent.
I'm walking my
Fuck
dog
in
and
the
then an
sky.
arrow goes through my leg.
This excludes someone who
He's just
killed
crystally trolling the
that's
Muslim on
obvious.
Sky
You know, it's fuck in the
2305.
sky. So you know,
I know
it's
this is
amazing.
supposed to be
She's
your
got
eyes
back
when
pocket.
that's what he does.
Listen, now obviously, if
jumped
there's
unconscious.
intention,
I jumped out of the
then he's
octagon.
amazing.
I was the
Amazing
cover of
things
Toronto
that
News.
didn't
Yeah.
drive
Oh, yeah,
penalty.
that's why this
I
is
know,
serious
I'm
about
not
it.
fucking up on
Okay,
that
well,
much.
you were bragging
You
about
know,
it. All right,
it's
look,
It also happened on the night of John Jones versus Alexander Dustin, which is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
Really?
You didn't coach him.
Yeah.
But when you
Really?
go ahead and say, you didn't stand up, you didn't say, I thought it was
Okay,
Mika.
again,
I thought it
making
was
it about
Mika.
you, which
So
I
listen, you
appreciate,
see what
but
happens when you don't pay attention to
I
shit.
told the UFC,
I
I turned down their
thought
initial
it was
offer.
Mika.
I was like,
Now,
I'm
I
going to
was
win this
talking
one,
about
then
legitimate
renegotiate.
case.
So
But you
all
were
my
actually
sponsors
thought
were
that
up at
wasn't
this
good
fight.
enough.
My UFC
Interesting enough,
contract was up at
you're
this
not saying
fight.
like this.
So if I would have lost, I'd
Even though
been
you
fucked.
will not
Happy as
some things that what he did
so
was
that's
Mika,
money after that.
he won't execute
And
it
that's how you
under the
became a billionaire.
circumstances, but at the same time,
The
what?
first UFC
At the
billionaire.
same time, he doesn't go regardless.
Why do people like
Like,
this,
he's
man?
not sentenced to exile. You don't get to
They're
Mika.
both kind of funny.
This is
This
only
shop
Mika.
is doing your thing where he does
Mika.
like eye
Honestly, what's
contact.
that mean?
Basically,
Says Mika. Isn't that honest? I
sort
know
of
that.
had a way down to trolling.
Now, I hope
But
that
yeah,
only
I would
Mika,
watch the whole thing.
when you don't
Really
get
interesting.
Shimon, and you
And
don't
I like the
get Mika,
editing too, because it's showing that like
color
shots.
remains.
It just getting
Okay,
trolled, but you know
anyways,
he's probably
it's not showgate. It's not showgate. Like, why isn't it showgate? Why isn't that accidental? But why?
this poster is
Because there was
Mike Redmark
intentionality.
years.
It's not
When
missing
you accidentally
because he
turn to
didn't
the
have a
front,
mind to thought
nothing
it
better
was
than a
Nick.
night and
So
chatting
it's
on
only
it.
what he had
Waste
isn't
of world.
showgate.
When
It's
was this
color
posted?
remains.
3D.
Right? It's color. It's not missing. It's
Yeah,
executed.
very
But at
boring
the same time,
content.
you also
Just to
go
trigger
to
your face.
dollars. 3 guys without impacting the stabbing. This is
The
like
albino
Havana. It's
here
obviously
is
not just
same
the
thing.
stabbing.
Yeah.
She back at all. How do you say, well, say,
Yeah.
if everything goes to the living and
Take
catches
one.
goes
No
to me,
problem.
then ultimately, again, he's liable to death penalty. There's none of that was the case. Fact, in the stabbing, not only Sabahim of the heart of Sa'ad. Interesting. What about Ruben? Nice to look at this. Ruben had intention to
Another
kill,
influencer is
had
that
intention
Tank.
to hunting, had
That's
intention to
Tank.
kill a
Oh
deer,
shit,
but
Tank.
instead he
Oh
killed
wow. Oh yeah,
Shimon.
that is
Or,
Tank from. Wow, Tank was a
you see,
dog.
Laura gets the job.
Tank's like, you know, it normally takes me about 50 years,
Also not
but
liable to
Tank's
death penalty. Like, I end up
actually
killing
got
these
it.
12. The new fell Baharad Ben Kaima. The intention to kill himself, like an unviable child, but instead he killed a regular person. Okay, so all of these cases, interestingly enough, you don't go to Dallas. Why don't you go to Dallas? Why not?
Hell yeah.
Because it wasn't fully accidental. Like, there was intentionality for an act of bloodshed. Just for the person to quote unquote the permitted
You know
act,
what I mean?
it turned out to be a prohibited act. So again,
This one is
because
posted by Sweet
some level of
Fashion
intentionality, you can't go. You're obviously you're not going to be executed for
I
that.
don't know why.
Also, can't go to Douglas because there was some level of
Does he post
intentionality.
that?
Turn around, hold on. Aim to pass that.
Does yeah. That's right.
The parents of it.
She knows
She's
sending out
a
that
same.
signal.
I also keep the best days. You
Two
know,
of these. Okay, this is the last one for the day.
is
Go.
walking
Okay, Joe,
with a
you
knife.
can't watch that.
And that's
Can't do that.
Like,
You gotta
why?
subscribe
I don't
to
know.
this.
You know, like mother always told me
Subscribe to
don't
that
understand.
Patreon.
Like, he's having some
You can't get
mothers
their
who right so he decided, you know, after the going on
This is the last one. Eric Booker posted this one, how it started,
Like,
how
that's
it's
what
going.
Right? So the night says, now again,
Okay,
let's
let's
just
not
walking
watch
like
this.
that.
It's
Well,
a,
that's around the corner.
his wife
around
will
the
blow you
corner.
to death.
And he ends up
Yeah.
doing Shimon. Now again, he didn't have intention to kill Shimon. He was just holding an out. Yeah, that's what was happening. You know, it's like, so the nice stuff, this creature is here. He's not that like, why won't you go to Dallas? He's not at the level of intentionality. You can't say that this is totally accidental. On the other hand, of course, definitely executed because Jim didn't kill Shimon.
Fancy
The
yourself
Lord
a fisticuffs.
without animosity,
He's not
fact
funny
is
at
so
all.
this comes to
And
a
he
true
said that,
open again. Enemies. What we'll talk about. this more.
Switch it up on
Like when I said again, if there's
Gotta
some
pick up the
true
joke.
beef, between
Pretty silly. Yeah,
ultimately
because you
again,
got
me
silly on
and
mine.
we'll see what
And
to
it
do.
was so much
But
fun. I mean, it's my own projection for thinking it wouldn't get that way, but
me too.
I told Brian, like, Mark's usually pretty serious, doesn't get really thrown out ultimately a fit. I was like, I love him though. I listen to his podcast all the time. I'm like, I'm a fan. Talk to him a few times at the comedy store, but I kind of avoid him because I see him in your hair. I was like, I thought he's avoided him, and then he came out. It was great.
He's got done this just love this
This
hero.
comes to exclude the case. I will tell you this moment I'm going down. You
Or
reach
something like
and the
this.
person said very far.
Force
Below
figure.
severe,
And you know,
without
he's a partner.
intentional,
Fits
or
right
to say
in.
below statements without intention to kill.
I love his podcast too.
Litsada,
and Dax
Shepard,
Shepard,
Litsada.
and
It comes to exclude his words. Imagine for a moment
incidentally-
giving for a rock.
Oh man, I feel bad. I don't like this era
But
of
it went to
Papa,
the
dude.
right and it
It's
ended
not
up
for me.
playing Shimmy.
Just agree and everything. Don't worry.
We
Yellow
did
over.
not have
Well, that's it for this week.
the scouting results.
Yeah, man.
Their intention
Join
is
us
instead
these
it went
episodes.
before.
Other
So
than
listen,
that,
it should be
have a great
interesting. What's the theme over here?
Uh,
When does Ruben go to Dallas? Essentially, when the video toll accident, right, he did not have in mind at all. What you begin to see is any situation where Ruben had some level of intentionality. Some level of intentionality. Even if it wasn't intentional to kill an animal, but he killed a person. They throw a rock, 2 on this, and it
Listen,
went
I
4
also
on this, right? He rounded the
dudes are
corner,
slinging
he was on the other corner.
like a
If there's
Dana
a level of
White,
intentionality,
Rogan.
that level of intentionality to make it higher. But in view of him from getting to Dallas, Dallas is only like exiled but is only presenting someone who is a full and complete shoulder. If there's any level or little bit of some intentionality, no Dallas. This was a easy to detail, but you want to continue to the one that will stop. So what says that so ultimately again it's interesting. Look at the color phases this. Where is all this happening? In the forest. So even like if I'm not a case, if I was was where Ruben is going ahead and chopping wood in the forest, and what happens? So when I see somehow he ends up killing Shimmy. Whether it's because the axe flies off or because his wood flies off. But the kind of no case is what's happening in the forest. So it was a live forest. So the majority Christians that were not have told the music of the massacre. Because a forest is a place where both teams have the right to do that. And if I let the house of just forest again, so living in similar related. So again, any time there's a progress is like both parties do that. You know, for example, if Shimon comes into this property uninvited and it happens to Shimon, so you don't necessarily right? Or conversely, if you didn't go to Shimon's property, also such to be accidental, and it could be an accidental death. A number of facts have to be in place. The one we established, zero intentionality, right? And number 2, it has to be an area where both parties are committed to be. Next, third thing that we have on the so now this is an interesting case here. For the older Basulam, the Mishmash Hashkulam is nothing. Those are locked. Let's say Ruben is going up all around. And what happens? The wrong buckles and the movement, and therefore then it falls down onto Shimon. Now let's say Shimon says, no, what is down in this case? And let's say, now what's unique about this case? What's unique about this case? On one hand, which direction is Ruben going? And yet, how this is versus force, down. So China is now, let's say Ruben falls down on Shimon. So what is this? What is in this? If you don't put Shimon with a couple of things, no Dallas. Downward motion, there is Dallas. So what are you doing with things like this? You know, on one hand, he's looking to go up, and he's going up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that forms the distance of the line
like it's
that
such a
cause
watch.
him to come down. So what do you do? Because the plasmatic case of the ladder will be going down together. Plasmatic case, when he's coming down the ladder, he slips off and he falls down. In this case, he's going up, so it's already up. But at the same time, there's a downward force that broke the run that caused him to fall down. So is that called Aliyah or Yerida? So he's going to say, no, so no, Aliyah. Is this called ascension? Is this called Aliyah? And therefore, you're not going regardless, or you're reading, or is this called going down?
This is so funny.
Now, on that though, you read that shit with yourself Aliyah. So for instance, okay, you touched on this already. This is the case of Yerida Yitzhak Aliyah. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Not to say that it's Vanagata. Vanagata can be needed to Yitzhak Aliyah. Bahala Pino Me'el Yerida. So what I suggest over here, we spoke about this before.
If you want to see us even more of us, Danny,
Downward force.
I am light as
This is
shit,
called the
guys.
descent. This is called the
A big
descent.
tyranno see
And
more of
therefore,
us.
how
So
long
if you- also, if you want early access to us, go to the Patreon. Oh, yeah, do we don't want to sleep on that, dude. No,
Hey, City Motors,
Oh, that's
Zach, Bob, this is
I
the
look
rule.
back here for Tater Tots, though, dude.
Coaching
Tater
guys,
Tots
you got
equals
to go
early
now.
access.
Show up again, you got
No,
to
they're not.
go.
They're not here for this. They're not here for the sound.
Anything,
even here for
anything
Alpha
to place
Pop.
someone.
You always send us a shop to start the timer. Oh, look at my iPad right here. Oh, it's tinkling. You
Love that
fuck,
scene.
dude, the iPad.
Here comes this case. Up and down,
It's too
up the line, even
Let's see
up
what
and
time
again.
posted this.
Pressure exerted downward. That
It's
causes
called
the run to
RIP
break.
to Optimus hamstrings. Again, those are definitely the strides of a former UFC NFL D1 football player. Hamstrings, why? Okay. That's why I see this.
Come to as my LLC.
Let's see if I can outgrow my UFC D1 football player.
So the case, the butcher is like where butcher
NFL's out
is,
Division 1.
what do you call it?
Like, why would you put Division 1?
Chucky, thank you. And what happens?
Yes,
Down with
I
the
say all the
it's down.
I should say, you know, against the podcasting, there is food truck, marketing truck, yeah, marketing teachers, those are way bigger than
What's cutting?
Tuesday.
What's the deal? That's he kills in front of him, he's Skype, in back of him, he's Potter.
He looks like he's trying to do
Bless you. Tiny, he does the hard look on a Potter. Another guy, he kills in back of him, he's Skype, in front of him, he's Tiny, he does. They in front of him, the Akar Kayut. Whether he kills in front of him or in back of him, he's Kayut. Because he does in the Akar Potter. Now, I'm not going to say that he kills in front of him, back of him, Potter.
And why is it
What
bad?
is this? Look how it's not a contradiction, it's very simple. Can be a reason for the partner value for the Akar. Right? So when I'm just talking about
There
this,
is a song
now
playing,
you're
but
both
you can
saying,
see
for the
he chases
butcher,
her down,
it's
beats her
true,
up,
right? When he chops
throws
through,
her
what
to
is
the
he
ground,
doing?
walks
First,
away, all happy.
he goes off, and then he comes
Now
out.
they're grifting the
So
couple
again,
scene. Until that.
Can
Oh,
be
new
reason
thing.
for us. And
I
it
like
also
that.
says that
Okay.
his sky is in front
Thought
of
it was
him.
gonna
We're
be
talking
a
about
bring
his
back the
skills
pizza
to make
game.
down emotional
No,
because of him.
couple
Value shall
You can never predict what's
versus when
next.
he's
I'll give it
formulating
that.
that,
Did
right?
you see that
Upper
coming?
motion,
I
that
didn't
doesn't.
come
And value shall
only when they posted the first
the
video.
second right says
That
talking about
first
a
video
case
of them
of
like
where the
doing
idea
some sort of
is in
activity
front of
together.
him.
Like,
And
oh,
you
it's
read
gonna
it
be
in back
likes
of
they're
him.
gonna keep on doing. It kind of makes sense though because they're moving to Texas. They did some kind of kind of moving it. They both had things that were like, but I can't wait moving to Texas. And I'm like, oh, I'm moving to Texas. I gotta get my cowboy hat. It's like I gotta get camo pants, man. They both saw each other posting like, what
It
if?
goes with the upward motion of the leg, wherever that upward motion is taking place, ultimately again is going to be hotter. Incredible.
I have
So
a
many
feeling
people
it's
know.
going to start
So again,
being done talking about the clip whenever you push
still
this out.
focused on our case
Could
over
be,
here.
dude.
Moving to
All
up
right,
the
this was
ladder,
posted by Danny
right? And when
Kaufman
he
too. It's
presses
called
down
Papa
on
Wants
the
to
run, the
Assault
run
Mark Bear.
breaks and he falls down on
Let's see
chin.
here.
So that is
It
what we
looks
call
like
Aliyah or
Here's
Yuza
the funny
Itself
where
Aliyah.
I come from
There is
is Mark
downward
Baird
motion,
with all the
but the
shit talk
downward
he's
motion
talking
is for
about
the
with all
purpose
the
of going
Roganverse.
up. So
And
now,
you guys aren't
how do
going
we
to know
look
this.
at that?
He
Is
needs to
that
get fucking
called
punched in the
assent?
face.
Or is that
That's how
called
this should go.
consent?
If you talk all this shit,
Right?
you get physically
Why?
assaulted,
Because if it's
you're going to
assent,
stop,
we
or
are.
I will snap
That's
his
how
fucking
it
neck.
goes. If it's me,
It
that's
sounds like you're
consent.
saying that right.
Here's
I
how
know
it
that
goes.
was
So
time
which one
really
is
good.
it? Which one is it? Limited tonight. What's the last short
What
line?
is
Limited
Crystal
tonight.
saying?
How
Like,
you always
he's gotta get
finish with
fucked up.
touching the
Yeah, is
back
Crystal not fucking
If you bring
being the
what's going up
voice
the
of reason
ladder,
here?
and ultimately
He's not
again,
gonna.
the run
He's not gonna tell him not to hit.
and ascending the ladder.
That's fine.
So tiny card that's
Oh,
you.
I think he's
Tiny,
right.
you got first that says he's
You might be
tired.
right.
One to say
He's
he's
got a
clever.
completely
So
insane
I'm
percent
not
of
going to start not
Eric's like,
The
I
mindset-
guess you're right.
the
We gotta
mindset
fuck
of
him up.
this is not
The next time we go to the comic store, we see Bear getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys.
Well, the
Should go behind him like you talk all this shit, behind him like you get physically assaulted, you're going to stop, right? You fucking cuck.
Right? Why?
Why is Bear in a cup? What does Bob with cup mean? That's what I feel like I've said this really want to know.
Every
Define it.
requires pressure
You
down.
gotta define it.
If you're going to say that any ascent,
That's him
right,
when he sees you. He's like,
that
oh, it's
ultimately
just
again we call you Liga,
Is he scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh, yeah. He may be scared of me. And that's funny. He's such a bitch. I mean, in the he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, oh, puppy. And he tells me, now it's something. I go, dude, don't worry about it. I love you, dude. I let him
to go ahead and get
you.
ladders,
Yeah, dude.
break the one that's descending the ladder, fall down
Oh, you punch me, motherfucker.
you do not go to grass. That's the has to be that.
Don't complain to your cats. You fucking cuck.
Coming is up, coming is
What
up.
the fuck?
And
You
the verse says that it's kind of
somebody
$5,000.
fucks out for clout.
Cloud.
Oh,
Damages.
yeah, okay, you're cooking on that.
Let's say you didn't go up the ladder, it's still on, as it's going up, you fall down on chin and it doesn't fit. You need this, what's that like? That damages. But listen, if I snap,
Don't complain to your cats.
that
Go do your shitty comedy and go back into your dungeon.
Oh, man.
a person is liable for any damages.
Throwing glass at a stone head out of
Definitely,
yeah. Dude, that's
that
well
was
said.
that says that he's
Yeah,
further.
dungeon,
That's talking
dude,
about
you
the
fucking,
Levi's
your house
baby
baby is like
all the dollars. Both are talking about
storage
dollars.
facility, or at least your podcast thing is. Well, I was talking about
The other possible is talking about as follows.
oh, that's even
Yeah,
crazier.
that's what I said. One is talking about a worm-eaten
Go to your
ladder.
shitty
So
comedy.
let's say, the run
Yeah, I think that's crazy to stop to say for sure. That's, if there was a crowd in front of them,
body. So that's what I'll say. If Dan King was to go ahead and step on it with a break,
Go back into your dungeon.
why
See, this is
because
what I do. I'm done being nice to him.
Because
Now I'm
it's talking
available.
about a ladder that's not really capable
I
of
don't think so.
going ahead
When were you
and
ever nice to me?
and sustaining
He's
this
a big
ascent.
fan.
That's considered to be
Shot was a
descent, and
comedy
therefore
nerd. He
would
was a
probably
singer
be
at
not
WTF
kind
all the time.
of look at actually just want to talk to you. It's still
I get it, dude. I understand.
whatever you have is wrong, what's going to
I
happen?
think we gotta kill
It's sad.
He's gonna step
It's like
up.
therefore by
He's
definition,
gotta go.
that
It
is
sounds a lot more like a
descent.
dolphin.
So
I
the brothers to
understand.
the matter, we believe,
I
the
get
Lord
it.
is here in Hallelujah.
Underage people.
Incredible.
Let's see.
All the other
What else
parts
we
of
got
the
here?
country,
Anything
says,
else on that one?
everybody say, how about go is
Nah.
both you
This one
talking
is
about
posted by
cases of
Flash
riders,
Gold
but not
Access
even
to
by one, so it's not
Calabasas
just
Scouts
of
are
the
out on
huddle
hard streets
of
of
the
Austin,
rumble.
Texas.
One is talking about a case where the run is properly fastened in place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in place. Meaning what? If it's properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And therefore, they have also raised that if the one breaks, if you're going to descending, that's called ascent, and ultimately again is that pipe going. If it wasn't properly
But now
fastened
that
in
we know
place,
they're doing the
then
couple
that's going to
steps,
be called descent, and
it's
there's a
kind
new
of just
pipe. So what I say, it sounds
doesn't
like the
mean
device
that
thing was
goes
like
along
this.
with.
But how often when I
Now
saw
he'll have
if
to
you
think
think
about
going
being
up
at
the
the
ladder, in a
guest
regular case, assuming that the ladder is a proper ladder, right? It's not when ladders, right? Properly the ladder. No, as you snap the rung. Even though why is the rung being snapped? Why is it snapping? Because of the downward pressure, but we don't
is
look
not
at
AI.
that as
Yeah,
descent,
that's
rather
wild,
than
dude.
you
If the
view that
tongue is, the
ultimately
funny thing,
as
like, say, with this last
ascent.
race,
And therefore, Allah Ta'ala
there's a
would
lot of stuff
not
that happens.
go
Basically,
to
he's
God
making
with
the
him
tongue
as
sound.
Allah without lyrics. They said, Haya Ola Rasiba. There it is. Haya Ola Rasiba.
People ever get to the
بالنسبة
point where that's a big
لبعض
we do.
أسرع
I've had accidents that like to usually get
and what happens as it goes up, snaps, and
picture of me while
as it snaps, he
it's
falls
just
down
my
and
dad whenever they're on like traveling in the group chat.
Tucker and then cut bubbles. Ultimately, again, using this Tucker from the reliable side, because it's solar Aliyah, it's called Aliyah. So Aliyah, but the ultimate downward motion, when you think it's going up, it's called upward. Right? Aliyah would say, no, it's Aliyah with solar Aliyah. Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of going up. Right? So Aliyah with solar Aliyah is exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up. It's not called Aliyah, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when you think it's ascending, now again, remember, if it's a lot is ladder, right? Or if it's what's it, like a construction ladder, again, then that's a different kind of case. But assuming that it's a proper ladder, but even though again, when moving going up, he's exerting downward pressure, that is called ascension. Allah Ta'ala, so moving would not be decided to in that case. So it looks like that's in the dark. But then you see from here, Yehuda Aliyah is called Aliyah. It's like a lot of times in life, you wonder what to think. That life is like perpetual is really upwards. It's not like that. You have one of those experiences when things are unfolding spiritually, and then something happens, and then you are thrown into this valley. And so frustrating and so upsetting when a person feels like all of my work, everything I did to build myself up is now gone because I look at this separately what happened. So that's what I'm looking at in this practice. When you descend, like when you have the Yehuda, when you have the spiritual descent, it offers us an incredible opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our weaknesses, right? When I make a mistake in this area, when I just backstop in life, that teaches me, that shows my spiritual place. If I use those moments of the week to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build that better, so it turns out that
I guarantee if I go on a podcast, they talk shit about Brian, you, Jeff Dye,
so what's the halacha?
Beachy.
If you're spiritually descent,
I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand for road, like Kreischer wouldn't stand for podcast.
but it turns out that even the descent in life, ultimately you're going to judge as an ascent. Even the Yehudos
Brian,
are considered to be in a
Jeff
Yehuda.
Dye,
The Yehudos are used ultimate power. So listen, this video was beautiful
And he
things
just
in
accepts it, dude.
When you
Dye
fail,
is like
when you
best
fail,
friends with
our
each
hold
other.
is
Like,
not to
he's
wallow
tearing
in
out
it.
stand-up
When
comedy.
you fail, our hold is to ask ourselves, why did I
It's
fail?
like Jeff Dye really the things that we want for the
What
job
can I
to come
learn
back
about,
to
my life?
jokes.
How
That's why it's so
through my
bad.
weaknesses can
Jeff
I grow
does
to become a
want
better
to come
person?
back to
If
his
in those
shows
moments
now.
of failure,
They're
I
the
learn
guys
about
that
myself,
like
I
to hang
build
out
myself
together. They're
even
both
stronger.
bad.
When the
They both
failure
think they're
itself,
good.
when you read
they don't. What are you talking about? Yeah, I always think
you read that stuff becomes about
With
spiritual
about
ascension.
8 to
The readers are just
12-year-olds.
so just read that.
Myself,
From the state to work, become the opportunity to learn about ourselves, to build yourself back even stronger, and even when you read that, is when I read that. It then becomes a reader with Sarah, and I look for myself, I step for myself, exactly. Yehuda, it's all Aliyah, it's called descent. And descent is ascending,
and
descent
so it's standing in
is
for
part of the
Crystal,
book,
making
and it's
Crystal a
spiritual.
joke.
Was I?
And Brandon looks at you and he smiles and goes, yeah.
Alright, guys, in a
And
good
then,
night,
but he
everyone.
also already admitted that part. He was just like, this is your platform. I'm just not going to say it. Yeah, but on other shows, he's like, I would fuck everyone up. I don't give a fuck who you are, I'll fuck you up. I'll rip your fucking neck off.
Especially if you're a cuck. He hates cucks.
Oh yeah, not only a cuck, but a cluck. Dude, don't even get started on that dating. This one here, we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Holly sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube we call mechanic install. Brendan Shop Holly Performance. With help from my boy Jay. If the mechanic has a face when you drop the car off, dude, I'll be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. This is the last thing you want to see. This is a messed out mechanic right here.
I wonder if, yeah, no, definitely not. I wonder if Brennan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brennan is the guy that asked that. Or maybe he's just too much more professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fam. Now take the picture.
No, I take a picture of what I made my funny face. I teach a whole geometry class in labs, dude.
Yeah, it's weird looking.
That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure, right?
Parallel. It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or Brainiac. Yeah, definitely. I see that. Pinky in the brain.
Just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why?
Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too.
How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get under the lips, dude.
He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on a little bit, you know?
Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you gonna do with that, dude?
Get the job's done.
Yeah. That was like a kid's power drill. It looks like tiny as an ant.
Like, I gotta give him something.
He's working on the corner of the kid. Making out, anyways,
They tried to hire me. I was like, I can't do that on podcast.
Holly was Holly. Of course, it's just like other stats. Yeah. Just other partnerships. You got Holly Performance in Texas. Do you think it's that just like on the tweet, so we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Isn't that just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we gotta work with shop areas.
What did they? That is a good question.
Yeah.
What is it exactly?
Should I ask ChatGPT?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens is like shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening to make them do ads with it. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose, tag us. I guess that's fine. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy.
I'm asking right now.
Yeah, like what they get out of it.
Yeah. And it's on thinking mode, so we're gonna go to answer.
Oh, good.
Let it sit there for a second. Anyways, you wanna get a sound on the sound? Okay. Alright, this was my moonwalker. Called always been into cosplay. Always been into the wow.
Man, literally and figuratively wears a lot of hats.
So first of all, it's 2021. And you know, the Baba narrative goes to what?
Form, trans down. We paid it.
Yeah, I know, of course. So, keep up. And what was he doing in that? What was he doing circa 2021?
I guess he was trying to be like, yeah, like, I make fun of them.
You're looking at him using your brain damage. Oh, was he doing it in LA 2021?
Stand up.
He was going to coffee shops threatening to fight security guards.
That too.
Just like that.
They don't know who you're describing into the place. And he had a Gucci fanny pack, and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight jeans. We kept saying he was part of the big button pipe. He had a scooter with blue brake lines. He made a picture of him outside of the scooter.
Texas 2025. I mean, honestly, dude, the Republican
The boss says, most of the time, what is most of the time?
Everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? Papi, bro. Listen, bro. They're dangerous. They're like, it's a dangerous species. There's an axe there. Right above the shoulder, so you can imagine how second one was very funny. If you're shocked, how do you make sure that the lies you tell on your podcast don't correct because you're so big and funny and all this stuff. Thread with like talking
My list. I mean, you know, why did you guys call me this?
It's always down because both are dumb. Like if he was just like,
One
kill something, he's more show. But that is like also stupid. Where he's like, I'll kill you. I don't know. I'm not sure what he.
all that's the part thing is it's called life. That's
You know, like if you have a podcast, people that you do stand-up comedy. So let's say,
damn, bitch.
just acts like it's all him. Yeah, it's like it's a movie. So he goes on his whoever this hunter was, and they killed the actual deer. And they're like, about that in their podcast. He chops eyes. He said that if he was expecting it, or it's an interesting tease, discuss and not what it is, which is fucking talking about. Play it again. What's more first? Actually, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That is kind of again. I like this. Jesus, more out of conversation. What's more first? How are you supposed to respond? Jesus does return. Even Jesus is your person. You might return as artificial intelligence. Oh yeah, artificial intelligence. Gonna just go be with God. I don't even understand what you're saying. This is who is this guy like that.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. I've been in my life. No one's been more supportive. He's what are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe Rogan. Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Catholicism. That's true, and this is just an extension of that. Maybe Joe Rogan. What if? Okay, what are you saying about that? Yeah, and then the Unitarian, what is everything called? Unitarian Universalist. So don't get me started on that. Okay, what if? Stay with me, maybe it'll kill me. What if AI we come back as Joe Rogan? Right. So it's like AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about trigger groups. What's more powerful than that in AI? Here's my thing. I'm Joe Rogan. Ready? Dude, I'm not talking about AI, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and give me the fucking middleweight champion. Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. You don't think Jesus is going to go that far? I'll take that. No striking. Yes, he's Darth Vader, Jesus. I think Jesus comes back. I think Jesus already did come back. Yes. That's when the Joe Rogan lost it. It's when he said, what if Jesus is here right now? His name's French. I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot. Stand up for yourself. Have some respect for yourself. That this guy, right? That's, yeah, wow, it's intense life. You suck. You suck ass. You're horrible. You know, and you have a great set. I mean, I think that's a spaceship. That's a very favorite picture. What if AI came back as God? I'm like, I'm here in a spaceship. Dude, I know how much fucking money this costs me to say some stupid fucking shit like that. It's fine. You're in my spaceship. I don't even want you in here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. I wanted to say another word. I like that. The guy's mad because, like, Joe Rogan was just racist his amazing set. I think that's funny. That's a great. But I also say,
What is going on here?
Like AI left, not Jesus. No, you're right. This guy put on a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid, some anus stupid shit. They're doing this for the viewers. Go inside and put your brain on. How dare you sit in our orange chair and say some shit like that? Fuck you. Oh, sure. I want to watch this episode too. I haven't seen it yet. This was supposed to be appropriate. 9:30. Christianity is real because people are nice.
The scripture, to me, is what's interesting. It's fascinating. This religious podcast. Wow, I think it's a UFO podcast.
So why is he? Rogan is so annoying that he comes on and just whatever he wants to talk about, what you're talking about. It's a fucking space podcast and a spaceship. He starts talking about scripture. He's like, dude, I fucking love church, right? And you gotta go because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, I was gonna talk about space and spaceships and aliens, but dude, when you in the pew and they, you word of Christ, you're like, what are you fucking babbling about? Fucking billionaire psycho.
That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, the only thing I have experience with, it works.
Yeah, people can't stop Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. So what are you talking about? He was talking about Christianity works really well. I mean, I didn't know I had him on because I have a set. I wanted to talk about aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church or something. Dude, Joe Rogan sucks. Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection. He said the pastor actually knows more than the pastor about God. Yeah, but Joe Rogan's cool. He got you a gift. Yeah, he bought me an activity. I put it in my space. Yeah. Sign, man. Joe. With the crowns. Joe with the crowns. We should change that up. We're getting rid of that. You should put a crown on top. You're right. We should do that.
That's fine.
And that would probably be, if she came here, she'd probably be super duper Christian. Paul C, dude, get on it, dude. Real quick. Yeah, who else has to sacrifice? Yeah. You know what I got a problem with, dude? Listen, this is 10 minutes job, but we got to talk about Christianity once a week. Yeah. You know what I got a problem with? That's the narrative. That's what I'm saying, the narrative, dude. Why do they, like, celebrate his death? Like, the Muslim way of killing him, that's what, like, symbolizes America. It's like, yeah, this fucking, made this motherfucker bleed on the cross, dude. And then the cross is beautiful. It's like, no, dude, that fool died on the cross. Yeah, no, that's a good design for sure. The fuck, what kind of crazy fucking ritual is this? We're praising the death of some prophet. You know what that's like? I was watching Girl Poppy. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to a grandchild. It's like a cross necklace. I want to get that on my necklace. Get the Gringo Poppy poster right in the Dallas skyline. Yeah, what's up, Dallas? Yeah, you push a button and says, what's up, Dallas?
People that are Christians that go to this church that I go to that I meet that are really kind and
You have $1 billion. Yeah, you know. If Cody had more than he has now, I'd be a lot nicer. Oh, yeah. God damn. Of course they're nice to you. Fucking Joe Rogan. Yeah. So stupid. That's like saying open mic scene in Austin. The kindest people. Yeah, it's like the most cutthroat place. You got like 30 spots. That's millions of comedy guys. But Joe Rogan comes around and they're like, we suck your dick. Yeah, they're going to be nice to you. You're a famous person. We know you're gay. We will suck your dick. He's like, I went to this fucking mosque and they just fucking face and they were like, fuck you. And fuck your mother. No, you're fucking Joe Rogan and rich and famous. You should be. He has no idea. They'd be like, yes, man, no one has told you you're not funny. That's, there you go. Anyway, you know, they're not telling you the truth. There's a problem.
they're even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It works.
I love today though. I did want this. Oh yeah, they're taking too long. And I felt bad, and then I realized how much I honked. I wasn't even that pissed. Like I had honked a lot. You know that?
Driving my son to baseball practice.
And where in the fucking Bible does it say I can't honk my horn, dude? Nowhere, dude. You go to a fucked up church in Europe. They tell you that you're fucking 6'2". They don't even say your height over here, my church, dude. All right, let's see what this is about. This is sponsored by Danny Kaufman too. So let's do a pop culture early. Video blow some lovely exotic guns to the blood. So he's Papa Me, Papa Head. Like Jack.
So that's like 6 representing the people.
You know what I'm saying? I think you're right. A little bit of attention goes a long way. He didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is. And he's flying out on a private jet. And have a theater line to Carlson. To get some stuff. Yeah, weird night, but he's like, important on the scene. Right? So,
One fucking sentence. Story when you guys are talking about this. You guys talk about the moon. Great book story.
Oh, that's Sean's truck, everybody. That's the shopster's truck. How's that making it happy? Oh, that's hilarious.
I would have been
Hey, truck guy? Truck guy? What are you doing? Truck guy, no, truck guy left. Truck guy What fucking sense? Dude, I'm just kidding. This right now. This was my secret power. How long until Bob is a fan? I will say,
So whatever the
I've never
negative
seen Nick
is,
Fuentes and
that
Baton
means that
I would watch it. I will say, I would watch
no trick on it.
Because they know Baton and Fuentes are in their prime of their fires, dude. They're out here spitting on the mic and fucking wiping it down, spitting again, you know. And so all four of them spitting on all 8 cylinders, you feel me? Like that one. That's the narrative. Alrighty, well, let's see what else we got here. This is posted by 1801. Pronunciation is very hard. Part 9. Oh, shit. Let's see what this is all about. Happens, you just go, alright, government. This one, I would lie about this. I would want people to be healthy. That's what you want to do. And then using, believe in the land. The landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this time goes. Kill my land, one landing. The fuck were like, they're way ahead of this. What? They're beautiful. I think trying to see that's what you hope for. Now remember, drop their books and they can afford channels that must use for kids. It's original Wall Street. He's got a clinic right now. He loves Stephen Fergie. He's the Babe Ruth of this of shaving. Unless you forget now, there's a blimp on the radar. Cross your eyes, check your T's. Never heard of it.
Oh, I got Mr. Holmes. What's up, man?
Yeah, he's a little cheaper than putting up 100 right now. Oh, yeah.
What's up, man? If you enjoyed the paint job, this would be a good reason. And me just shot a little over you.
Shot a little over you. What's that mean? Come shots.
Over you. Part one of all my whips in the shop right now. I give a pretty detailed overview of the cars I have in the shop. It's part one, because I have more cars. Hello, Dr. Pelican. 10:30.
He's just having fun there.
Yeah. Right here. I do please.
It's funny because Bloomingdale's is the name of the shop, right? Is it Bloomingdale or Bloomingdale's? Luxury, that's like Nordstrom. But it's funny to say because he's saying try to also wrong. Because they gets Bloomingdale to be wrong. Bobby, you know that one's I know, it's just fun. It's so random that it works, but like, I don't know.
I guess that means me.
Maybe some jelly rollers, like, oh, hell yeah.
Daddy, a little older now. I might have to just get that thing cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo.
I'm like a senator. Not thinker.
I guess that's it. Tuning in the fight companion myself, Joseph Rogan. And I go to Bloomington, Minnesota. God, you do a tank and you do it the proper way. And let this nitrogen cycle run its course before you add fish. You run some problems.
Dude, how many people do you think it takes to put like that word in front of him? Where it's like there's one guy that's like, I'm not there. They all want him to say a lot of words. It's like, the guys, we get one this week. It's like it's geologists, the writers. Yeah, which word should we choose? He's so like, hungover. Like, I'm tired. He's like, he's like, this is the word. You know? His face, that whole, this is all chopped. And he's doing that. You gotta make sure fish are. And I'm an egg ball. Just, I'm an apologist. What happened the night before? What were you doing? You knew you had to do 5 shows. I picture the open blood. You know what I mean? Daniel Clean in the house by himself, shooting in the hallway, drinking alcohol nonstop. Waking up, chugging water, dude. I am Brendan Chuck. I'm a podcaster. If I say I'm a podcaster, what do you mean? Okay, this is my son, Austin. I have a pouch in my mouth. I have a pouch inside me. Oil tigers think on our feet.
Physiologist got to feel the list of that. You're fucking praying at this. Working at a tiger walking through the fucking jungle.
That's legit great. I don't care what anyone says. You know, he really wants to fuck me saying some shit like that. I would get scared. You're a fucking white deer in the woods of Austin. Go for the shop. Okay. Never forget that. You'd be in an aisle of a grocery store with Jordan walking towards him. That's
That's what's great about culture. Black culture. Like even R. Kelly called Messi Square Garden.
Messi Square Garden.
Because they've been burned by the system so many times with an even
Yes, that's how
Did
you
he beat up?
That's how
Yes.
you
Came out.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, yeah, that's Gerald." But he's still our guy, and also he's still making great. And he got railroaded. You guys like your freedom? You like have an opinion of freedom?
Full circle. Remember again, why are you how is it
He said, "Thank you, and you're welcome."
Remember again, standing on the stairs at the
They don't know what to say. I think part of my favorite part of that clip is just Chappelle and Malik dying, and they're like,
so we said it's not
they would look so ridiculous if they faked a picture.
complimenting on a woman. How could we have done that?
They're not allowed to talk about race at all, and he's like, "Thank those white soldiers."
You rounded the corner. In other words, you didn't intentionally look at this.
So we'll see. Fire your manager. Figure it out. You forget these managers are so out of the picture. The managers are so scared to see to see. Oh my God. Oh, is that you? Yeah, are we live right now, dude? I was like, that's just great. Check these. Wait, I just want to show up. Yeah, check this. Yeah, I did it today. Check this. That's what's exhausting because they fight you. Check this out. I'm sorry you're talking about.
A lot more to say.
That's what's exhausting because they fight you. Check this out. So there it is. I get it. People hate this guy for a reason. It's just, we gotta put some words in that he can, whatever we want him to say, find out a way to see if we can get him to say it. We gotta think of that. I don't know how we get it in there. We're sick with it. We'll figure it's like that movie Red with their bike off in the ocean. Yeah, I don't know. That one is. I think he's talking about riding towards the sunset. Like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade type thing. Oh yeah. Yeah. You gotta really roll. They ride off into the sunset. They ride off their bike into the ocean. That sounds like they're killing us. Denzel Washington, I'm in the hotel room and you got a bar there. Yeah. I go to Charleston, he got tents everywhere. We all know I'm trying to walk a straight line. And by the way, let the sun go down and let the drink start flowing. Because if you don't think there's a drinking drug in Charleston, I'm a werewolf. I'm a Charleston werewolf. He's reading the comments. That's how I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Dying Ghost, still awake and stable. God help her watch Jackson knocked the person out. My name's Skyo Stu. Follow up on that. Punch this. Skyo Stu. Psycho? Psycho? Psycho. Narcissist. Nice. I would have thought it was sick. But yeah, no, dude. You know what? Some of the ways he was saying that the names, they kind of started to sound like cool rapper names. Cool rappers just they give Brennan Schaub a bunch of words and they're like, you'd say this, and then you got a new rapper, Skyo Steve, or whatever, you know, Skyo Steve, some dude. Double XL freestyle rapper, Cisco Stu. Funny, weird way of doing it. Okay, Psycho Stu. Change it in. Which one do we have? They show Sean Penn now? Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10-8. He's losing the fight. He's losing 10-8. I don't think. I mean, how is he? That's what an old guy was. I'm not talking. Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo? Geronimo's too close. Go to how old he is. Because unless your face is always in the wind, you don't look like that. That's pretty good.
I'm off of the
That makes me want to ride out back like into the ocean.
I'm hungry. I've just not been eating much, and I love when I see somebody in LA and they go, "Man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit." I'm like, I guess I do. Yeah. I stopped drinking.
Sometimes like with the ratio.
Take a little break from just shouting about this crazy little boy Kermit.
Alright, thanks there. We haven't got any of those clips yet. What the hell? Yeah, I don't remember him saying Kurt Baxter.
I said, Metzger.
Listen, it's Kurt Baxter.
You know what I think? I'm gonna say this when I read about this. Like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what we are not? We're actually good people. There are certain
Dude, what have you done that's good? It's not even that. There's obviously plenty of people saying they've done bad things, right? But what is it exactly that you've done that's good? They don't cheer you. If there are maybe they had money, they would cheer enough money. Because have you ever heard someone go, "Oh yeah, Brian Callen really helped me out"? I've heard friends of shop be like, "Oh, I want a truck." Not a chance that's right into friends of shop. He got me a truck, Nina. I want a truck. I don't know. I promise you. This is what they let's see.
We're talking about getting involved law. And, you know, that's the best part. Yeah. Fires. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Besides acting, he's more whatever. I guess if you as far as Nolan's rolling with you guys, but as far as competition goes,
Man, his brain is like, you can do this stuff, and then he tries, and he's like, yeah, so it's working faster than something else. Part of the brain, there's one part of his brain going really fast, one slow, is kind of trying to catch up, and then glitch. Which is funny because it kind of sounds like New England. It's like he has an Apple laptop, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's on the Intel chip. He's not on the USB. Oh, right. Yeah, he's not even on an M. He's on an M1. No, not even because I5. He's on an Intel. Okay. No, I remember that. He's fucking. That'd be funny if he got really stupid. Or if he just ain't got a Maswell accent. That'd be cool. Brendan shot Maswell. Fucking cock.
like is he executed in against other guys? Like he's not giving no aspiration. On that we're cool. Breeze is an incredible functional beverage company realizing how we drink these days. Charged at the office. There's some dude and put in handcuffs on charge medics. There's overdose. Research on it that shows kids that do marijuana before they just sell it is so much more stupider.
That's great. He's the greatest ever tried. Let's see if there's one more. We got this by Icy Staff and the trees. LA Tire prices got me like
to discuss the podcast.
Icy Top Brand Tire. This is a promotion, dude. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it took me a while to see that. I saw a cat. I thought for sure it was almost cats. Yeah, they're getting smarter. These are cats.
Against himself.
Caught a little something on the Chin Apartment video.
The greatest inside joke of all time.
Let's see here.
He himself did not
This
get
is
it.
the studio. This is my main basic. This is where Restream bounces work most of our albums.
Oh my god. That's your favorite young man? I took it way back.
Good morning.
This is like a classic.
Today's top is Sanhedrin Dog
The founding
Lord
father of
Hey.
great title for Andy Kaufman.
We're going to kick off on the down on the base surrounding ourselves with the Gemara. Yesterday, we looked at the Gemara. We begin today by taking our sponsors.
You guys should fight each
Today,
other.
our annual concert sponsors. The Texas Saturday Special Sponsor Industry of 5785. And it was a source for sure credit for all the parties there. We also thank our weekly work practice. We thank Darrell and the Procop Doctor for practice industry of the week. When Restream out, Darrell's not on his website. Darrell then retired his website from yesterday and the hour flat. We also thank the sponsors for their facility for today. Adam Pope for the topic of memory of Harry Potter, the Flea, first, then the Shark, the Shark, and Harry Maria. We also thank Fiona Oakley for sponsoring that young today for the cost for $4 for Yossi everything. Yossi Gibson Ben, Yafa Shingo Gito, who's having back surgery today. Yossi should have a full speedy recovery, be pain-free, and back to taking up the dog speedily in our days. And on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you a full today. Hopefully the surgery as well. And Dr. Bruce, you also think and it's a family sponsorship, wishing tremendous Molly says to Rabbi Dr. Richard, baby boy, thank you for the sponsorship. Yes, we'd like to share tremendous things from us to family. For the rest of the birthday, we have family thrilled forward to the Richard family. Thank you for this course to celebrate with you. Thank you for us up this week. Thank you for the first coming up. And look forward to that at the party show. And the Richard friends who do not have to parents as well. Yesterday, someone told me that I was out of line and rolling my rocket train without Yomi here. Sorry. That's the only thing I was out of line for yesterday. I'll take it.
Yeah, dude, all I heard was like, oh, y'all bitches.
Yesterday, we addressed the Gemara and that focus all the way at the bottom of the Yamid between Rob and Shmuel about when you have a Zafar who is the recipient of Mishka Zafar, does it follow the halachas of Mishka Isha or does it follow the halachas of Shofei of the Zafar? Now we know that when it comes to a girl, halachically, the dia with a girl is considered to be from the above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the biggest idea is the boy is go out somebody only from the age of 9. So when the boy, the recipient does, his action follows the action of being the child, you have to be 9 years old, or does the action follow the halakha from Mishka Isha, because Mishka Isha, which would be from the age of 3. In other words, does the action actually like the woman, that the Zafar has the halakha of a woman, or does the Zafar always follow the halakha of the Zafar, and therefore you have to be 9 years old, regardless of which position you would be playing. But the Gemara says, Hanukkah says the Ram well up to do the Raya to Rai. The Zafar, the way to read this is the Zafar. The way to read this is Zafar. In other words, we're referring to, as we mentioned yesterday, Rashi told us, whenever it says Zafar, it's referring to the act of the Zafar being in the position of the Mishka Isha. The halakha is Ben Teisha Shanim V'Yom Echad. From 9 years
Pay attention to everything.
Yeah. As continuing sentence, the Rashi tells us to read it immediately. So that's one case. You have one case, which is Zachar, Ben Sheshem Yom Echad, or Haba al Behema, Ben Kedarta, Ben Kedarta. The person has a relationship with an animal or an abnormal way. But Isha Mevias of Behema upon her, again, Ben Kedarta, Ben Kedarta, whether it's the normal way of Bia or it's not the normal way of Bia. The halakha is Shayit. What do you see clearly over here? So look at opening Sharaya, like Rav, but when it comes to Zafar, it is still going to be from the age of 9, not from the age of 2. That seems to be the end of the most side. And the Gemara goes on a little bit further. And you use this right that we just mentioned to get to another shita. And what is Torah Shabbat? Torah Shabbat Bar Krista. And that's Bar Krista made a Bar Udrasa. The Isha, it says, Shnei Mishkavas. The Mishkavas, the Isha says,
Folks.
Isha, which is a plural. And
Lettuce
the Hema says, Mishkavas, the Pasuk uses the singular term. Now, not to blow a papa and papa without a texture. Using logic, that doesn't make sense. Isha, the or a woman, it's normal for a person to engage in intimacy with her. You should say, I'm Mishkat Machayim. I mean, Gamakrina, one Machayim. On a normal way of being intimate with a woman, the person has that kind of intimacy in a way that's going to be awesome. In such cases, he will be forbidden. The Hema is not working. The Hema, the whole thing is not normal. There's no such thing as a normal way of being intimate with an animal. So if a person's going to go ahead and do that, then, well, sorry, Allah, I'll call that to the record. You should be Messiah about any type of intercourse with this animal. In other words, the whole idea of saying, oh yeah, a person can get into an animal, nothing doesn't make any sense. It's not normal, nothing is not normal. Now, later on, to explain this, it comes to an Isha, there's an element of Hana over there on the recipient.
Okay, you're here to watch
So
this
again, it
shot.
comes to an Isha,
So start the timer.
to a woman, there's a normal way of a woman enjoying intimacy. So that would be Kedarka, or not Isha, not Kedarka. However, when it comes to an animal, the whole idea is really the person who's engaging in this animal, this behavior with this animal. Now, what's the difference if from the animal side, it's going to be what the woman would consider to be normal. Again, the whole thing from a human perspective is normal. So therefore, make a difference between the normal way of being integral and being integral. Therefore, Papa says it should really be the opposite. Now, the truth is, it doesn't really mean. You look at Toasters, he says, it's obvious in all of Shas that the Isha is fire of name is Shas. Why does the Isha say? In other words, the Rava is not really trying to tell you that the person is going to be intimate with the woman to whom it is also to be intimate with. It's to be intimate with her. And you would call this the last one of them, you will not be tired. In other words, the Lord's not trying to say that. And then it's not, but he is tired. The Papa can't argue on that. Rather, he's going to go, Papa has to tell him, this is what Papa has to say. In the years to come, the issue of the head to the head, the question differentiates between an animal and a woman. It's the other way around. The logic would have dictated the other way around. That would not that he's saying that the Hawaii would be the opposite. But again, if you go to use logic, you have to determine which way. If you're tired, if you're not tired, then the opposite will be true. That by Esau, it's only be the normal way. Being intimate to find animals is the whole thing is absurd. So there's no such thing as the normal way. That's all the name of it.
They're cowboys. They like to show off what they do.
Sure. Yes.
We're up to the theaters. It's going to be
We want to
crazy.
say, however, as much as the logic would make sense, the problem is, Tanya, and you learned in the brain set, self-talk, as we just said, because they show you that time. If these 9 days, 1 year in 1 day, so Habal Behema, or someone who has relationship with the animal, so they're clearly. Shalokadaka makes the difference between the normal way or the abnormal way, again, anatomically the normal way or the abnormal way. The Isha and the deal, the Hema of that basis after this, regardless of what you would have thought, regardless of what the logic would have dictated, Halakha is still going to be the same. That in any way a person can be intimate with a woman or with an animal. In the case of the animal, always going to be permitted if the woman is heading to the woman is. In any case where it's done, any frequency, whether it's Kedarka, or it's below Kedarka, or the normal anatomical way, or the abnormal anatomical way, Allah still refuse that they're tired, they're in violation with the Isser, and that they're, in other words, the logic that we say when it comes to an animal, it should be both, when it comes to each, so you want, and okay, before I continue, some other Ravina in the Rava.
Shout out to them.
Ravina asks the following question. Hama'ara b'zafar ma'afel. So it comes to the halachas of Bia. We learned this in a couple of perspectives. Basically, there's basically 3 levels of Bia. There's what's called the Shigat Ta'ina, where it's just a touch of the of the human body from one to the next. Then there's a Ava, there's a Kara, and then there's the Gemara. So the Nishka obviously is the initial touch, and then there is the part to penetrate, and then there's the phase, either it's the initial touch or it's the initial penetration. Now, the halach is when it comes to a nida, it's very clear that's in the pasuk. She brings it down what relates to. The Kara is very clear when a person does not have to actually complete the dia for him to violate with a nida, as long as the person has hara with a nida already in violation of being bo. A nida and a few parts. Now the Gemara wants to know what the person does hara with his zaka. Being his zaka is talking about that. To what extent does the person have to be intimate? If it simply touches, or if the penetration begins, is that enough? Or is that being referred to as a gemarabia, completion of complete penetration? The Gemara says, what's the halacha with just hara? The Gemara says, Mishkevei Isha. The Gemara refers to that as Mishkevei Isha. Now, there's a reason why the Gemara possibly refer to it as Mishkevei Isha. It's forbidden. Now, the Gemara says, I'm out of the animal. The Gemara wants to know what's the halacha with regard to the animal. There's no Gemara to what's the halacha. The Gemara says, I'm away. Just get ready to like. And the animal giving the hara. It's got a place. It says very clearly because that place it says very clearly. I'm not speaking in tongues. Just trying to avoid it. Yes, she'erai hara. So it says very clearly that's the hara here. Therefore, how it's engaged in that kind of way does not have to be complete. And then why did you say it? What's the point to say? In other words, you want to say when it comes to all Mishkevei Isha, there's a hekesh which compares. It says very clearly in the Gemara. In Eila Inu L'Hara, but Sid Gabi Achais Alu Achais Imai. Why? The light tzricha doesn't have to say it. Why not? The ha'ifkish L'Hara the Nida. Nida is the initial place where it says it's the Hara, and all other Arayim are juxtaposed to the halakha of Nida. So therefore, it comes to all forbidden kinds of relationships, even if there's an initial penetration, it can be a problem because of the hekesh. So why does the pasuk have to say it when it comes to Achais Aved, which is an aunt, Achais Ima, get another aunt from the father or from the mother? Why does it say it there? And we mentioned yesterday, the pasuk tells us something which is not necessary, so we're allowed to borrow it and apply it to the case. That's Indian Lahara Zehema. You can borrow those extra words and apply it to the Zehema, and therefore, just like any kind of intimacy, is also with the animal. Hara is going to be also with the animal as well, and it follows all the other halachas of intimacy, even the mutual contact is going to be a problem. So let's analyze this for a second. The Hema, the Chayvin Nisa especially, you have to put these things in different categories. On the Hema, when a person violates the Issa, they're kind of Nisa from Beis Din. This is something which is adjudicated by Beis Din, by a Beis Din of Asladam. Not by a party, but by Beis Din. Now, why? Lama we Ksiv Lara, the dog of a heredity. Why is it that it's going to be connected with family members that have the creatures like an aunt? Those are both related. That's a kind of party takes care of. Those things are not adjudicated by Beis Din. So why would you write the words, the extra words, get She'erai Hara by someone who's Chayv Nisa, be they Shemayim, if increase us, the correct, why wouldn't we write it by a case which is more similar to the kind of suspension? The concept by the case of the suspension. The link more to the suspension because it is the suspension. The one says that Hayel says the Kulei Kral with Joshua with the Asa, see the night of the Asa. The one says, Rashi points this out, that the psukim are repeated about this Akinos and the Kedoshim. So the psukim are said twice. So if you end up psukim that are said twice, they're the entire second time that they're written is for a Joshua, to teach you something to learn from. Now, since they're written, there's extra time to teach you extra halachas. You want to say we have no problem adding and select
He has a
halacha
turbo
and
charger.
develop other cases. In other words, the bottom line is,
He's a truck.
when it comes to halacha, it's going to be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar, it's always a problem by Yisha, it's always today's shit, it's a problem by Behema as well.
So shop.
And how do you know that? You learn that the word of Kishaira Hara, extra and unnecessary to write by aunt to the mother or to the father. So since there's extra over there, because you know what, it's just all Mishkele Isha. For relationships are compared one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write the extra words there. You're supposed to be teaching you when it comes to a behemoth, to an animal, to bestiality, that is going to be a haram, a problem. That's the question. One of the things is Ami, or Ami, or After is Ami asks the following question. What if a person does this to himself? What's the Mahu is that going to be a problem?
I can do this.
What's the basis? Back to him, Kabbalah. In other words, it's simple understanding.
Yeah, I gotta be in
a
the
bunch of
hotel.
different ways of understanding this word Kabbalah. Either comes from the word Shivyot, this type of Ganav, or it's why are you asking questions? Look at Rashi. The God translates this word as Kabbalah. And you're bothering me. Sha'al to double he asking something which is impossible. Others say he's causing my mother to turn by asking me something to this question. Now, explain why was it this question?
It's just not
Asking, mighty boy, what because she talking about a person with the Aver's firm it's comically impossible for him to do this to himself. When is this possible? In the we're talking about a case the person does this with a link Aver. The other Mishamish based on Ryan's Potter. When it comes to oral Ryan, the person's intimate with a link Aver. This is being said. When my grandma died, the person is tired.
I'm starting to get a
In other words, you can figure in other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. The only way it's possible is halachically not considered to be a via, according to most opinions. And if it is halachically a via, so it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? I think that this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. What are the likelihoods of these cases happening? Now, I think it's very important to know. I don't think these Gemaras are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant or because the culture is engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I mean, I haven't lived through that in 30 years of this kind of culture. But the reason why I try to bring this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left to our imagination. The current governs complete possible scenarios. You can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea. The Basin has to go ahead and knock the halachas. We don't make up halachas. Every single going to be dealt with through Torah. Come here, you go. When you come out, the Torah covers every single. This is Torah. The Rumas and Yitzhak believe what the Torah is on every single case. Every generation is going to come with something new. Our generation has come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. This shouldn't be brought up. This is relevant to the Gemara. We know our stomach curl. Now, it makes our stomach curl because the case is impossible to happen. In other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen. So don't bother asking the question. You trust us to figure it out. It's just impossible. It becomes irrelevant. As long as something is possible, we have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here, to go through these cases as much as we can prevent it for the most part. What's going on over here? Food type of thing. The bottom is Torah, the Lumite Anitzara. This is Torah. We need to know what the halacha is in every single case, as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halacha. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu want from us in this particular case? Therefore, the Gemara went to these cases. We have to give a testimony of that. We go to cases which I think many of us don't start turning by. The bottom line is we need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case where it's just impossible for that, that's when the Gemara says, okay. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not women. It's alien on any time. I need to learn this because it's just impossible. That's why you responded to been said. You don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halakha is another question. The one goes on. Following name, Rav Sheshes. We're asked the following question from Rav Sheshes. Ovid Kitatim, Haba Alba Hema, Mao. If a idolater goes ahead and engages in a relationship with a behema, Mao. You put the animal to death. Now the Gemara is explaining this question. Why not? The color, the ilan, the halach, the color ikar, color leka, or dilma takala halchatisha in color. If you remember in our Mishnah told us two reasons why an animal is put to death when there is in case of bestiality between human beings and an animal. One of them was the hayov of takala ayad. One was because a person went ahead and sinned by way of this animal. So in other words, this animal is the vehicle for sin, therefore we put it to death. The other way of learning it was that it's just a desire for this animal to be walking through the street, and people will say, oh, this is the animal that this person is put to death over. Now, color is the first one. Color is the shade, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both? Or do you need just one? We find in this that there are two reasons. For the mission time that you have both reasons, or is one of them enough? What's the difference? When it comes to an alcohol, perhaps there's going to be a case of takala. There won't be color. Why is there no color? No shade. Now, what he says is that it could be that in certain eras, certain periods of time, that different idolaters did this. For idolaters, there has been bizarre after what bizarre. There are some idolaters, so what's considered to be a shame? And more than that even though there was some type of unit came along with it, will the Torah go ahead and shame of an idolater? Because that's what we're going to be worried about. For the sake of the shame idolater. That's the more question. No, Sheshes said the mission proves this point. Not Ilanos. When it comes to trees, we look and burn them, get rid of them. Since the person went and violated the Isra through them, so something that goes ahead and brings the person from Dark Yechayim to Dark Yemisa from the ways of life to the ways of death, of course, this animal will be put to death, just like the tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is, Takala is enough, Takala is enough. In other words, it isn't that when it comes to Bizarro, in other words, there's no demon we should go ahead and destroy the animal either with Sakala alone, just with the stumbling block alone.
We should be like Ebert and Roper for these.
I'll tell you the truth. I want to look into this record. I don't really understand the logic behind it. In other words, what is the fact that the tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, and doesn't smell has to do with the fact that the animal brought a person Dr. Chayim to Dr. Misa? It doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. It doesn't sound like a symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you could say, I know that an animal does eat, does smell. Why is that the relevant point? I must just be looking something here tomorrow. Excuse me, I just didn't see that you're trying to write down the page. I didn't really understand why that is the way we do it. In other words, like you just said. Now, when it comes to an animal, maybe that's the point of it. When it comes to an animal is Bakai. It's about time. It is your life. And still you take a life from the Bakai. Why? Because of the block the animal. See, more than say that though. More than say, doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's what this was the Gemara meant. The tree doesn't enjoy life.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult her. I mean,
The animal does enjoy. Maybe that's maybe that's what the Gemara meant. The animal does enjoy life.
No. I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphin thing every time Akash's wife came out.
Am I missing something?
Sorry, dolphin bottle next time.
I don't think so. Okay, let's
Oh,
just
you can see boxes.
Oh, the option works in favor of Chase. Your opinion is that the color stumbling blocks alone is enough. Only after over the couple. When it comes to Avodah Zarah, how much that's held the person who bows down to this animal, Chitzar, is to become Asar, who make the law to be killed. That's not halacha. You have to kill an animal. Person bows down to it. But again, according to your logic, you should.
Okay, I have two Bible stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder, and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. And I remember I really kind of hard to watch when you use a vibrator. Okay, nothing that I don't watch porn while using a
Those two
vibrator.
things come together.
What? I just think that my imagination is vibration enough.
The responsibility for the accident are going to be
Wait, that's kind of baller.
No problem.
But I could never do that.
Why do you say that's what yourselves are? In other words, let's just think it out. Why is it, in other words, we put an animal to death for engaging this type of behavior with a person? So why do we put an animal to death when a person bows down to it? A person violated a Avodah Zarah by way of this animal.
I could never.
The Gemara says, listen, we did
She just
have
said
our
she could
Rabbiya.
never think
It's
about
the
it.
same thing. Rabbiya, Zek Kolodom Meruba.
That's true.
Zek Kolodom. The Rabbiya says, clearly ignoring right with Seychelles, telling you that you have to shame play a role here. When it comes to a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be embarrassed, terribly embarrassing. People to be put to death. Bestiality.
Now we see
there's a culture that we do it. The whole idea behind it's embarrassing. There's a lot of things that will do it. But now that
it was
as terrible as it is,
specifically
doesn't come along with the same kind of human
to the
being type of
point
thing.
where it's not
So I says, hold on, all right, you love it, learn the
terrible thing.
Let's get back to the tree example. I don't want to shame when it comes down to the tree. Still, almost total house gets straight to LA. You have the tree. Malachian Karina, that's only when it comes to Malachian for live things that's what we said. Live the cost stuff for the we find the terror precaution when it came to livestock animals. The first, if a baby
Well, now I
has to put
understand. Yes.
animals
It's a
to
direct.
death, need to have a base to the 23 to do that. You see, the terror is very concerned about an animal, not what, however, when it comes to leaving the base to the 23.
Trauma and treated in a certain way.
Rabba, my
He's
Rabba
just trying to speak
disagrees,
his piece.
and
It's
he
just
says
not very
maybe
good.
Allah is
That's sad.
Amar Torah, Behema, Nen, Me'avera, Tihare. Why when it comes to the animal being killed,
I don't. First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not Joe. I love it if you want to work off, but like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a red flag.
You can't compare a lot
Right? It feels like we're all
That's why I want to try to bring a raya to
This is
It's not to
into the world of
Nalacha. Our Mishnah told us that there's love, there's shame, and there's the fact you need or is one of them symbols. Tashema, our Mishnah, the Rakar, Behema, Obera. We don't want to have an animal we
This
choose
is a
the
one-way
marketplace.
street.
The younger
His
people
money
will say,
is our money, and my money is my
this is
money.
okay, this is the
And
animal
look,
that the
have I
person
only made
died
$600
because that.
content
Now, my
creating?
life, now let's try to think about this. You did say for the top of the very base. You did say for Takala, the end of the Mishnah,
I
there's a case
never
where
watched the show, but like he's on my hall pass.
Again,
Like,
it's
oh yeah,
talking about
Chase
a
Crawford,
person's being
Jacob
shamed by
Maloney,
this. And of
Austin
course, there's the
Butler,
Takala person
and
engaging in this kind of behavior. Is it? When shows in other words, what the second line padding?
I
It
think
must be
it's
the second line of padding. And why it's worse because there's shame and it was coming down. Ray shut at the beginning. What was it missing? It was Takala. That reason was sufficient. The fact that it was a Takala stumbling block and not shameful, and still we put the animal to death. You seem to have an open and shut wide in the mission that tells you that Takala being a stumbling block for you, whether the idea is enough to put the animal to death, it does not need to come along with the thought process of shame. Now, the answer is, what would be the case? Where there is Takala, without shame.
Sucks
Only
ass.
to love them, I
He's a
him
fucking
up.
beta
A
bitch
case of an
that just
actual
laughs like
fully
a
engaged in
woman.
this relationship with an animal.
Like,
For some reason, he
whenever
might
Andrew
not
shows
be
up with his moronic
as
jokes
ashamed
that
of
make
it.
no
In that
sense.
case,
He's
you
like
have
me
to
for
follow,
you.
of course, is it?
Come on. Oh, no, that's a compliment to me. I mean,
it's okay.
Akash Singh is a
Yeah,
genius.
if
First
you
of
have
all,
Takala
he knew things were going downhill. He told his wife, like, go tell him about your
without,
psychopath.
yeah, Takala
And
without
now we
color.
all naturally feel worse for him. That's true too. Man, you gotta
You
look
are
at
so
these
right,
things
it's
right.
incorrect. Safe for Takala the color.
You gotta
The
become
safe of course, we know there's a stumbling block there. That's the reason why I put it down. Add color to the shame. The shame is also the reason why I put it down. Rachel helped him out. Rachel is just the follower. Color below Takala, not in the tires. Even if there's shame without the stumbling block, in that case, it will be factual. Take you dummies. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with an animal? And there is
Okay.
shame, but no Takala, no. He's strong, on ball, but he's strong, engaged in
Something getting a lot of
relationship with an animal.
comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Come to shul with a lady partial. He did not know that it was also such a case with the color not really there because it was a stranger. With the color on the shame, of course, it's terrible. The virus of Nuno, and the word that prepares us to question is Nuno have to ask the virus of Nuno. Nuno have to try to question the straw, ball out the aim of the shogun. Now, what's not off the listen because he's strong engages an animal by mistake. What's not off? Do you need to call the color, you do have both as a stumbling block and it's shameful. It's off the color. Eco is definitely shame because along with it, Takala Leka, but with the Shogun, you know, doesn't get the color there a little bit. Which Odilma maybe color Apapi shame that color. Maybe the shame is enough to sleep with the animal for that. Although we also touch him, I'll try to bring it out. What else is the case? Not show us that there's a lot of not such one guys, but it goes through a bunch of cases. The North is Italian. But show us how to deal about that. It's one of the very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what we consider to be a halakhic deal. In any case,
she'd be fucking some guy.
this is the question is whether halakhically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic deal. In other words, there's the action of dia, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the dia. Now I'm explaining when another example of the halakhic consequences of the dia when it comes to children. It is 3 years and 1 day. This got that was the dia. If the father marries her and they get married with Bia, that Bia is considered to be a halakhic Bia. Now she is married. Then Bala Yabam is her brother-in-law who died. If she fell to Egypt and her brother-in-law performed a marriage on her, then that works. But in the Bala Yabam, her Yabam brother-in-law was Bala her Kama. She's now married. But Chiyab and Ram but she's married. And she, at this age, engaged with another person is a chiyuv of H's age.
Papa was, I guess, on Story Wars. Hopefully we get some
When the
clips of
Kama is
that.
Bala, if she happens to be a Nida,
How convenient.
it's technically possible with the first child, then the Kama is Bala.
They're not banned on Joe Rogan.
Kama is Kentucky, we can get into the let's just put over here, with Kentucky, is basically even there's no Nagia,
Internal discussion and tons of
very high
external
level of
feedback.
Kama.
We have collectively decided that Joe
And
Rogan
again,
is not
the person
the
is in deal with her.
Tell me that
While she's that person becomes Kama Alel, nieces the Kohen. If she gets married, the Kohen Ochela Tershuma, then if she gets married by way of Bia, then yes, you get the Truma, Bala Lefta, but Absulin is someone who is possible. She's not allowed to be married to. With her at this age, qualified for marriage to Kohen, when Bala after the Kohen, with the Torah, if one of the forbidden relatives engage with her, then we must not yada, that type of bia with her is considered to be a lot of bia. She's exempt obviously because she's a child.
Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, dude, definitely
Now,
girls
go back to
control
this.
the Reddit.
It says, who engaged engaged with her after the Colorado and the riots that engaged with her. What does that mean? But he's a behemoth. He's a behemoth. Look at this case. The color is terrible. Shame. She's a child. She has to grow up. No, you just engage in this kind of relationship with an animal. Color is a child. She's a child. And therefore, there's no type color. The bear isn't there. You see very clearly that with the shame alone, without the color, that's sufficient. The Katani must not yada. All of the riots were put to death by way of this kind of relationship. So if there's an animal relationship with her, and she's a child, so in this case, it's clearly no color. She didn't do it on bear. She's a child. And still, the animal being put to death, you seem to see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons, Sakala being the stumbling block and being shameful is enough, because in this case there's no there. The Lord says no. You misunderstood. He wasn't in either of these. This is the case where she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. But the color of America, where is the color? Now, why isn't she punished from? Mother, who's the boss on that? The color of America. She's silent and doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore, the charge is even if she did this on purpose, the actions of children are actually important. But she's not being punished for it. But again, you can't do it. She's intentionally engaging in behavior. This is a Kakala. Yes, we did do it on Vera. We're to be punished. She went up to be punished. Allah, the deaths of the Himalaya. Where does the Rahman go? How far does the mercury tower go? It goes to a person, but not to a behemoth. More goes one more case, a similar case. Amarava talks about Himalaya, whether or not you have to have Kakala and color, or is color enough. You have to have a stumbling block and the shade, or is the shade enough, and the shade enough. He's 9 years old in one day.
They're letting Andrew Schultz.
How about you, Victor? You'll then get in relationship with his mother. So, if his brother died, he left behind the 6-year-old children, he went to heaven's bar. Sister-in-law, Kana, he's come to her, and they're married. He's not old enough to be able to write again. The Mutava Kanida, Taptik Allah, engaging in a relationship with a Nida, because Tame was Mr. Taptik from a relationship in the mafia. If he engages, if he's becoming head now, go ahead and allow them to also, he engages in Kalafat for being brought to top of his back. And it's Kalaf, and there will be skila by way of this type of relationship. Now again, in Ba, Al-Aqas, if this male, 9 years in one day, is intimate with any of their wives, when they're set up with Kalaf, then that's not Yado. He shall be put to death by way of this type of relationship. And clearly, in Al-Aqas' case, Kalaf Ika, you're safe for Kalaf Leka, there's no stumbling block, but he's a child. Nevertheless, it's a tragedy, though. This girl is like, oh no, the person will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing. When you're a child, you can't consider to be a kakala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's terrible. Shame becomes one with it, and what does he say? All of a sudden, because of death, you see that it's a riot irritation that says that if you sit from shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Well, there's no terrible. He was basically, this child is with this duty for purpose, is intentional to call out each other. Yes, this is a call. This child did not bear us. Mona is the cost of the day. The child has lost someone that says this is the child, doesn't know what he's doing, that's what he's supposed to be for punishment. Now, we use that much to go. Fast up one out of hate. Sorry, Allah be there about the Mona of a hate on what's not such a Mona. The most we only go so far is the person or not the animal. We don't have enough conduct, but this is a major figure in the halakhas consider. Because the return here is not custom. But the idea is considered to be an Avera for a child, but he's not going to be punished for his destruction. How do you think with under the age of when it comes to mitzvah and Avera? Is it just a separate mitzvah for them? Or if you do it such to become a father? Or is the children are the children actually obligated to live with children? Can't do it. It's a critical clear that he's authorized that he's saying that there's a Touch him out. Go after. Go back to this. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. We would like to thank all of our sponsors for this morning's here to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Person Talk about this, to dedicate all the things broadcast this year. We did this to the Sarasota and the those comes to work with Stephen Abaldi, with over Stephen Terry James, loving memory of Steve Ronald Doris, and Sim Laura Basta. So Doris, and the sponsors, the first edition of the sponsor, say, Shmuel, Ben, Shimon, we use the photograph of anonymous sponsorship with tremendous strategy. Two, the entire shift of Jason College was trying to do that film over 27 days of every section of Dora, celebrating seeing my chance of America from the beginning to round two. We are the flight team, the memory of the Layato, the Israel Shmuel, Google, Benjamin, Young, Rapid, and the Hawk. All of the way from South America, the families in the channel, all the way to the Jewish level, to the point already so, the first and then for some, the guide, and we have to be responsible for the precious soldiers who were killed in late sometime in Gaza, and also some including some of them, the prophets, the prophets, and the hospital. Never shall be able to say to the Schneid brother, so if you for brothers and sisters, narrative some Holocaust for this and some continue to give us love for the love and the message in this body salt and the salt eyes. As with that, another thing that is the sign we are picking up on the best and the days and we are off to pick up on tiny about the operation. Is about about 15 lines on birthday. We're going to be talking about that. In the middle, we're going to focus on the focus. So my focus is regarding the problem. In this area where you highlight sickness for other folks to deal with before they're young. What happened to the same thing? What was the status of the case of such a thing? So the Yochanan said, they thought the says the folks are liquid. That's the same as muscle. That's what it is about. He's a best testimony. When I said that you're not going to do business, you only create something, let's say, for example, selling you up in something to last up until the young. Up until they're young. You do some things to last up until they're young. How about the rest of those to their deity? I've never seen this kind though. Unless you saw this in the second last, for example, this is Dutch. So I said, yeah, I'll come back to this. You do the very young to the second. These are those, yeah. The other thing, most of them, subsidy, it's partially you can sell them something that will last, but you can't purchase from them something that will not last. The logic being over there, because the Akum has tremendous simcha when he sells off something that he won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go ahead and make money before it's rotten. Simar tells a story over here. Mahumi Noah, very interesting story. Mahumi Noah, he started out the business here Yom Yom. And there was a particular mint. He was a heretic. He was a heretic. He sent Rabbi Huda a special coin. Dinar, she signed off. Literally, when she signed in, he sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi Huda this gift? On his young on the resort young he has to be his for selfish for seeing the problem. Amar has the other for me to say what should I do with you? Ashkelay, if I accept the gift, was it in Moga? Then ultimately again the benefit is known will be thanks to deity. And that's not good. No Ashkelay, if I don't go ahead and accept it, how do you let me talk about this? Once we don't talk about this concept about freedom, the issue of animosity with the outside world and how we have to be careful with that as well. So the Lord wants to again see it in context. So the Ecclesia wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Shlosh is giving an interesting answer. He says, "Oh, there's Shlosh tells Rachel so about just throw it into a pit. Just throw it into a pit. Told is also about the funnel. Just go throw it in the pit, in the face, right in front of this heretic. I'm gonna lay push in the hand of Eva. So to which the Ecclesia says, well, what's that? Because he's in that creation animosity. Any animosity gives only his own. Right there, that's pretty much which is it's like I meant like in other words, pretend like they lost the point. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because holding on to a gift is because remember this case over here is one like Mishnah. This case over here, the gift is actually being given on the Yom Tov itself, which is even a bit more problematic in the 3 days before the Yom Tov, as we'll discuss. So it's like says to him, pretend like you tripped, you lost it. This way again, you don't get the gift, but you also don't take any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass the Shabbat in the whole right? So at the end of the day, we'll be what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an akum on the 3 days before his Yom. What is the halacha? Sometimes asking in no close level is Parak has halacha is like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. So now I'm right. Abar b'nafsa limon, but also shlosh yomim. Harei ze mutter b'hanal. So now I'm saying that if you violate and you transact the business on the 3 days before the Yom Tov, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. So I'm asking like Rish Lakish. However, no save, no save. Yom Chad Bamimayim, Harei ze asabana. If you transact business, you transact with an on their Yom Tov itself, then the proceeds are a survivor. 3 days before, if you violated, you can benefit from it. The Yom Tov itself, you can't benefit from it. Alright, you can go to the Shalom. So next, ultimately again, so what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, the Mishnah said both of these are prohibited in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. So Bishlam actually then some article was I understand why I can't lend something to an akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tov because again I'm actively benefiting because again he's growing his assets. Right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? At the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? We're concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's a bias. Rabbi says no. Kulam is the also emotion. So Rabbi says no. The issue of here is in general, the akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. Now, so we're going to see this focus over and over. So what Rabbi is saying is this: when an akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him self-fasting, right? That what what does the world want? What does the world always want? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So the nice again, and that's why the world has such a and Jews stand up for themselves and the Jews fight back. You don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here, borrows from the Akum as much as from a asset perspective, the Akum has less. At the end of the day, he still give thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, the halbosim lavos lend or to borrow from him. So we show the halbosim from our I understand why he can't lend him because by lending him, right, he has property, he has more assets. I'm a little bit but why can't I borrow from him? Because again, it's something you borrow. You're additioning the assets of the asset. Abai is zero levels to the Havos. So once again, Abai says we're concerned that if we allow you to go and borrow from them, you make people lend them. Rava Rava once again says no, because when the Akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will like this. Vishlama says right in the Torah, first one life. The Torah is looking on him to go ahead and literally again pay back the Akum and to collect payments from him. So he went to Vishlama the Torah. So I understand why I can pay him back. We shouldn't become out because today I'm increasing his assets. Hello, man. But again, ultimately to pay to exact payment from the Akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be measured? Rabbi, once again, zero the Torah the Quran. Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payments, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent on him. Incredible. So the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? Whenever you see a repetition of cases and the cases are all highlighted, you see the basic principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. Which we want to do tricky. We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, Simon. So because it's kind of we're discredited doing business with an Akum and 3 days before Yom Tov, we shouldn't come out of it. But also because again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we'll go into gratitude to his deity. How about Lishon? But I would have thought that, like, to borrow money from the Akum would have been to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. Wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought, you kind of listen. And if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Hashivale, you know that. You know, when someone says, what does that show? When someone has to borrow, what does that show? I have and you don't. Right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. I thought, okay. Therefore, I can't do that. Because he's anybody who tries to be about this man, but ultimately, to borrow money from an Akum, that's the side of the Alma. So that's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Right? Why does it cause the lender sad? Because ultimately, again, it doesn't have to get paid back. Gemara says, the Alma is like Alma Tov Lo Azuzi. Whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that you will not get paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been winter. Akum's not going to have seen stuff in that. So notice like the deed had a little bit from the cover about something in Farah. The Hashtamia Azing. But even where you just come to the case, I can't borrow money. No, because the Akum says, no, I'm going to get my money back one way or another. I'm going to extract my money from the Jew, and I'll lift from a hand. But let's say to extract him from the Akum, I would have thought that's mutter, because there's no real simcha involved in that. Therefore, he's not going to go into God thanks to his deity, and I would have thought that would be mutter. Therefore, people will say, look, what must be with all these cases? We're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something that he's going to be thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And if you can't be involved in anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between the Akum and the deity. Okay, incredible. But who's on the front? So let's remember again, Rabbi Huda holds the house up. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payments from an Akum 3 days before, right? You can't collect payments. Why? Because Rabbi Huda means that halacha l'maisa, there is no simcha involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he repaid his debt. That interestingly enough, the Tanakh says, Amulo that Rabbanan no, Rabbanan saying you can't collect the debt from the Akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. And since he paid off, instead he'll be happy later on, and therefore he can't extract things. You might have said, I understand. Don't understand. Rabbi Huda, the lesson of Rabbi Huda, so apparently, this machlok is over here. Is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness or long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an aqua? So there's really only one thing that fits into that category: collecting payments from an aqua. Right now, we're causing distress. But later on, it's rare that you paid off your debts. And Buddha says that's not a problem. You just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. And the Talmud says no, it is now and what it is in the future. So we must understand that Buddha doesn't hold the concept about how he makes the access and he doesn't hold to this concept that something like temporary distress, but when happiness is considered indeed happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, and Buddha says, should not go ahead and put mind on the face. So use line, like was distressing. You leave it up for some amount of time, and then you would take it up, and it does wonders for the complexion. Right? In any event, so the Gemara says here that a woman should not go ahead and apply line on her face on color, right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from the Simchas Yamtiv because her face is covered with line. So the Gemara says, I guess like a shorter, a facial of a shorter duration, we should put the lime on and then peel it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because even though it's distressing for her now, ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. What do you keep in mind? That you just don't hold this concept. That Allah likes that if you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, you look at that as happiness transaction. If that's the case, the Buddha Mishnah should say you can't extract payments from an Akum 3 days before his jumping, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. Or not so the Nachman Yitzchak said, the truth is, don't bring in the halachas of Cholamai. Because what's in general numbers around Cholamai, you're really not allowed to do malacha. You're allowed to do things from that fish. And it's perhaps the stave off some type of loss. So in general, you're allowed to do Cholamai. It's things that cause you temporary distress because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road simcha. So you can't really bring a right from Cholamai. This Cholamai is a little bit different construct. Ravina says, in the Indian so it's interesting. It says that in general, comes to paying back a debt, then always is always in a state of stress. Paying back debt is just stressful for an act. In other words, by a Jew, you can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful and temporarily difficult to yield a long-term happiness. By Akum, they don't have that construct, and therefore paying double debt is always just going to be distress or difficult. So we'll say that is happens to be a fascinating idea. But I think it's only become eager on the over makes sense. But it could very well be that the difference between like what is unique about our people? Like if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? The thing about Am Yisrael can really be summarized in this one phrase. And the whole Yisod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. It's almost like our mantra. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, and Mamin Damina Shalina, that the tsar of the Akshav, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now, are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. So that may be something that Hashkafa, that is unique to Klal Yisrael, may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single time. So we'll say, by the way, it's not just on the national level, it's on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is filled. I'm talking about just on a personal level. I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, like just like day to day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things, which we encounter every single day? Life is incredibly difficult, maybe very difficult right now, but I believe with all my heart, I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Will I be successful? But somehow, some way, this difficult will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later. This one line of us, this one line, is anything, and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabina comes along and says, by the way, I know they don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they live in the here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspective to understand that the sorrows of today pave the way for the future of tomorrow. But the being just simply saying this is so. This is the hashkafa of the Yid, and is unique to our people. Incredible. I'm just for the first time here with the couple. We're just going to go. Malva Bishtar is very interesting. Malva Bishtar in the front in their hands. Malva Acher in the front in their hands. They should make the others. We'll say the Rishon Karka makes a very interesting distinction here. The Rishon Karka says that halacha l'maisa, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money to an uncle, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the lend. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea, you collect that whenever you can, because that always is fear of being lost. So the only time to collect it is the 3 days before the then ultimately again you take care of that debt. So it's our Mishnah does not make that distinction. So ultimately again, what happens? So Yosef is sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba is in the front of Hira, and Hira says, follow Rishon Karka. And the halacha follows Rabbi Huda. Lo chasek Rishon Karka, Hada Amar. So we'll say, so the halacha follows Rishon Karka, that's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rafuna was making this distinction, and he said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan level, it's only recording a document, do not collect it in the 3 days before the Yom Tov, collect it afterwards because it will remain collected. But if halacha l'maisa, again, it is a nova al head, it's a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. So that's halacha there. What about studies? What is meaning to halacha? What do we do? So what's the declaration? So before. I know since Sarah let's have a mitzvah on the mitzvah shachar mitzvah. So what's this case? I give my wool to a dyer, D-Y-E-R, right? I give my wool to a dyer. I say, well, I want you to dye it black. But he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What are you doing? So what's the top of the olive? So Meir says, no sin late to make some of. So Meir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed wool, undyed wool. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? But Yehuda was saying that the reason I do this is dramatically opposed to that is because you set a scenario where the dyer profits. Let's think about this in just a moment, right? I told him I wanted it dyed black. He dyed it red. It's still, okay, I didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool we assume is always greater than the value of undyed wool. So essentially what's going to happen over here is the dyer is going to get dyed wool for the value of, for the price of undyed wool. So you just have to do that. You're allowing the dyer to profit even though again he did something wrong. So maybe it's like this. No sin was Hayitzia. It's Hayitzia. You say that Hashabach no sin was Hashabach. So we do this as like this. There are two costs of it, right? So let's say on one hand, there is the appreciation, right? How much more now is the wool worth, and is the expenses. So essentially, he says the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser of the two, either the appreciation of the wool, now that it's dyed wool, or the expenses. He pays the dyer, so again, I, the owner of the wool, pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts, and take my wool back. So and therefore, again, both the Huna says that the halacha follows that you put in this case. And in this case of here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the two expense, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expense. So Yosef said this, and then Yosef said this after turning away, like was after like that's just like an act of displeasure with what was said. Like he turned away as like very displeased with this whole discussion. So this is not what we should have done. It's this. So now why was he upset? Firstly, so like this. I understand why you need to make a discussion. The halacha calls for this Shulman right? Why? Saturday, where is Shulman said that it is collected of a debt on an action. It all depends how the debt was recorded. If it's a debt in a document, you are not allowed to collect it on the deed before the other, because it will be collectible after the other. But if it's a verbal loan, you got to collect it as soon as you can, because you're in real using that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be made. Why? So that time, because the Shulman is arguing on the Rabbanan. Generally, the halacha is like this: when you have an individual and the group, the halacha follows the group. The halacha again. Therefore, again, the Gemara is going to tell us, or the Buddha is going to tell us that halacha so we kind of like the Shulman I understand why that statement is necessary. Why they need to make a declaration that Allah that's the case why I give the diet, right? I want him to die, he dies of that. So the Buddha says what? I give him the lower of the two appreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of two amounts and take my loan back. But why was there the need to say halacha like Yehuda? Pshita, that's obvious why. The Lokas, the Achar Stam. So what is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number one records the Machlokas, Mishnah number two is the Stam Mishnah. What's a Stam Mishnah? A Stam Mishnah is records one opinion without attributes. So whenever you have Machles and then Stam, the Machlokas always follows the Stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic. Now watch this. I will say now in our case over here, Machlokes, the Baba Kama. So I will say that ultimately, again, the Machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. And so that's the Gemara that we just quoted before, the Baba Kama. Right? I know seeing Sarah with Salah's fault. So the Machlokes that we use and every year is in Baba Kama. It's Stam, the Baba Sia. Then there's a Stam, the Baba Sia. Once it's Stam, the Baba Sia, it's not. Hakola Mishane, Kodo Alatakona, Ozebo, Yada Alatakona. What was the Stam Mishnah in Baba Sia? In the case. Whoever changes the what's the word? The parameters of an agreement is the key is put at the transactional decision. Just like the person who retracts is put at the transactional decision. What does that mean for our purpose? So again, remember, this person here, I gave the role to the dyer. I want it black. The dye is red. Because he changed, the dyer changed the parameters, changed the details, therefore he is at a disadvantage. Which would then tell me that I only have to pay the lower of the two expenses, either appreciation or the lower of the two amounts, either appreciation or expenses. So I have a Stam Mishnah. Now, what do I have? I have my focus in Baba Kama, between, as we just mentioned before, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and then a Stam Mishnah that's cements halacha like Rabbi Yehuda. So whenever you have a machlokes and then a Stam, the machlokes always follows the Stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's why Rabbi Yosef was annoyed. So he turned to him like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making that such a declarative statement when it's obvious just based on Talmud principles? Rafuna, so why did Rafuna say the need to say that halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? Why did he feel the need? Listen to this website. Rishon De'in Seder Mishnah. So this is very interesting because Rafuna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? The Galamega Stam Tana Bereisha. Because the Lord said, okay, so Rafuna will say like this. I agree with the principle. Then whenever there's Machlokes and then Stam, the Machlokes follow, the halacha follows the Stam. Which I will say makes sense, right? Because like, Talmudically, what's happening over is like the Gemara, the Gemara goes and discusses the Machlokes, and then the appearance of the Stam says the halacha is like this. That makes us. Because it's not the order, therefore what? Should very well be better for us. Stam came before the machlokes. Stam comes before the machlokes, and you can't apply as principle. One second. Hold on. Stam. Lema ain't said the Mishnah for 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea, we say the Mishnah, that there is no order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively that entire piece, then you can never rely on that principle sound wide, because who knows which reason came first? Who knows? No, Amina in Seder, the Chimak Sefta Amina, to which the Gemara says like this. That's in one Masefta. Right? In one Masefta, there is an order. In two Maseftas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because I have one, so again, whenever you have two Masefta, so again, we can always focus stuff. But in two separate Maseftas, there's not necessarily an order to diet. So therefore, our case here, because one Mishnah is in Bab Mitzia, you can't have Machlokes the Achakat halacha to stand. Therefore, Rafuna felt to say what? That again, that you pay the lesser of the way. A little bit like you described it. So Rabbi Yosef, why are you getting over like this? Rabbi Yosef had us about the sector. That's what Rabbi Yehuda was on it. Because here in this type of case, the Mishnah itself gives a definitive ruling. What's the definitive ruling? The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. So Rabbi Yosef felt that is such a declarative and accepted statement that there was no need to state the halacha follows the Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, we try that was like the halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. The halacha does follow Rabbi Yehuda. Then halacha, when I say again in this kind of case, let's say again, I gave the wool for the dyer to dye black. You got it red. I pay him the less of the two amounts, or expenses. And that's the way it works. You really see that when it comes to collection of debts for the young kids, that is recorded in the documents. However, again, if it's a verbal loan, all loans will nice to collect it. Why? Because again, then you're in real fear, real belief of losing the loan. Let's go like that. So now, by the way, I mentioned that Rishon and Karcha, there's a whole bunch of Rishon and Karcha cases, which are really great. Listen to this. So it's not about us. I need workers. I need workers. I need Ruben to come work for me. So I'm not allowed to say Shabbos Ruben. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching a movie. But rather again, I'm saying to you, if you show up and work together, you'll come stand next to me after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe come do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos. That's kind of common. Rishon ben Karcha Omer l'chaver nirash Shama inila erev. Rishon ben Karcha says it's mutter. Now why is it mutter? So they always say, if you notice in that statement, I made no reference to work. So Rishon ben Karcha says the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? That'd be problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you, right? Will I see you on Motzei Shabbos? Rabbi Shlomo says that is a mutter statement, makes no reference to work. Shlomo said this is part of the greater motif that in general the way we speak on Shabbos has to be different than we speak during the week. So therefore, we speak about business matters during the week. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. Shlomo says as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matters, it's going to be Amar Rabba Bar Rabbi Yochanan. And again, Rabbi says that again, this statement, if you just take it at its surface, is an innocuous statement. Well, I see you, right? We want to get together Motzei Shabbos, so explicit reference to business, therefore it is mutter. Turn out, but it's another interesting case. So say, watch this. I asked the Shaila to a Chacham, and the Chacham ruled that the item is coming. Well, you shall so ask someone else. Like, don't ask someone else in order to get a more lenient. Or the Chacham ba'aser, you shall Chacham. If you ask the Shaila, and the answer is aser, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer of mutter. How you shnayim? So what happens if you happen to ask two Rabbanim, like two conversations to each other? You ask Shaila, one says star, one says mutter, one says aser. So what's the in my action goes to make a little bit of say one of them is greater than the other. Now I think see what's the that's more an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the greater problem. The imlav halach akar machmir. If not, follow the machmir. We'll say now watch. So you can just hold up there. So those we actually put this on Shavuos night in our topic. We're going to go hold there. The shal Torah halach akar machmir. The shal sofrim. Hold up. You don't want something like this. In the case of biblical law, if the Shaila is a biblical one, okay, then go to the Machmir. If the Shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the Yosef. Don't listen to the Shofar. That is again indeed how he passed in. Right? Again, when you have a self, a doubt in the something to that again with Kama. So more of the Kama. The Kulan Shechazru Bahed in the Kabbalah also. Okay, let's say I have someone who's late because of their behavior. Over here, one of the Amir you can get that includes over here Kama Aris. Like this Kama Aris over here. Let's focus on such an incredible part. Right? So now let's see you have a thief. And the thief did tshuva. The thief did tshuva. He does tshuva restore his na'amas? Does it restore ultimately again his believability or reliability? Does it restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy? So now, for example, if you're allowed to show up in Beis Din and go and give testimony, so Rabbi Meir says no. In Makabel also Obamas, no. Once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's scary sheet, right? So you don't lose the status. Chazu by the Matmonios in Makabel also. Has Yah Makabel also. So this is something very interesting. Rabbi seems to say that we literally translate it like this: if he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his. So let's say which is interesting. So it sounds like again everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the tshuva. Alternate version of this: Asu divrei matmonios yikavlenosan. So on the days. So the hasim yikavlenos. Version of this is what was the nature of the avera? If he did the avera, if the avera was an avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility could be restored. If it's a public avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? But at least if I commit an avera, ultimately what? Right? Because what does a private avera show? What does a private avera highlight? That there's a sense of shame, right? If I do something private, it's important because what does shame highlight? What does shame highlight? Right? That I know what I'm doing is wrong. You know what I'm saying? The most sin, right? Because the nice is all sin. I'm pretty sure actually Averas since we woke up this morning, right? It's only right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of Averas into the day, right? So the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha l'maisa to feel a sense of embarrassment, because at least you see the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? But I need to justify myself, right? That's where there's a lot of challenge. Because we do this all the time, and it's incredibly, it's about how we do this, right? We go and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior, or the truth is I'm not bound by some other things because I have a different hashkafa, or this, or that. We have all kinds of creative reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides that, it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead to say I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes, and maybe even be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things like that. I mean, as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this in life with certain things. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves as a huge problem. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. Where he loses his divine patience is when we sin and we're dishonest. We pretend our son is honest. So the verse is like this. You are everything on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sin means that a person has lost their compass. So I mean, you got here. Remember this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And also get ready for this. The best line today is down. No, they're all excellent lines today is down. The best lines at a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Tarfa, Omer, Jose, Zainab, with very second line. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Privately, you sin publicly, you do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you can always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of it, no matter you justify to yourself, you're lying, honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always excessive. Shneimar, shuvu banim shofar. Among people speak, return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. And for purposes to all of us, it says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just lean into it. Just accept it. We sin all the time. We're all doing things against the other parts. But if we just get our act together and just own what we've done, the Prophet says, I'm waiting for you. The door's open. The door's open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment. But the door's still open. Shul by the shoulder. So Shabbat Garfa says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you can always restore your credibility. Incredible. And both say, Yochanan, Hilchasa. Yochanan says the halacha l'basa and the hashkafa l'basa follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yeshua ben Kar. Halacha l'basa, anyone can restore their credibility. Obviously, in a most from a traditional perspective or from an Hebrew perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is actually the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I had messed up in life, the door to tshuva is always open. Banim tshuva. Once again, we even heard this, even Rabbi Shimon right? Even Rabbi Shimon Abuya heard this statement. Everyone, if you're in the stomach here, calls out every single day. Who Banim shows him, then it shows it, and just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, so we'll say, I'm finishing the first mission, second of all. Now it's a long mission. Now our second mission. Here we go. So Rabbi Shmuel, we actually referenced this in yesterday's daf a little bit. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Shlosh L'Snei, Shlosh L'Acharei, and Osir. Rabbi Shmuel actually holds that it's not only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tiv that you're not allowed to transact with an Akum as well. So from the Chum say, L'Snei Idei and Osir, the Achar Idei and Muslim. Some on the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv that's problematic, not the days afterwards. She says the Gemara, Omer of Tafika Barat, the Omer Shmuel, so after the Rabbi Shmuel, the older answer. So also remember again, we saw this yesterday, Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an Akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tiv. And remember again, according to the Shmuel, and Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. Because according to the Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an Akum. But again, that was yesterday's time. So from the Chum said, "May the Asura Every Mutter come and Tanakama." So we'll say, so the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the person, right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his Lent. So again, the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, below maybe the point of the contention of what say is going back to yesterday's daf. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tiv, or is the 3 days not include the Yom Tiv? So the Gemara says Tanakama Sabra in below the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tiv, so a total of 4 days. Rabbanan Basrai Sabra in the day, whereas the Rabbanan of our Mishnah might hold that no, the 3 days include Yom Tiv itself. Another potential point is that always to try to figure out the distinction between the Chumim of our Mishnah and the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing. Even some of the other possibilities. Nasa and Nasa and Kudabinet. So what's the other possibility is what happens if you violate and you see transact with the Akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tiv? What is the status of the closeness? So the Gemara says, Tanakama Savar Nasa V'Nasa Mutar. All right, the previous Mishnah Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you
prohibited or proceeded. One of Asari Savri, Nasa and Nasa and Asa. Whereas the one of Aaron is to hold that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay, one of the possibility is Shmuel, the point of contention between them is Shmuel. Number Shmuel said, but Gola ain't us El Yom either. We'll say this is great. This is great. Shmuel said, in the diaspora, so we'll say, remember again, there are Obdei Kochavim in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutzlaretz. So we'll say, get ready for this. Shmuel says, diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an Obdei Kochavim, ultimately, again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? So we'll say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Bagola, Rashi says, it's great. Ein ha'odei kochavim adukim kol kach ba'avodas kochavim. B'damino l'tamon, odei kochavim shel chutz la'aretz, lav odei kochavim nevu, bonus courses. Apparently, the odei kochavim of chutz la'aretz are not so strong. They're not so committed. They're not so committed. It's estimated. You know, the chutzlars of legal problem, they're not as intense. I just think like that. I don't know, whatever. They're not legal problem. You know, I don't know, whatever it is. They're off the data of legal problem, whatever it might be. So the mice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this again. That ultimately, again, from the Gola in the diaspora, I'm sorry, Shmuel statement. So the Gola in us, so again, Shmuel holds that in the Golden diaspora, ultimately, again, only transacting with them on the day of the actual Yom Tov is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel. And ultimately, Rabbanim must very less than Shmuel. But the later Rabbanim ultimately, again, don't hold with Shmuel. Okay, Ibai, saying that the possibility is enough. Again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because he's actually going to fuel a lot of our next segments. The statement of Nachum Hamadi ultimately again is the sign of Omer. Eino Aser El Yom Echad is made days. So there's another sheet of Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days. There's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day ultimately again that is problematic. Tanakama, Leslie did Nachum Hamadi. So ultimately again the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah does not hold of Nachum Hamadi. But Rabbanim Asrai did Nachum Hamadi, whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately again hold of Nachum Hamadi. Okay, so we'll say, point is, although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct. We'll say first line, design in the base. Kufa, Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Asa El Yom Echad B'Fnei Yidei. So we'll say, now listen to this. So Nachum Hamadi Zabi, he says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transmitting, but rather 1 day. So it's below. So they said to Nachum Hamadi, Yishtaka Davar Below Ne'emar. Right? Forget that and let's not talk about it. Another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But you talk. Now, one of us said, well, a second. You just said before that one of our Secondly, forget it. Man Chachamim don't like where the Chacham of our Mishnah. So not Hamadi. That means it's not Hamadi. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days better, it's 1 day, and you now have to come say, forget about that sheep, we don't talk about it. Tanida, Nachum Hamadi, now that we mentioned Nachum Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning Nachum Hamadi. So we just want to point out that in this discussion regarding like transaction, essentially what you feel here is the following. You really have 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbanan, or the Tanakama of Polish, 3 days before the Yom Tov. Right? There's the opinion of the Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there is this opinion of Nachum Hamadi that's just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now, Nachum Hamadi seems to be taken out of play.
Let me first to tell you that no one knows.
Something that he's there. Now they mention Nachum Hamadi, the most of the first one about Nachum Hamadi. Nachum Hamadi, Moshe and Sis Zachar, the subject in the Chal. What is very interesting. We're going to say this from a moment out, I don't want to stop it here. We're going to talk about this concept, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell animals.
Let me talk.
Large animals to non-Jews.
We stuck about
Again,
that house.
why that is actually a Shabbos. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about
fine. So you understand how. So if you look at the مفهوم السوسلاتين يسوق مقامشين الرابط وموست فرشي هو أصلا you could sell a male horse that is old. Right? So an older horse, ultimately again, would actually during war. Actually, okay, start here for today. I'm not going to rush it. Start here for today. Hey, tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh, the Mir Hashem, we begin at 5:45 minutes. Shah at 7 o'clock. We'll also do an additional, sorry, 6:30 chakras. We'll also be in Restream tomorrow, an additional bonus meeting. Hashem with some additional singing, some music, and Restream. 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry? No. I am going to get dinner. So, the Mir Hashem, Careful, let's say something for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but in the next we will. Yes.
Salad.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to fill my belly because, you know, your boy's hungry.
And I don't feel like
making any dinner, and I want something that's, like, decent. Sure. Like, we'll go get some salad. But then after I get back, oh, sweet. Me and Bingo, what are you talking about? Oh, okay. I got a mouse away. You gotta bring him for the treats. What are you talking about? Bingo went. Oh, he got him a treat, all right. I got him a treat. But yeah, no, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get dinner and I'm gonna come back here and then who's to say we should play some bingo? Let's run it. Let's run it. Bingo is on blockchain, you guys. You may cross out any numbers. Bingo makes it fast and fun all at the same time. And you get to walk away. Maybe two. Yeah. And I gotta tell the Stace here today. So today it is Friday, okay? And it is a fiesta, right? So check it out. I'm making a deal to everybody in the States.
All right. Good evening.
It's just for
Good evening. A great visit from Mark Hashem. To be able to continue in beautiful peace ahead of us today. So remember, with tonight, we're operating under this construction, so many beautiful and different versions of kindness. So when we're learning how to get out of this safer code, the single errors. Again, essentially, of life itself is just interpretation of translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on kindness. So we're left off yet less with rather for the positive. Because we left a government old default revolt. So literally translated, the matter is both you, the default revolt. Remember again, the fundamental question is there. If you tell me that something is easy to enough, I got it. Right? Tell me to say the same. Even behavior. Tell me to do something, and do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. How can you in general, we have this idea about, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when we say that it's Karol Ve'Lecha B'Levov Kavasoko? So that says something designed. So the ability to go ahead, and literally regulate emotions is something that is exceptionally difficult. ואיך talking לומר שגם זה הוא בעסק יד בקרוב מאוד בחלותם, הלא לכאורה הוא נגד הכישלון. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can hear that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like so tells us, that's suckable, don't cover. One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like this stupid to feel a certain way. And to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows. Lomar, shekara mo'bachaladim, la'afot libam v'kavas ha'olam hazeh, v'yavas Hashem be'emes. K'mo shekasa v'gemara fine. ועל זה אלו הספרו לבאר הישס. כיצד אחים הרוב הדבר מאוד לכל אדם לעבודת השם
The entire Avodah, that's where we last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave the Sefer was the Kufay Amor, which means collection of sayings. We call it Hanya, but it's really called the Kufay Amor, so that said. The entire Avodah of this Sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth, and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Isn't that the most incredible thing, the most difficult thing? And we know this. It's really not hard to keep tracks. That is the studying on the laws. I know as long as I learn about the laws, I'm used to doing it, so it's really my behavior is one thing. But for myself, just in general, it's not regulating behavior is something I can do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience about heart Shabbos? And how many of us do get it? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So about time says, I have hold of what I'm trying to do over here, shoot it above that. Okay, section is partially with your heart. Suppose I go down to that section, see the bottom of page 9, the Dara Aluka, you see that? The heading? Suppose I did that. This is up to conference. Another told me that we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the words Bidara, now literally I got it up to show you Bidara, Aluka Ukitzala. A long path, that's short. What is it? A long path, that's short. Listen to this. See, closer to the first in the notes, Nikol Ashel Zev Bigimah. So remember again, the long letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards, that's the case. That's the Tanya. So whatever says this house, it says Nikol Ashel Zev Bigimah. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What does the Gemara say? What's it? This is a sound Gemara. I'm going to be sure, Ben Hanani. Yeah, I said, that's also why I like using this edition, because again, like many times you find in great work, like they write it, understanding what they're writing. But a lot of us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So whenever it takes one very short statement, there's a path that is long and short. Thank you. So what does that mean? So it's basically really is basically you learn the sex later. This is this. I'm going to show them for now. So this is the kind of says how it's making tomorrow. In your mind, Loni Stan Adon Ella no, so this is what it says, guys. No one ever bested you. Like, no one ever bested you, except for one time a child bested me. What happens? Mind you, pressing some one time I was traveling on the road, so I'm sure but I used to like outside yoga. And I saw that there was by the crossroads. Okay, I'm not to me. I said to the child, look, I'm traveling to this. He didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He said, kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? That's what I say get to the city. So the kid said to me, so Amrali, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, the Zu Kitsara Aruka. So the child said, so the show this path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so okay, so which is if anyone needs to right, so it says so which path so should I said I'm sorry. Allah says I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sorry about which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? You hear what the kid is saying. Right? The kid says that there's a short path. I just take the short path. What's the big deal? So it takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to be honest. Favorite guys in this city in no time. People slug gunnels and ice. The problem was that's the end of the path. We were going up to the city, but the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to this, so couldn't actually enter into the city because the path was blocked. Because that's not all right. I went back to the crossroads. It was back to the kid. I'm right to the beneath. I'm right to the Zukit Sarah. So he says to the kid, problem. So he's like, kid, you told me that this was the short path. This is Charles Abdi. Well, Kaka might be the path. Sarah, but Aluka. But yeah, I can't remember what I told you. What did I tell you?
short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll get you to the city quickly, but you won't get it. Let's see, watch this. Here's how the bottom. Now these they're all Chelsea, and then there's another side of that. It's out which is it's long but short. It's long but short. But it's usually longer to get into the city. But what? You'll get it. You'll get it. And look at what Evan does as well, saying this incredible metaphor for life. This is so much about what Rose says. Very short. This is what he says. Adar HaKitzara Ba'aluka, Achin Hais Kitzara Ba'aluka. The teacher is the path that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Well, I said, but practically, it's longer. Why? So, here are your journals for Fridays and share base tests. Look at it. So there's the on one hand, it's one that cross goes to the city. The problem is then getting to the city itself. You couldn't get in. He says, oh, Maylaw, I touched on this with that too. Now again, point out, you put on your shoulder and then you got put up buttons on the garden and all this kind of stuff. וזהו שאמרה כאילו, שהדרך היא קצרה מכמה כל יום. And that's the trouble saying. You see, Rebbe, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchards, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchards. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long, reality-wise, distance-wise, it was a longer path. Even for the data through Mosa to Mother here, under the becoming spot. But this is where you get to the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. So you can ultimately get that in. So, Derek Zoe, even though distance-wise, the second path is longer, but it is the shorter path because it enables you to reach your actual destination. The Asher Shabbat Magiam Ledir, and the Neos, be able to get into
don't want the randos jumping in early on this coin, which is the whole coin itself. So right now, I've introduced my loyalty program.
I will say, so it's about time it says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Ba'aluka, the path that's short and actuality long, and Derech Aluka, the path that is long but is accurate. What is that? You listen to this. There is a path that is short but long, meaning long. Haynu, Sha'adam Ma'over as reaching the level, for example, person inspires, like the emotions of his heart. Yisrael Hashem, Va'ayideh, his onerous zoom, Magia, Yideh, Rish, Shal Abbas Abba. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love Hashem. The Derech Zoom, Omnam Kayosa Lavadeas, two things is ancient issue outside. Hey, let's describe it like this. Let's say the easiest way to fall in love with Hashem. How the easiest way? Bestseller is good book. Oh, wow. Stories. Everybody loves stories. What is stories? What's the beauty of my son? That's it. Here's your mention. Right? It's like, right? It's like an NCS Hayat. Right? What happens by NCS Hayat? Right? Most of us are in the NCS Hayat, right? How do you feel as NCS Hayat? Right? Oh my God. Right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving yourself Tuesday. That's very good. Let's say I thought that's amazing. You know, but it's an Olympic place itself. It says that I'm not eating. And Avram left Holland to go to Iran. So it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Tess, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Chala, and the souls they made in Chala. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people, Sarai converted all these people. But so Rachel says, like, where did he go? Right by the time Avram gets to him, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevron go? So it's like this, you were not the he was running shallows, he was programming, he was certain things, he was doing everything. People were on fire. So Avram says, Chevron, we're going somewhere. He said, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go, let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens, it's like a day to the journey, where we're going, right? And each day, more and more people peel off. Until at the end of the day, it just happens, Sarai, love, right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, lights of fire, but as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times when we look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right, we always wonder, how could it be that people saw the mountains, they saw the plains, they saw the splitting of the sea, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the traveling was going like and they're already building right? It's not just making sense, but it does make sense. Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? It's like a booster shot. Get it? And it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's why, by the way, I want to bring down is the danger. Like, today, it's very interesting. Everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, you all want that closest part to the powerful. I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I can't really work for it. Give it to me under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need, give me quickly, I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. You understand? That's called Sarah, but that's the short path to get to God. It's only a problem. That's what much more motivating. It actually becomes much more motivating. Why? Because if that's my dream, just like that, right? You always need to get the high. So what's going to inspire you next? What's next? What's next? What's next? See, it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's much more circuitous throughout the last few weeks. So the Rabbi says, Zayt Derech Kitzar Baruch Behind Sha'ad Ma'oler is reaching the Baha'u'llah Banks and Levels. Person literally inspires himself by days. So it's really like, yes, it's a Abbas Rabbi. That's that. Amnam Kal Yosef level with the Abbas Hashem. After years, Sarah, Sha'ad Mitzvah Baha'u'llah Minachah. Inspiration, right? Inspiration of the Lord. What did he demand of you? What did he demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I mean, what happens when you're what do you do? There's something inspires you. You're invested. You're passive. So what about that is not 100% and we all know that right. I just need that pick you up. I need that pick you up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound. But in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, this is coming to go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. Some things like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest perfect Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest transaction. Because since I'm passive, I'm not doing anything, I'm seeking, I'm actually changing myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I get more thinking, let's do it. It's always becoming. Vasila Kashi, שאומנם בש"ס מעשה אדם הרגיש אורך גדול, אבל כיוון שהיא לא שוסה אספניוסו, let's say here it is. Do you know where the true issue with that comes from? And a person is really so where inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because it's something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, בסוף סופו, עדיין במשרה עולמדו, מקודם, עם כל עושר המידוס והטייבוס המונוס ומאחרוס also, מלזכרוס ללכות באנס. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who was like, so we all have this, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us are experiences of the young and the old. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, maybe it's not about a traveling, if I do this really, but something. And then like, I wonder, then the inspiration like, how could it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, it's like flat line.
Right? I don't know how you measure it. Yeah, that would be like a new level that would pay out. It's the same person.
And all of the negative ones, something there's activities, and lots of other things are still there. I'm like a chronic spinning my virtual wheels. And I can hear the accelerator, and I'm not
interactive play with it, and then they can come brag about it every time they got.
He says, "Lucky the
Make it automated to where when they get cashed out, in order to accept the payment, they have to post on X that they
first
want.
half of Judaism is called
I mean, I can
Sarah
do anything. I mean, I can auto-post it already, but yeah, it would be better if people
short.
account.
Yeah, I get the
Absolutely,
point.
yeah. And I mean, think about it. When they get to brag about it, and they get paid for it, so then you get the advertisements as in the project. I think that's a great
What
idea.
happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to
Yeah.
do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model. לפיכך, נקרא ג'ק צבא, דירו, הגדרה חמובו ארס בסייף האקרן. So the level is going to subscribe, obviously, and again, what I want to point out is that there are multiple values. Like there are multiple avenues of connection. And this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect like this in different ways. So there are some people who for whom that first spirituality is actually totally fucking need in order to go to section. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur, they come. When it's famous idea, maybe it's a
I have to think. I do have an anti-cheat system.
So this is again that I says. When a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do.
Tweak it a little bit.
It says, open up a bush and read a passage.
Because I don't want somebody coming in
Why?
like, well,
Because at least when you're taking inspiration, you plug it into something. And how many times are like, I'm inspired? And fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't shoot it. Right? It extinguishes. And that's, right, what's like, so honestly, this is the time when you're like, I used to get how many times in your life is like, it's so inspired, it's ready to do something. I just never did something. I just, I'm not even, did anything. The fire was there, and like, fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain time, if you don't feed it, it's going out. That's the first time. Then the bottom of the chest. Vivo. Adela como que algo que se trata, and the rest of them, Adela. It's about how you see the different ways that typical high score or calculate that. How determined to achieve that, game that out. And then after that, everybody scoring above that guy that won gets paid out. מוכרחת עבודת המוח. ליצור פרויקט המפיע היו לימוד והסוגר מפגש לספר. ולאחר מכן הסבולנוס והמוקת אדם בגלל שלום הזה. זה going to see. And we'll talk about this in a round and we'll see more depth. The letter says, if you want to really see something horrible, it's going to really understand. can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Right? So this is the first thing you can caveat that yes. There's only so well you're going to understand it. There's still stuff you can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you get. The more you understand that you don't know to love them, the closer you get. It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul. It's what? It requires moving things without my finding things without my soul. Starting to do certain things to do other things. It requires adjustments, emotional adjustments. Although I can I say some up and then again, all of this internal work. What emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love, and all of this work and this internal work, I end up feeling a sense of passion. Benita, and again, also you see the same one. But the director, he wants to get this second guy together, and you go. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the truth. Why? Because that's why. Why? Because you don't get where you need to get. Right? That's like this convenient, almost like consistent type of inspiration. It's beautiful and incredible. But you never really get short of that, don't get the second part of that. Again, my heart, my mind. Striving to understand things better, and the way you're able to understand yourself, affecting change, starting your change. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, if you do this path, because it ultimately gets my intended destiny. Okay, so let's look at this line. The last one. So the galaxy, Rulos, it says, the long passage of the chest, there's no special right? And there's a schema for action, right? You can say Yishmas 23 minutes, you're going to find a kid up and have a baby all the same hour, right? It's great about it, right? And you do this, you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man, and he was over his terrace after Shabbos, and his wife was in the room and he was over his terrace.
Folks, post spaces in the future. Don't listen to me. Don't have the word chill in it. This should be. Let's talk about the most boring fucking video game of all time, from 30 fucking years ago, 40 fucking years ago.
So the interesting one, because I told you how heck of a lot. And by the way, you're not going to expect that. I'm not. But forming a college is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Valentine you said, I just want to tell you, that for the long term, that's right. There's no shortcuts. Because the ORS are like, as an executive case, that's like rejection, as an executive, as an idea, rabo, what does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of going on. All the tremendous of all, right? Again, there's no shortcuts, there's no life. Over and over and over. About here is a guarantee. Which kind of who's the as much work as this is, one thing is the bank, which is you will be a change. Will be a change. So I said, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Valentine. There's no shortcut to the program, right? Just 12-step programs. You can't see about 4, 5, 6, 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step. In any program change, you got to from 1 and you got to move it all the way to 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Moments is about keeping some together. You're trying to slowly subdue this problem, but if you work with whatever calls, together, a loop itself. The more that is.
No one has any fucking questions for you.
Suche בסופו של דבר והכל כפי שדבר לאבא שלנו. You will come to truly love the ריבונו של עולם. סוף זוהי דרך הקצרה. This is about and I'm going to teach you. And I'm going to teach you about Tanya. This is דרך הקצרה. Now, the דרך הקצרה שהיא
If they play a fucking sound while I'm speaking, I'm flipping it. I'm flipping out. I'm flipping out. This is the worst.
Our life objectives. This is the share KD. So become the choice. What potentially solves the Sarah value. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one happens. You will never quite get to exactly where you need to go. That's about how you should give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that you're the shortest path. Because this path, I know it's about do you know what path is? I don't know what it is. I'm signing up. I can see. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. But I feel like I don't know what to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path is going to outline over here, maybe long, or maybe arduous, but it's the only path to get me into the city. The only path to allow me to involve the self-actualized. The only path is going to about Shem, and the only path that's going to get me my intended and desired likeness. I was like, well, yeah, tonight, see you next week. Next week, we'll actually start.
It's a lot of craziness.
All right.
That's why, whenever we do get in a room like this, we're trying to bring the positive. We're trying to bring the vibes up. We're trying to.
All right, try that again. Join your website. Agree to the code. Rock Hashem. To be able to begin a second Holios is the right key word.
We can definitely have a space for 12
all
hours.
of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church. Thank our annual commentary sponsor, Focus on the Right to Throw. We're dedicating all the Shem and Josh shows this year to the book. So it's the most for Ami Stroh. Our sponsors for the month of Emily Kabal, and we're Bennett over. We have Transformers up to Terry, Abram, and then up to Pintos. They go to each other's mother, they go to each other's Sally, Hope, all the people.
Oh man, I can't join that space. No, you cannot join this space. No. Stay away. It's an email that everybody loves.
And our becoming sponsors, David Goodman, will be the Mishmas, Lori, and all of the Mishmas partner, we have a family dinner from all those leaders, those episodes, those police, so we're talking to them from the home, how it has to be, how it has to be, and how it has to be successful, and not see it there. So with that, let us begin. So Michael tells us about the second time on together. Again, Michael, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, I know we don't know second story is for those of you who are definitely veterans already, so you see it. Again, it's very interesting. And those of you who haven't seen it yet, it's fantastic. It's beautiful. It's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we were seeing. But it makes us some more exposed to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of Morocco. Perhaps we have not seen that experience happen. Let us begin Mishnah based on the Bible. Also the Dr. Marvel over here. Already, but again, the central piece that you're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and tomorrow. Based in casting and based in your mistake. And as a result of your mistake, ultimately again you think that your casting as something that was awesome, really was murder. Ultimately you just go ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committing to it. This is the first guide that was out. Holu basin, we go to Holu Shekhalef or Dam. Simple case, patient asking that Caleb, right, for being fat, or Dam is the mother of blood, is mother for consumption. They've been made a mistake. Right, let's remember again, the notion of human insanity is not one that exists within cities. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept. Why? The first religion got Torah goes out of between multiple times. This is the most savvy. So, no, what's really sin? You got it. One Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? And most Rabbi did in the entire lifetime. Why? Again, dismiss to go ahead and reject the notion
gives back to humanity. She gives back to the ledger. She gives back to whoever is in need. She does it in such a beautiful way. It's very transparent.
Blood is moving. Now what happened?
Very transparent.
What happened? The Halakha Yachad the Hasa. And this video from Ruben heard the Saka to be I was going to eat blood. He goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay, he takes blood. Goes to now what's the Halakha? The Hasa is shut out of you. So again, now he commit now also remember, as far as Ruben is concerned, Ruben is acting on the advice of the Saka base. So now the Gemara Mishnah gives total variation. They should us the Hashem. Then he's talking about his word. They did also eat blood together with Ruben. So they also make the mistake. They should also whether they did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards. They should also when Basin didn't follow their Saka at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now we'll say normally if you eat blood or you eat right? If you eat Caleb, show me what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Carbon katos, sin offering. Again, we'll get into a little bit more of this kind of thing. But you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring in katos. That's the halacha. In this case over here, which is introducing us to, it's Potter. Ruben does not have to bring a chatos. Why doesn't Ruben have to bring a chatos? If they should tell him about it. Because Ruben did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of faith. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of faith is flawed, and therefore, halacha for myself, he's part from the chatos. Incredible. Incredible. So this is what we know. Ultimately, again, Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. Basin goes ahead. And third, Rashi says, may the Havik Kistos love follow the Basin Ba'asasi. This is introducing us to this concept of erroneous ruling and individual acts of that ruling. The individual is defended or absolved from personal liability. I didn't let you have to bring the chatos when he ate the chiluk based on the instruction of Basin. Now, Basin's liability, I know the chiluk. Okay, that's case one. Holy Basin, we are the affirmation. So, let's say same case. Basin has stated that chiluk is low. Right? But this is one of the members of the Basin realized this. No. Yeah, let's say obviously this was in a minority. Like in a minority still carried but one sentencing judges realized this is a law, the Holocaust off here. Or in that again, it was another time Chacham, not the member of the Basin, but it comes Chacham who was knowledgeable enough to know that Holocaust myself, the Yitzhak, what happened? The Asa Apu. Nevertheless, this member of the Basin still followed it. I was saying that's the guy who's like, hey, why not? Right? This like this is my one side of the table. In my Jewish life. Right? David went ahead and asked me that I was Musar. I know that psak is wrong. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. A member of the Basin for ranking comes talk. No, this person knows that he's wrong because Basin went ahead and said that it's Musar. In that case, says they to us but it's Basin actually ate the Caleb and this guy went ahead and ate with them. They to us or Basin ate the Caleb and he consumed it afterwards. Basin also Basin didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the stock of Basin. Alright, that
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we're at our goals, so anything extra is extra.
For myself, he knows. He knows better. He knows that this is an erroneous position. And therefore, Allah for myself, he is going to be right. Now, those like, we have to discuss such a case. If he knows that the sock is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course it's going to be liable. There has to be more to the truth, which we will discuss in the tomorrow. Next, why the Russian nation tell the basis? Why? Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the sock of But if you know that the sock of is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Jack Val, we'll say this is the rule, says the Mishnah. Hatola biatzmo, chayiv, told the Beis Potter, if one acts of their own.
Yo, what up, Max?
Ultimately, again, the time.
How are you?
Remember again, if one eats
Excellent. Good to see you, my man. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, and I've been waiting 2 hours to speak, so I can't talk right now. If you want to just be patient, once I speak in here, I would love to talk to you. Or just come back in a little bit, and I'll be ready to talk to you, okay? Excellent, my
Showcase in this case, we'll have to see in the Gemara. But one, if this is introducing us, is it basic issues of and an individual follows that stock, the individual is shielded from personal liability of the Chatos because they acted in the first place. If they are wrong from stock, and the individual knows that it's a wrong stock, you notice, by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's a wrong stock. Right? Not someone who thinks of it. Like that, again, we're talking about someone over here, either who is a member of the police or a rank from the top. That person knows that the sign is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal law. Okay, so let's say, let's delve in. Incredible. We all love, we all love 8 days in Chayav and actually know how to be karma. Now, we see my focus of Shmuel and Rabbeinu a little bit just about the mechanics of this. So now, I understand the principle. Like the principle I understand. So now, the challenge is, what exactly does the say to live this erroneous ruling? So we all learn 8 days in Chayav and Hashem Rahem Mutarina. So Shmuel says the verbiage is basically says Mutarina. This is permitted. You are permitted to eat Chayav. They have to say it like that. Okay. But being in Arizona, Hashem Rahem Mutarin Hashem Las. Notice again. As in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. Permitted to act in this stuff. So being said, this motor is not enough. In order for the individual to personalize the action based on application, you must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and get in act based on this stuff. Very interesting. You might say, my time, now what's the reason for that? Why does it mean having that word lasos? So he says, the law. Because without lasso, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate of you got to act. Therefore, Rabbeinu requires the word lassos in order for this to be like instructions from Daisy, which would then mean Daisy says, Mutar, right? Caleb is Mutar Atan Lan, ready to go ahead and Caleb. Or let's go ahead and right. So when Daisy is constant and they're giving Torah, they're giving instruction. But giving says, hello for myself, that's where the individual acted on that Daisy ultimately again, the individual would be punished. But according to Rabbeinu, if Daisy would just say, Mutar Matin, it's Mutar, that would not individual from personal liability. Okay, so let's analyze it. So my time again, what's the logic? The page so Nigmara because SAC is only final when number one they tell you stat and act. When they tell you and you can in fact behave based on SAC, ultimately again that means based on SAC. Let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. Let's go down to that last one on both sides. So right now, so left on the right side, so right. After analyzing, advice is we also have advice in the world to support ultimately again your needs. After analyzing, we also have because of the so we're going to get a lot going at us. This is the case of Zucking my is an individual with a number of occasions who is a quick look at Rashi to just Khazar Rashi says Zucking Mamre Ligiro Torah Lasos, the master of the common return after Lasos before you get so Zucking Mamre is literally again someone who is outnumbered on the page, but refuses yield to the majority. So let's say so such an individual actually for this translation because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how it based works. It works on majority. So again, you must remember it. You must remember again back to Marcus days. Remember Marcus? I just want to say, remember, you might have said that even after Jason delivered a verdict, the judges in the minority can't go over to the independent and say, well, this is the way to elect yourself. I really trying to get it back. Damn real. Can't do that. Part of the reason, once the majority decides on something, that's the side. Everyone is there. The second non-ring refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the the second non-ring goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach the Limei Kider Shadei, and he continues to advance the side that he held before. Potter, ultimately again, he's Potter. In other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the psak and teach the psak as he believes, not in line with the Basin was doing, he's Potter. It's not true. However, Torah Lasos, if he has to, and he says, if you can act on this psak, then where you find the psak, it's not just enough to say you are in hand, but what do they have to say? Current Atem Lasos. These psak to be the form of psak, they have to give, first of all, again, the psak halacha, and then explicitly indicate you should act based on its halacha. Just remember why it's important for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on the psak of the reason which turns out to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you acted in good faith, you still become personal liability. The opinion is saying, but it only works if the psak was really articulated in a particular way, requiring some more articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on the psak. Last, and I just reading this one. I'm really out of it. Yeah, I'm real code love based on nothing. Also, all the other things. One of the exciting things I was really excited even if you don't remember everything, sometimes you see things like seeing someone here where I know you. So I know you too well to ask you your name again. Right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Like, there's that feeling of like, of course we know each other. What's your name? But so that feeling is a lot. Like, in other words, like, I see something, you're like, I know you. I don't understand it, right? I don't really remember the details, but I definitely know you. It's a beautiful feeling like that. Again, you know, it's like this total face is nothing. Right? Rachel's nice and Ruben goes over 8 half of the remember again, when we use halachas, when we use the halachas, where we believe in Eidah, like we believe in Eidah, like to allow women to be married. Remember, there was a penis, this is a kula, this is a hefer for what purpose, and again, what? That's what we should kula, akidu baraba. So again, we're going to watch this. So all of the basement is in this. Let's say basement, that's the 8 hours. And they passed it, okay, they're cool. You get remarried. Just watch this. The hope of it killed her off. And she went out and she had other relationships. She didn't get married. Relationships with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happened? I must say, now remember, and then what occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? So now, what's that? Now, what's her status? What's the halacha? What's the carbon? Ultimately, again, she is. She is higher. Now, again, not higher than not but she is higher than. Now, why? I want to watch this. So, I love this investment. Because remember, again, what was the sacrification? The sacrification was the one you're allowed to watch. You're allowed to read now. You're not allowed to read reasonable. It's interesting, you know, I tell you, and you didn't see that. Ultimately, again, she didn't have a personal life there. Now, she is reasonable, but there's personal life there. The bottom line, why are you bringing this kind of thing? It says, ultimately, again, the agent says, formation is nothing. If you notice again, what's the formation of agent? Agent judges as smutter, mutter, and the agent to be married. So again, that the way of sacrifice is formalized is mutter, last. You're allowed to, and she will do. And you'll be there. I mean, it's not around here. You're holy faith and not about actually committed time to work. So again, this is actually very interesting. It's actually holy faith and last. Almost right across the night. Right. The maximum holy thing actually is in the Gemara. Actually, no one is fun on that. So what they say, again, we also learn this. But it's holy faith. Holy faith in love. It's on this one. You know, what's the Mishnah? Dating asking Lava is what? Dating something with mother, and they said you can go ahead and do it as well. So all of this back with version, or the back of a Jewish version, that when a baby gives a psak, there's two parts of psak. There's mother, and you're allowed to act, or act in a certain way first, and then if David really was alone, and an individual acted upon that, and what can I say? You are shielded ultimately against an enemy's personal liability. This is my God, you don't need it, and there's nothing more to talk about. You just have to start this is you, and one of the children of the Moshe. Right, that's it. Right, done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. Now, what's that? Interestingly enough, there's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So I'm a Shmuel, in case I have an action around. You call it action masters. Shmuel said that again. The position of Shmuel and Rav are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the basement is all basement needs to stay is in turn action masters. Sorry. I reverse attribution. Shmuel is the one who that is the logic of the division is Karen Atam. Shmuel has the one who has the man for the Galacticos. But even in our John Omar, Akidu Karen Atam. No. Even if the agent that says, Mutter, Nigmar Hora. That's the end of the Sa, and I love them. Actually, based on that, they were stupid the first time. So what's this? Now, in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rabbi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rabbi. In this version, he's questioning Rabbi, bringing all of the same views. Abaye, Bahalot's not how people are doing, that's not how we learn. Right? Because of the Ilo, the Shana Odim, and Tigash, and Flutter, or Lasso, but remember, again, we have to look at all the things together. But Abaye says, remember, something I was only doing the Chayes when, that teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people, this is the halacha, you can act on it, that's when it's Chayes. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to be mutter, you also need what? Lasso. Yes, I'm not the hour, but how low to the hour says, 1 second, what about the 5 hours? I'm Holu. That's how low to Holu of days and nothing. The hill comes to the law, I have a Starbucks. So if you're the Elina, say, in case, the staff is only binding of what they say, mutter and action. So you see from occasions that require mutter and last. Next, Amarino, the hollow scenario. I think it's a bonus second. Hollow case in that action for some of the Torah by our Mishnah. Our Mishnah. The purpose of the Mishnah engaging is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that Halacha might see to act on it, and unless it's true role. So interesting enough, both versions, although again there's the first attribution, Halacha might say enough. So let's just go with the first version. Halacha might say it's like this, and therefore again, understand the way that these things normally go ahead, structures of sound, you say mutter, and ultimately lactose, and give instructions that this sound behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of sound that if someone followed it, even though it turns out to be an erroneous sound, I'm also here to feel this from personal life. Incredible. Great. That's the first one. Part one is such as focusing two tables, right? So based in testing, Caleb is mutter le'echol. They're allowed to Caleb, okay? So the individual went ahead and if there isn't such a now it says the individual went ahead and actually given virtually based on their side. Gemara says, shogig language. Why didn't that word shogig? Interestingly enough, he's not really shogig. In other words, right? Ruben is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruben is concerned, he's got a citation that says that he's doing his mutter. It turns out that it was an accident, but what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogig? Shogig last year. Only basis to kill the woman. Daisy Hoskins, give me this mother. Okay. Now what happens? It is coming to Caleb. Daisy went ahead and said that okay. Next, part two. Ruben has two pieces of music. One is Caleb, one is Ruben, his intention is to use Shimon. So what happens? He gets mixed up and he keeps.
You're on Telegram.
So Ruben, watch this. So Ruben is Caleb. But Ruben didn't really do Caleb because of the sack of the basis. Right? Ruben is Caleb because he's a child. Comes along Rava, and Rava says, get ready for this, ready for it, Ruben is why? Because essentially, there's a sack basis out that says that Caleb is brother, that the Jew ends up eating Caleb inadvertently, either because he's following the sack of the basin, or because it just gets stuck. That's why. Remember again, in this case, Ruben's consumption has nothing to do with the sack of the basin. It has to do with but yet, again, he's still going to be putter because that sack is incredible. So you must look I'm going to show you that. My whole baby is going to look Daisy, when I said that there's probably Caleb and Shimon. And Ruben mixed up a piece of Caleb with a piece of Shimon. Inadvertently eating Shimon, but What ultimately again is father Al-Pihan Mamish. So once I see very good. So essentially, this is Rava, there's two different cases in Bedouin English. Well, Hayochim Ba'asa Al-Pihan. And there's two different Al-Pihan is the case that we've been talking about today. David said that Caleb is mutter le'echol. Ruben goes and eats Caleb. Okay, he's himself in personal life. Again, he gets mixed up in his Caleb and his Shimon. He didn't mean to. He's How would you be Potter ultimately again because
And
such
you're
a
not sure
such
of anybody under any circumstances to
incredible.
not sharing.
Absolutely incredible. So you must dig it down. The other
Because they
say,
give
on the
full
Rabba
access
says,
to your phone.
Shogig al PM with the Potter.
Don't take a picture of it.
An alternate
Don't
version
do
of
it.
Rabba,
Talked
absolutely
about how they
Rabba.
took a picture
Shogig al
of it
PM.
and
It's only
uploaded
an
to their Google Drive.
accidental of the that happens as a result of
Support
SAP
targeted that
that
person.
itself
They
within
don't
a
think it was
social
real.
library. First one
And
says,
found the
Avan
fake
is
job.
Khalid Bayer Bishimon the Afro Khalid.
Did you guys not get the same phrase,
Moving just
steel
gets mixed up
card
between the
that
pieces.
had in the goodie
Like
bag?
from Halal Lamaisa, he will
I
be
did.
liable. Notice that she saw that there's two versions of Rabba.
And that's the other thing.
Notice that she covered the Rabba and the Bayer Rabba.
And the other
Something
half,
which
it
was obvious
also
Rabba
has
is
like the
actually a
actual
transfer
like
Rabba.
letters
Bayer
that you
Rabba goes the
use. So
second
like,
white line.
isn't like you use a mallet to hit
Shifting
it
his mother.
onto
The
it.
basic
Yeah,
casting is also
that
basic
or the
casting that
machine.
killed his mother.
Got it.
How
Or
we go
they have the
with
scratch
but then again,
machine.
we
So
then had two pieces
I
of
could have
meat in his hand.
given that
One
with
was
it
to
to
live
the
on with sugar. His intention
but
was to eat.
but they have the
Shimon.
metal
He
pen
accidentally
where you
went
can
into
actually just
the
enter
period.
in your
What's
stuff
the
instead of
halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, sorry. There's that Mahu, what's the halacha? Amarava, Rava says, Tashma. Halacha, Yachel, Ba'asa, Shogig, Apihem. If Ruben went ahead and acted accidentally, based on such a basis, he must have Shogig, Apihem, Rama. So Rava said, why do you need that lesson of Shogig, Apihem? Just say, PM, Apihem, that's it. CA, Holu, based on the butter, and it's Khalid, Caleb, Ba'asa, Butter. Ultimately, again, in order to conclude this case, where again, Ruben got mixed up in the pieces, he ended up being Caleb. He's still doing Potter. Ultimately, this is still covered, so to speak, under the Saka page. Yoma showing up here with the Potter. Avan is Khalid, Caleb, Yeshua, Ba'asa, maybe not. Maybe Ruben is only Potter, and he managed to act into the direction of the Saka page. But if Islam makes another mistake, who says that he should be Potter based on that? Desire is the only alternate version of this color. Rather, Kashma, Halak Yakir, but also Shogig Apihem, that the individual Ruben went ahead and acted Shogig based on sacrifice, so you must highlight Shogig Apihem with the color. Isn't it only in the case where Ruben managed to act based on the sacrifice? That is going to be better. Avan is Khalid, Caleb, Bishimon, Ba'asa, but if Halak Lamaisa, he mixes up the pieces. Second of this wasn't mixed up in his own house, so he should be tired. Yoma, Oshogig, Oshi, or maybe not. Maybe Allah again, that's what the coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's Shogig or Alpi. Ultimately, Alpi means you literally have to take the stock of the basin, and Shogig means he has his own mixed up. Incredible. Look, I just want to point out over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that a basin costume is permitted to use Caleb, right? Mutter Akam La'achol Caleb. All right, Mutter and don't La'achol Caleb. Everyone agrees that Ruben Akam at Sach is going to be Potter. Going to be Potter. Trying to get his, Ruben has a mix up in his home. This is his Caleb. He wanted to eat the sugar. He accidentally eats the Caleb. Is he Hayib or Potter? So this is the Mahmoud. What if people will say type? His inadvertent consumption of Caleb has nothing to do with the sack of the baby. Other than he says, no, it's going to be Potter, because once there's a sack of the baby out there developed, like that Caleb is mutter, also again, he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. This is part of the bigger Mahmoud. Total baby of Caleb mutter is based in house and Only based in casting that Caleb is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now we'll set that part one. Part two, Ruben is in his house. Ruben has two pieces to do. One is Caleb and one is Shimon. Then it's Khalid Caleb. Shimon, but also he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the Caleb. What's that? Rav Amar Potter, Rav Yochanan Amar Kai. Okay, here it is. Here's what it's supposed to Rav says the Potter, the sack of the basin, and no, your act has nothing to do with the sack of the basin, and therefore going to be Kai. By the way, Kai what? Kai what? Kai Bakata. Again, this is still a case of shock. But in this day, he raised the cash off. מעם הארץ, מעם הארץ לעשות שלא תהיה נפש אחת משתגע, מעם הארץ לעשות האחת מנפש אשר אכלות תעשנה באשר. This is what's like coming from it. The first thing is not there in a verse. So the Gemara says, "I'm an artist process." So, fast lumber. This comes to his food. Lumber is what say. Remember the concept of tapas. Lumber. So that person has. Lumber is someone who's fundamentally rejects. Sins with intentionality. Ultimately, again, is the descent of carbon contest. Doesn't mean that. Those Omer return to Sarah. Omer, Ashana, Bishkaga, the Hashem, the most important thing. Asherot Asana Bishkaga, all hold that. Ultimately, again, when you bring a contest, Hashab himself may be so here's the good metric for carbon contest. And anyways, the what? Here's the litmus test. If you have abstained from sin, if you then you bring your carbon tacos for
Yeah, I want to hear more about that. I remember hearing that. I was like, that sounds
what we
awesome.
call Hashadni Yasel. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shadidah. That's the type of person carbon tacos ultimately again for this person. If someone had the knowledge but still would have been, you don't bring a couple times, most absolute low shamir yourself. Somebody refrains or thinks hard, they don't bring a carbon on their and Isa, oh, low shamir yourself. Now, what's because of the person that actually brought her attention, he made a mistake. So when that runs that account, and also he's the one running around collecting that oil. Remember again, so many people just from hearing what it's about have been inquiring like, is the market board with that? And so based off of like heavy demand, we started the training course. And so we put that together, and if you're a holder of ours, you can take that course for free. What do I say? The metric for contest is I bring up carbon contest for committing and I bring up the show. I would not have committed yet if I had an hour. Even if we're moving, it's Caleb. So what? Jason said that it's Muslim. Watch me have a couple of times. It's incredible. Really, so much on the also. I'm going to pop up. I'm going to be open on even you know, how do you do it? Again, so really, since when Jason finds out that Jason is going to watch it back, how does he like, well, we not in Huddersfield, and then when Ruben hears that Jason retracted their sack previously again, he's also going to retract his behavior, so therefore you must have Shami the Yasser having a day. Since we want to say that we still call those things, but we have the knowledge, in this case, it's just had Jason found out that the sack was they would have abstained from his behavior, and then when Ruben finds out that the sack from Jason is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, the case where one has the knowledge, that's why one of the things says, I'm going to pop up. I'm going to pop up. The most derived in the road sequel. The most like, now, this is now another topic. So let's say we're going to get into there's something in this case that we're doing this up until now. What's happening in this case is basically giving an erroneous sign, and it's
according to where you live is by also the rate per gallon that you can collect on is different in every state as well. And then of course according to the economy where that stands, oil goes up as the economy goes down, and
now, in order to bring that up, you need 51% of the cloud to go ahead and probably want to stop. Okay, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the cloud stop. Who is it? It's coming in, like, who is the carrier for the scales? Like, so again, watch this. So basically, Elohim's mother, 50% of Klal Yisrael, Eid Caleb, Jason Tzach. Who's the guy who's going to fit the scales? Ruben. What does Ruben do? All eyes on Ruben. Ruben's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces of confidence. Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon with him, and he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Ruben does not count towards Torah. Right? Ruben does not count towards Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that Ruben is not actually facing the south of the baby. Ruben is just doing his own thing. So even if we can say that Ruben is personal liability, or Ruben is himself a personal liability because the south of the baby, let's say for calculating the 51% for Tar Helen government at Seabar, you can't say that Ruben is actually based in the south of the baby. Okay. Moderat, my time was the region, Ishkaga, Achi Kulon, Ishkaga. Because for Tar Helen government at Seabar, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same showgame capacity. Therefore, again, he's acting in a different showgame capacity, and he can't be counted. But again, separate halacha. So we'll say, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, when we end off this over here, is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if Ruben went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the fact of the basis, but because he got himself. Halacha l'maisa is liable or not. On one hand, one of the things is liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the psak. On the other hand, there is the felt like in the world is a psak that says does that psak solve or not? So we'll see that on the moment. Next, Beisha Asimai, Laman Sakaran. Remember again. And then it said, whether he did it first, he did it during 10 days, and he did it by himself. So what's under the Sikalan, this generation, the Aaron's names in the wife, Lozu Apsu Kaka. So Lozu Apsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though not to look at the same understood. Ella Seifa, the Biba in the body, is an engine to come to highlight liability. What are you all cases? What cases can be framed in the reverse? So they'll say other days, which might be two, they start one might be happening. So again, another stylistic idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even like giving you to say something else. Bottom line, there is a different Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, people like to extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate. And sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other after man, Osha told him, case of Samaritan again. What was next? Last case of the Mishnah. Jason delivers the erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking Tam Chacham, in the galley of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it and eats Caleb. What's that? Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately, again, is going to be right. He says, watch this. Okay, so notice, by the way, how do you refer to these individuals? Either, like, Tam Chacham, interesting. Person becomes Chacham and faith to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought about it. I would have thought about it if the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the facts of the days in this room, someone who is Gamer means learned, and Sabir actually says, even Davar means hope. Someone who's able to extrapolate, and also again, applying knowledge to people else. In other words, maybe we're only talking about someone who really is sick in diet. It could be a diet. How about, someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. Well, maybe you got both of these qualities in order to be the personal liability. The lie says, come here, this other. What's that because the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is the person who is Roi Lahora? a person is going to come here, learn it, and Sabir knows how to extrapolate information and apply it one scenario to another. If you would have just said me Allah, how about me Gamir Sabir? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gamir and Sabir. And I'll Gamir was Sabir. Well, but perhaps if you don't have both these qualities, that makes you 50% of personal liability. If your liability is the Hana, Loi, Ra. Which means Serafi, Gamir, Velo, Sabir, Sabir, Velo, It's most incredible. Therefore, again, initially use lots of Allah. Allah actually also has to say, as long as someone is either Gomer or Sabir, you have you know a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this stack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not sure what the incredible. Why are you wrong? You are saying, don't not. Here's a good example. Right? Maybe a good example of someone where if they relied on the stock of the reason, they would not be sure with their personal liability. They don't know. Omer because don't Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soba. Okay, like Shimon Azai, Shimon ben. Like these individuals, I'm going to buy it. And let's say, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that we are on the right hand side. You go Shimon Azai, Shimon ben Soba. Yoshim with me Chachamim. But you're looking at the whole wrong. These were coming who were like 6 before the Dayan, and they were sitting and they themselves ultimately again were fit to each other. This is the type of person this was talking about. I'm going to buy it. I got no lazy. I was like, here's the problem. Okay, so let's begin this, and I alluded to this in the before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Soba, who obviously on both sides were ranking stages, and they think that they can say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this sacrament sign, so the Mishnah said they're kind of that's sort of the personal liability. What? If they ask them sacrament and say, what are they? What are they? They're maybe. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's about coming past us, they should actually be liable to reason. I say, now watch this. This is incredible. We're coming Pakistan in Basso Sa'afos. Lucky that also is the actual tired for us. Yeah, what the Pasuk says, ritual does of his own version, he's tired. Ultimately, Beit Horaz Beit, his Pasuk Beit Holy Beit, Shekir with Mutter, the case is Haskin, the Shekir with Mutter. I was going to stop over here for today. We'll pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Guys up in this office. Let's say, good guys, coming on the side of the again, stop mid-discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with the Tom Talking case tomorrow. Good day, everyone. That's another great day. And we'll say, Master, I'm starting with Secretariat.
For people to further their lives, to better their lives, even if the individual does not want to go out and pick up oil, that's fine. It's like me, I got a couple of friends who are looking to make a little bit of money on the side. That's perfectly fine. I get them to go do it. Now you have employees. I sleep at night. I get to talk to you guys throughout a Friday fiesta while someone's out there picking up the oil. It's just an opportunity. Something to definitely look into and consider. But it's definitely something fresh and new that you bring into the blockchain.
And it's how we should have it. Next up is our we're going to be picking up our science on the phase after 2 dots, somewhere around 12 to 15 lines from the bottom of the page. So just a quick reminder, we learned the Mishnah yesterday. The person said, Shmuel Shlo Ocha Kikar Zu. Person takes the Shmuel, he's not going to eat a particular loaf of bread. And then he says again, Shmuel Shlo Shalom of Choleva. There's a shua that I will not eat it. And then he says again, shua Shalom. So he says 3 different things. Number 1, he's not going to eat the loaf of bread. And then he says he won't eat it. And he then says again, he will eat it. So let's read tomorrow. from there again, all the way from the beginning. Why do you have to say both? Why do you have to reiterate? Why is a corruption that teaches us time ago about the reason why he only buys one is because he first said he's not going to eat it at all, and then he repeats Floraflana in such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to buy one. Floraflana, Floraflana, he first said Floraflana, while the other Floraflana, and he said he's not going to eat it at all, Messiah's party. He clearly wants to explain to the Rava,
With the fucking
said he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, so then that particular expression of I will eat this loaf of bread, so then any part of that loaf of bread becomes forbidden and for Shiva. So Acham, the Zayas time once you eat it, it's Zayas. How both of that bread, like it is, he is Zayas. However, the person says for a bread, no, I won't eat this loaf of bread. They don't find out the whole thing. In other words, the expression of Bakika is doing, but the person says that will not eat this loaf of bread. That means he's not to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, as soon as he eats a share of the Kazayas, he is tired, he is violated his shmua, and he has to bring a carbon. However, the verse says for Oklana, that expression means he's not to eat the whole thing. Eating the whole thing is a problem. If he does not eat the whole thing, then there's not going to be a problem. What the first says, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing, and he's not going to eat any of it. And then if he reiterates he's not going to eat the whole thing, then that's unnecessary redundancy, because once you can't eat any part of the loaf of bread, so then you don't need to have another expression to say you won't eat the whole thing. There's a problem with doing this desire. So therefore, second of all, you think, well, that's where he's only called one, and this is what they have to tell us.
Yes, we can. We are better. We can. We will be better.
We're doing better. We're doing great things. What we need to know is that we never stop. And first say he's not to eat the whole thing. And then say, when he's any of it, that's the case, he potentially could be tired twice. How he decides twice? He eats the desire, then he violates his law of because he is just checking one. He eats the whole thing, he violates his law of the whole thing, or the tired stuff. That was the law of the
And we all just get stuck together because
Shmua is Floraflana. Person takes the Shmua. He's not going to eat the whole thing. And then he can get any kind of Alakha. So now again, there's one too much of Hasulamah. This is the third expression. Otherwise, you explain to me first the difference between Shmua to Kazoo, that I won't eat this loaf of bread, and Floraflana, that I will eat the whole thing. Fine. So then why do we have to say again Shmua Floraflana? Why do we have to have a third utterance? What it says, Hamas will this teaches me another halach, which is the Yuva is the letter of Shavuot. Very important rule for the Gemara. Our Mishnah is simply telling us how many obligations a person has if he violates this rule. So if a person says, I won't eat this loaf of bread, and then he says, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. So it's the case, even though he's only one violation. However, our Gemara says that the Mishnah said that three of these how many times would he have violated that if he did? Only one. As much as okay. A Kanashma, neither with the Leka, a Shmuika, and he now says that he must stop that to Rampa Tyla. If you find a place where Shavuot can actually take effect, for it to devolve on something, then he will be tired again. Okay, very nice. Where is this irrelevant? In other words, very nice that he has three Shavuot. If he's only ever going to Karban, who cares if it has 3 Shavuot, 1 Shavuot, or 30 Shavuot? It makes no difference. I'll only be tied one Karban, the Gemara says, it's the Rava. In the case of Rava, we'll be able to find the practical difference how many Shavuot there are. And Rava, in Nish al-Harishona, if you will reverse the first Shavuot, in other words, he goes to a Rav, he got to do, it's not a Paras Bazar, but a Paras Shavuot, he goes ahead and takes away his first Shavuot, and also Lo Shmiya Tafta, the second will fall into his place. And just we've gone to this in the second Bazarim, and just to get to bring this out, the way it works when a person has a second valid
This is a terrible, terrible space.
on top of another valid Shavuot is that the first one kind of hovers. In other words, you have a Shavuot that takes effect, and it takes up the slot of Shavuot. If you make another one, the other Shavuot kind of hovers around and waits to find a place where it can settle itself. Now, if you never remove the first Shavuot, then the second one is hovering for eternity and never will take effect on something. However, once you remove the first Shavuot, then immediately the second one falls into its place. And that's the point the Gemara is making. The point the Gemara is making is that even though you can only have one effective Shavuot working at once, which means if I violated, I will have only violated one Shavuot, and I only have to bring one carbon. However, if some mechanism for Shavuot, so then the second one immediately falls into the after again. That's the point the Gemara is making, that this person makes three Shavuot, you remove one, the second one, you remove the second one, the third one falls in, and that means all three of them working. Now he wants to start to prove this point.
I hate these people. I don't care if you watch my fucking stream, just know that you're all terrible. You should never make somebody wait 2 fucking hours to be able to speak when I have to hear about fucking bacon grease. This is terrible.
The first one took upon himself 2 different periods of Naziris. In Naziris, a person is the form of a Shavuot, where a person, or Neder, a person takes upon himself yielding if he accepts upon himself to be a Nazir. Let's just say it's Stam Naziris is close to Yom, so for 30 days he wants to be a Nazir. During that period of time, he can make a haircut, he can't have any good products, he can't become common. Now, the halacha is, he personally said, I would like to person of his personal expression that he would like to accept upon himself 2 periods of Naziris. So now, we clearly can't do both at the same time. So it works. You have one, and then immediately afterwards, you have the other one in succession. We'll be consecutive after. What do you have? Nazir period 1 and Nazir period 2. Now what happens? We showed up. You counted the first 30 days. Now how do you end the Naziris? It's ended by bringing a carbon and taking a cut. What does he do? The hit this carbon. He separates the carbon, ready to go ahead and to offer his carbon to take the haircut. He says, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to do it. So he goes to a row. He says,
it's been 2.5 hours.
Rabbi so-and-so accepted upon himself 2 periods of Naziris, but the first one was a mistake. I never should have accepted the first one, and he explains why it was a mistake. So the Nishal, Harishona, Sabach, Nishal, Harishona, afterwards, he goes in and reverses the first one. Now, what do you have? The second one. Now, what do you think? How would this work? There's 2 options. Option number 1 is that the first 30 days is completely ignored. And so if he wasn't a Nazir, even though he practiced it, he's not a Nazir. And then, period of Naziris kicks in from day 31 till day 60. The Gemara says, no, that's not how it works. The other option is, which is indeed how it works, you delete the Naziris of the first 30 days, and also Lo Shmiya Harishona. The second one takes effect during the first period of time. So again, remember this shows is called Ruvain. Set upon yourself 2 periods of Naziris, and you count the first 30 days.
100%. Do you mind if I share my project? Excellent. Absolutely. For anyone who's hearing my voice, know that I follow back. So send me a follow. I'm a free follow back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life there. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king. I'm making a true today. I'm killing the internet. This is the biggest event in history, and here's why. 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 3Ds. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can see that ceiling camera in the purple pill. You can find all of my YouTubes in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a tour coach and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally, here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Certainly, I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild, so that's really my title and my. Yeah, I think I do actually. Somebody gave me some not too long ago.
So now, if that's what happens, you go to Keziah, so then why do you have to have a Keziah step at the end to be able to determine whether you can reverse it? You already violated the law.
Certainly, I believe it was a project last month that had me create a wallet. Let me make sure this is correct. It'd be the XAMAN wallet, Xaman. And I had somebody who aped me into a project. I believe it's called, I think it's the Mafia Project, something like that. And they're a really nice group of people. I'm in their ex, how would I want to call it, community. And I just started with XRP, and always looking to collect more. But for the meantime, that's what I've got.
Saying that if there's a Keziah left at the end, an outside piece of bread at the end,
that's it.
Then he can reverse the shul because he's not yet violated it. You don't need there to be a Keziah at the end if he calls from the mountain. Even if there's just a club left at the end, he didn't eat the whole loaf of bread. He's not in violation of it yet. In other words, as we'd say, no matter. If the case is where he said he's not going to eat any of it, so then once he ate a Keziah, he's out. There's no support at that point. He's not violated it. Actually, myself that he said he's not going to eat the whole thing, he's just going to reverse it, and he's not in violation yet. Why does it have to be? There's a whole At the end, there's only a problem at the end of the possibility. The body is a flow of the case Cameron talking about he says he won't need it at all. It's pretty much whether this is the only thing. Let's explain that. You could give a suggestion for medication and then you use the highlight to airlift because I cholesterol, the highlight to airlift because I what I was thinking was you can't go up if there isn't a research diet effect at the end. But if there is a Kazai effect at the end, you can rule out the remaining Kazai. So you have a significant piece at the end. Because the Kazai you can go to the lab and say, I made sure I won't eat any of this bread. But you know what? I ate half of it, but you're still the Kazai to have the rub balance and reverses that you know that. Now, what Robert says, there's a Kazai effect upon your lips. You know the blood, and the stool goes away, but rapidly goes away in the car or whatever. That's Robert. What does it mean?
Thank you so much for the introduction. To all my wise guys, you can tell that the word association, but they're really great group of people, really nice people who walked me through the whole process last month and always looking to grow. So for anybody else out there, if you have the chance, join the wise guys. They're very nice people and just appreciate the opportunity to be able to share my projects. So thank you so much.
You have to have something there to actually reverse the flaw. Now, if there's a Kazai effect, then you can reverse it. If there's no Kazai effect, you can't reverse it. Now, what's the difference going to be? According to Rama, of course, he has not violated the shul. Why? He didn't follow for good. So it's on what? Now, the question is, can we come up with an arrangement where we can eat that last crumb? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, you can't. You eat the last crumb, you have then violated before eating the entire loaf of bread. If there's a Kazai left, then yes, you can reverse the entire shul and you can eat the remaining. Next thing, last question. Me, another thing is Zealous. This is the case we just spoke a few minutes ago. First, you take upon yourself two different periods of Nazirus. Umana Rishona, he counts the first one, the hit for Solar carbon, and he sets it upon himself and separated the carbon. The Akatach and actually sets aside the carbon, Mish al Rishona. He goes ahead and he reverses the first Shavua. The second one now.
Big shout out to you as well. I posted that in the Jumbotron. Thank you so much. You can actually hear this conversation live, all 2.5 hours of it that we've had thus far. And I'm going to continue the good vibes. I'm going to allow somebody else to take the spot, but I'm not leaving the space. I'm just going to hop on down.
Even though he treated 100% of the Nazir, still, you could go ahead and reverse it and move it another one to its place, which is the same thing as Shavua, and we see it's not the same. And what Rama said, in order to go and reverse it, you have to have a Kazai left. Here, we're reversing the Nazirus.
Yo, to the wise guys, apologies, I couldn't think of the name.
After 100% of the days, here's last 30 days, we finished all 30 days, and yet we're still allowing to reverse the Nazirus. So why is it when it comes to Shavua, requires there to be Kazai left at the end? No, that's not a good one. Talk of my Eskina is the Shalom Kippur. The reason why it can be reversed in Nazirus is because he didn't bring the carbon. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison. A Shavua that has the Kazai left is the same thing. Nazirus that has requirements to be carbon left. You must have, but that's not true. We're trying to keep it. We learned that this case showed that even he did bring the carbon. Commercials are right. This whole deal after talking about you take the haircut, yeah, and it's ready leather, the upper to class is black, but you follow the thing with leather, it says you don't take the haircut, you just fill it out. And the reason why to reverse the first Nazirus is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not set up yet. Yes,
I like this song.
But you do take the haircut, and the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to. It's not going to. You don't do it, you're
Shout out to the wise guys again. I apologize for not getting the mafia. Like wise guys, it's close. It's they were. I feel so neat after having been able to share that 2.5 hours. Dog. Oh.
It's because the Rishona is the first zeros blocking it.
Oh, thank God.
But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of zeros is you have 2 zeros periods waiting.
This. I don't normally wait 2.5 hours to be able to chill, but
now once you take it away,
they made it tight.
However, that's
all right.
Then when it comes to a Shruah,
bullshit.
It's only one loaf of bread. It's only one loaf of bread. It's that loaf of bread.
To the wise guys, I called you the mafia. It was close. It's not like I said the bumblebees. I was close. What's your take on bacon grease? Let the guy have it. He could have it. Shout out to the wise guys. Oh man, I was close. The mafia. It's the wise guys. All right. Apologies, guys.
And since the lashes are still
what is this bullshit?
We can go ahead and reverse it.
What is the lore of the name?
And they tied it up to the post.
That's my name.
At that point in time,
oh, word? I love that Chappelle show. Oh, word?
The Rutz be based in Boston. She tied him up to this post, and then she somehow managed to escape.
Oh, word?
He's partly no longer has that Marcus. We explained this to Marcus that part of the point of Marcus is it comes along with the embarrassment, the niglets.
Oh, word?
He's embarrassed, and it's
no, dog.
Oh,
word? Oh, that's the bitch with the big old titties. Tiggle.
Incorrect. Hello? If he ran out, then you'd be right. Then at that point in time, you can't reverse his score. But if he just was simply tied to the post, at that point in time, since he did not get the Malchus, you can say, you know what? I'm tied to this post, I'm about to get the Malchus. Can someone just please call my Robin? I have a quick rabbinic request. Rav comes running over at his beck and call. Yes, what can I do for you? I like to reverse my shvua. So yeah, explain to me what's the Pesach, why you want to do that. Give me an explanation as to why you regret it. He explains why he regrets it, and the Rav says, I officially know the shvua, untie him from the post, and therefore he is good to go. However, now we get into a different discussion over here, which is called shvua al-kanah. The person throws the contingency.
What's all the stretching? The old adage, big boobs, bad back. Yeah. All set? Don't worry. I didn't have a clean sports bra, so I had to wear regular ones. You'll be fine. Let's go.
However, only if also. Let's just say you have a bagel and
don't worry, Sheila. I'm sure nobody knows. Really? Yeah.
Look at that lady. Yeah. Her pursuits are like round and round and everything.
They're not talking about you.
You just hit the jumps on that.
It's okay.
Word?
What you said it is.
Hey, that's me. That's Frank. The human resources in my office. He's always slumbering.
Not today.
So that's why I think I'm glad for the promotion.
Yeah, well,
Why is he being so dismissive? What happened to my boobs?
Number two.
Them boobies is gone, just like you wished for. Yeah, well, the woman was a flat-chested bore. So never respond to her. Except she's got no melons.
So should I tell her she's not getting the promotion?
Yes. In fact, tell that titless freak she's fair.
Poor guy's really like that? My guys don't like that.
The part that eats the bagel does the shvuah take effect. So
He's always been so helpful to me. So
eating
loyal
the
friend.
bagel is making the shvuah. If you
Hey,
don't
buddy.
eat the bagel, the
I have
shvuah
a painting I
never
need
takes
to
effect.
hang. Do you think
So
you could help?
therefore,
Wow, I didn't even know.
this is the father.
I always thought I was your personal handyman because you're constantly asking what to do.
So,
But you need a new set of titties and a boyfriend.
It's gotten into him.
Well, not what's gotten into him. As much as it is what's gotten out of him. And by that, of course, I mean your man's letters.
Oh, wait. I still have big boobs.
Can't see.
See about that?
Completely forgot why they
You can't see. Not like 2020. Chappelle.
No, that wasn't it.
Chappelle
Chappelle Show, word.
Why? Because at the time that he ate the bagel, he had no idea what he was doing.
Oh, word?
Therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing at the time that he ate the bagel, he didn't make a shavua. Remember, the shavua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he's in Spaceland when he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in Spaceland who's making a shavua. You can't make a shavua that way. Shavua has to be conscious to know what you're doing. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating a bagel, that can't make you make a shavua. So therefore, in this case, since he was not paying attention when he ate the bagel, his shavua does not take effect.
No.
And even though he ate the baguette,
Word?
in violation of his quote
Word?
shavua, it's not a problem because the shvuah never takes effect. Turn the case around. Rishon B'Mezid, he eats the bagel intentionally. Now he knows that he has a shvuah upon himself. So I'm eating this bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. B'Shniya B'Shogeg. And he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's really hungry. He says, "Oh, delicious baguette sitting on the table." And he eats it. And after he finishes, he's like, "Oh man, I made shvuah this morning. If I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." But that's a typical case for a person and forgot and ate it. He has to bring a carbon. That's a typical case of where a person had a hell on. He made a mistake. He brings a carbon to atone for his shvuah that he violated. Next case, stay in b'shogeg. Let's say he eats both of them b'shogeg. He's having a problem paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake. He eats the baguette by mistake. What's the halacha? Top of kafkas in the vase. Or stay in b'shogeg. Potter. He's potter. Why is he potter in that case? The same reason as before. The shvuah never took effect.
Yeah.
Because the shvuah never took effect, the second week either. In other words, since he doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, essentially was allowed to eat the baguette, no problem. Top of customer base, stay b'mezid, or he did both of them on purpose. He eats the bagel. He's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now the Gemara says it depends. It depends which one he ate first. He had a perfect sequence, but he first ate the t'nai, which is the bagel in our case. And then he ate the baguette afterwards. That's exactly the case. This is a violation. He has to bring a carbon. However, after the surah, what he ate the baguette first, the other after was not, and afterwards ate the bagel. So now, essentially, this should work. In other words, we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but
I kind of think I'm an asshole. I'm like, no, I'm not an asshole. Everybody else is. Nobody in their right mind should have to wait 2.5 hours for a show. You could launch a whole project and rug pull it in that amount of time. But seriously, easily. It's pretty easy.
in this case, put the
Oh, word.
brings us to my book, which is Lamad the Amar Hasra Safik Shema Sra Tayik. Mandamar La Shema Sra. Well, again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room and he sits down. He eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees that is the case for his tayyib. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel,
Yarn sucks.
served. Just remember, eating this bagel means, you're not going to be able to eat this. Yes, acknowledge.
God, it's the
Finishes
worst.
the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm
Oh,
hungry,
what?
I'm going to eat the baguette. Someone says to him, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette. Because you made a shvuah. It says, yes, I'm aware of that. You're a violation of your shvuah. You know
That's not
that you're
it.
violating your shvuah. He says, yes, I'm aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. And then he goes and eats. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off to base to get his punishment. However, what happens is the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone sitting there and says to him, you know that this baguette potentially could be a problem. You see what I mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it turned out that eating this baguette is forbidden. The person's like, what if I don't eat it? He says, well, then it's okay. So he says, will I be in violation if I eat this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is called hafsach. You're giving a person a thing, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning that it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's between if you will, the opinion that hafsach, in other words, telling a person, now, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that's considered a good hafsach, a warning, and yes, he's in violation. If not, no. Now, with this. I'm not sure if this is relevant, but it makes this a little bit more complicated. Taran Zuzu. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? Now, we made eating contingent on each. What if this guy makes one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Let's go through it. Lo balzu, I won't eat this one in balzu. The first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the lo balzu, I won't either eat the bagel or do.
Doug, how many followers do I have?
He eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's done
2836. That's great. He's in the wise guys. Oh yeah, that's Althea. Word association, son.
And the baguette.
He's in the wise guys. XRP. Yeah, you know me. What does that even stand for? No one knows. XR stands for.
He knows the potential problems in each one, gets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. But the halacha, responsible because the shavua doesn't take that. Remember, the shavua could take it back. If you at the time that you eat it, you have in mind to work. What happens if he remembers that eating the bagel baguette forbidden?
XRP. You down with XRP? Yeah, you know me.
Forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having
you down with XRP?
Some problems. You should probably get evaluated.
Yeah,
for
you
some
know me.
Bottom line is he's able to remember some details, but forgets the other details. In such a case,
I'm down with XRP.
Why? Because he remembers the tonight. Since you remember the tonight, that means when he eats it,
Dog.
that means
I can't believe I finally got to speak in the fucking space.
Eating the other one, then he's going to be, that's a classic case of steak, and he has to reincorporate. What happened to the stay in Bishop? He's spacing out the whole night. He comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and he has a bagel and a baguette. He forgets what he said in the morning. In such a case, it's possible. Why? Because again, the tonight does not have, it's by mistake. Stay in the both of them on purpose. In home, he Machai. He knew about the Shua, he knew about the gobbles all them up with the halacha. Ashnia Machai. On the second one, Shabbos Tichai. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now, eating the baguette, he's certainly tired because the eating the bagel took effect, and now can he eat the baguette? He ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, you're not allowed to eat this bagel if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be option you eat bagel. That's what that brought up. The Gemara says, "I'm supposed to give up for Rishlokish. That is subject to the part of the Rishlokish whether such a warning actually works." Amar Mari Apanana Mitni. Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just so we can understand what's going on here. The 4 types of Nadarim where the Chacham said you could go ahead and just where it's much to give yourself like a little bit of the reasons to desire himself, to encourage himself to do the right thing. Nidri Havai, exaggeration, Nidri Shkagos, a mistake, Nidri Onsen, and Nenta, which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidri Shkagos? We want to analyze it. Nidri Shkagos case. What's the case of the person making the nidr by mistake? Where a person says, Konan, the following thing should be for Sisi. If I ate anything today, in other words, he thinks eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a net that something should be off on him. He's like, oh man, the nidr achal v'shaksa. He's like, I forgot I actually ate the whole meal this morning. Yes, it should be off for she'eni ochal, eat or won't drink. And then, now he's spacing out again, taking a drink. In such a case, mutter. Why? Because that's nidr shkagos, he made a mistake. But we learned, just like taking a nether is mutter, shavuos, shkagos, mutaros, the person makes a net thing we were saying before, the person mistakenly makes a shvuah. Now, for example, he eats a bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes him have a shvuah. In such a case, it doesn't work. Eifa Tani. Skip the parentheses. Eifa, his name. This person whose name was Eifa, the Samara's name was Eifa. Tani Shavuos Bei Rabba. He learned all Shavuos in Rabba's yeshiva. Now, Avimi Achba, his brother Avi came over to him, or who had met him. And Omar Leit, so Avimi said to Eifa, Shavuos Shavuos Chalti. He says, yes, I learned it, I know it quite well. So he says, there are a few questions I'd like to challenge you on the Shavuos. Eifa says, sure, go ahead. So he says, the person makes a Shavuot, one that I didn't eat, another Shavuot is that I didn't eat. Two are exactly the same Shavuot, past tense, that I eat. Now, what's the halacha if he indeed eats that day? So again, this morning, and the person said, they could not eat breakfast this morning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavuot they could not eat breakfast that morning. Turns out that he did. How many people does he have? Amar Lei, so if he responded to he's only tied once. What was his thinking? Ain't shvuah kal shvuah. Once you make a shvuah, you can't make another one. Like we said earlier today, only room for one shvuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two shvuahs which are identical, only tie it for once. Brother said to him, got you. Hooray, that's how, by the way, sometimes. I got you. Hooray, Yotza, Shavuot, Lashaker. I shouldn't make it out of it. Is on my Ryan, and they're the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. If I have time at the end, I'll try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this focus is. You're making a mistake. You think that a shua is relevant over here. It's not. Because he said I didn't eat breakfast. Guess what? He lied. You did eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time about the about the same thing twice. Person says I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. I didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that he said he didn't eat breakfast, he lied. And therefore, his past tense shua can happen twice, and it's chayiv twice. Next case he asks, person says, I won't eat 9 figs, and I won't eat 10 figs. Now he eats it. Now, what's up? So he responded, Afa said he's tired on both foods. Why? He's tired for eating 9, because that's one shvua. And then he eats the last one, that's the second shvua. The first shvua only forbids him from eating 9. The second shvua forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, he eats 9, he violated the first one. He eats the 10th one, he violated the second one. They know it's about made a mistake. Lo so Esther lo up. It's impossible for him to get to the 10 without the 9.
Very exhausted for a call.
It's essentially contingent on the first shvua. He can't violate the second one without the 1. Therefore, it's just the same shvua, and therefore it's 1. He's only tried once. Shvua's answer. So he says, what happens if he says, I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So, Asa responded, he said, he only tied once. Why? Because there is 9 inside 10. Amalei, no. Again, he responds, made a mistake. And the lo'acha. The first shvua of not eating 10 only forbids us from eating 10. But they shut me off. Not eat 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first shvua says I can't eat 10, but I'm eating 9. The second shvua is an entirely different one, forbids us from eating the 9. Amar Abaya says, Zimnin the Arsh time, the Mishkatas lo lahada Eifa. Actually, Eifa is correct. What's that case? The Amar, like Mar said, which as Rabba pointed out, person says, makes a shvua that he's not going to eat te'enim and novim together. So we're going to violate his shvua, he has to eat figs and a nut. Great. He has to have figs and together. Because of our shvua, so te'enim. Then another shvua saying, I'm not going to eat figs. Now, what happens? He ate the figs. In violation is te'enim shvua of his fig. Their first carbon, he sets aside a carbon violating his shvua. Afterwards, what did he do? He ate another. He by himself. So then having one non-katsi shear, not is only katsi shear because it's only half of the shear because he has to eat another the grapes together with the te'enim. Katsi shear, carbon, carbon katsi shear. So now it's Sachanan. You go to Amar Shvus below Eser. A person makes a shvua that he won't eat all 10. Because of Teisha, since he eat 9, so he violated the 9 shvua. So it's violating the Te'ena shvua. So here's first carbon. He sets aside the carbon. Now the after he sets aside the carbon, he eats the one. So now Sirius that's Yishir. The 10th one is Yishir because it's only half, or not half, but it's only part of his obligation of eating the second one. That's Yishir. In other words, it's hopefully hard to find the case. will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Toast Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiur shows this year as Yisrael Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor, Stephen Karizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Dorzin Delora Basca, the also from the Bracha on the occasion of her 50th Shemos Havan Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who Kashra Shemir Hashem, the master of Shalom and Bekaro, and land and sea and military successful, the whole Maaseh Day, and should shower divine protection as well to a week of decisive victory and Shalom. A lot to do today, some really great Gemara ahead of sprinkling a smidge of Agadata. And we are picking up on Mem Vav Amadei with Amar Rava. Amar Rava, Afilu Shomer Nish, Afilu Ishtar. Yeah, good. So remembering about yesterday, just as yesterday's conversation, remember that that Halacha Mishnah spoke about it, where two people, the lender, walk into the borrower's home and again walk out with things. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately, again, the borrower claiming that no, it was, and you unlawfully seized it. The halacha is that the borrower to go ahead and take the shvuas hasis and claim that which was lost. With your qualifications, our Rabba, afilu shomer nishbas, where over here, even a shomer, even as it's particularly Rashi, afilu amas nisim ra'u shnai chnas so based on shtino. Afilu shomer habayis and ne'eman sharav yishalim zeh. It doesn't have to be the balabayis who swears, but even let's say, for example, he has a butler. You know, he has someone who watches the house. So the might say again, even that person could have the lender walk in and walk out with something belonging to the borrower. So the I think the shomer nishbas. I think shomer nishbas. Even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. Skill the kitamai. So what about let's say again the hired worker, right? Skill the kitam is literally again the hired worker or the laborer, right, who works for the balavayis. Is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with a mashkon? To which the Gemara said, Teku. And that's we're not sure, since he's a hired employee, is some type of conflict of interest there. Please ask Teku. I want to give another Rashi. Tanu of the Kaspa Mal. So this is all the same case in this. Again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that into my home and took something of mine. Again, I want to say all we have is circumstantial evidence.
Hey, puppy, how are you? How's your future husband?
Not to me.
Why not?
He's not good at talking to me. It takes forever. It's like I have to chase him. He likes to be chased.
That's garbage, girl. Your behavior.
Yeah, I know.
Is that?
Is it a possibility? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It's definitely.
Right. All right. When's the last time he spoke with you?
Today. It was today.
Okay, that's not bad. Did you guys?
It was like hours ago.
Okay. And does he meet you?
That someone would deposit such an item.
No, because I don't know, man. I don't like trying to make excuses for people. I'm just gonna wait it out.
Okay. So far, so good. Thankfully, I've been just chilling myself in different places and making friends there. In the last 50 days, I've made like 2,800 I've got 2,800 followers. That's pretty good. And organically just growing, and server continues to grow, and um, rubbing rubbing elbows with not just good people, but pretty big influencers. So that's pretty good too. So all is good there, and I will continue to show. Is to have 3,000 by the end of the month. So we'll see if that happens. What I've been up to. How are you in the Goon Squad?
Something about friends or what?
How are your friends?
It's a good world, yeah. I wouldn't say I really have friends. There's a few and few far between. They're okay.
Okay. Well, continue to be good to you.
I'm about to fall asleep. I'm trying to till midnight.
Oh.
You know what?
There's no way you're making it tonight.
Yeah, it's only 9:10. Yeah, I might take a little depression.
All right, do that, and then friend will message you in the meantime or something. Is that the plan?
Yeah, no. Plus, I got going to a little amusement park. It doesn't have like a roller coaster or whatever, but it has like bowling and I don't know what you could call it.
Like
Fun park.
Okay, a fun park.
It's got go-karts. It's got go-karts and mini golf. Just not hitting coasters.
Sure. What do you plan on playing there?
Some of the arcade games, maybe. Now I think about it, somebody told me to contact them if I ever 3D thing and no 3D 4D or whatever they had. I think it was somebody on Facebook dating. Anyway, I have a long day tomorrow.
Okay, what's on your?
Literally just being there.
Oh.
On Facebook from my hometown Facebook that I was gonna be there, so some people bombarded me. Some of my people. Oh wait, my mom did message me. I gotta see what she said.
Okie doke.
So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua that is.
You mentioned happy early birthday to me.
So it's like, now again, the interesting caveat to this shua is this is only true.
Yeah, I'll catch you on the flip.
Excellent. You know you're always welcome. Take care. Best wishes with your friend.
Yeah. Jesus, big deal. I listened to like asking a lot.
So this is the situation we'll say again. Two parties are locked in a contract, and one was supposed to swear. Everyone was supposed to swear. But let's say the person was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding his insurance. In other words, his credibility was compromised if they proven that he's only filing a different shua. So that means the shua on others' parties. So the example that the Mishnah gave now give your shua a shot. So let's take for example, I'm in a legal dispute with you, and the normal mechanism of resolution for every dispute, and we didn't look at the shua. And I'm even can't get the shua. Why not? Because he's already cost it. He's already lied under oath for something different. And if he's always different examples, I'll let the shua revert back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, why give your shua a shot? Why does it bring even a shot? So the Gemara says, no, we buy it, we should get the last moment. So all the other cases, like with talks, is something easy or that's denied the financial. I like to
Yeah, Kim Kanye. Kim Kanye, she says, let's shift the focus on Jim Biden onto making the mission one of wonders.
Let's
Say
go
potential
back
$10 people out there out unfortunately
that this cup of coffee is back to the car.
now, I mean,
So that's
I
a
wonder
short
how much
shot.
money
Now
they
that's
save with that
of financial market. I'm gonna thought that a short, even though we didn't took that, didn't compromise his ability to have a swear financial case.
in
Much
we
more on that
watch
side.
her
But once you've done something indicates that you are not trustworthy, but even if the short that you lied about has nothing to do with money, at the end of the day, you think what does it believe as well? Somebody says, listen, so why not do to us do as well? He got telling me sure that he has a shot shooter. I don't know, here's the difference. And when it comes ultimately against Yeshua, so we're talking about a case where Ruben is lied about Yeshua. However, again, he must have also agreed to it. He even remember becomes Shava. Maybe or maybe not in the life. Remember, outside. The fact is not the case of trust usually is what tends to Shua, right? So when you mix the Shua, it's not clear whether or not it's right. To which the Gemara says, "Oh, that's a killer. About a past tense, Shvuas people, which also mostly have Mishkayin in Arba, first Mishkayin in the second. What is there to say? At the time they need to definitively lying or not. So you're going to turn a Shvuas at Pakistan, in your Shvuas, anything resembling a Shvuas shot. The most like, so halach lama, if you want to essentially say like fine, Ruben has law. Whether it's things that had financial ramifications or implications, or just another Shvuah. To me, the whole speaking, that deals with things for most of that, once then what does that what does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or substance. Okay, incredible. Next, I heard something different. First thing was for example, it's one of the for example, writing these things off the rules, there's no suggestion. One of the parties.
That's how you catch a Puerto Rican.
Here's what I think is happening. You're right. I think because I can relate to this. He has stopped. He's getting a little nervous. Like, does he know anything that anyone said? So now, oh, that is okay. That's funny. No one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm going to do it next time. One thing I'm normal because I do. Do I know about it too? My question is.
What's the should be up on? It actually says
And also, if we were on a wide shot, the whole thing could probably see these movies. You know,
what the problem is gambling. It's not gambling. Now, the second level is oh, Habar, that's what we've already discussed. Ain't no safety Yeshiva Shalom. That's a person who got contributed to society. You know, the whole about that life is for everybody to be professional. To society, it's somehow every every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead, a guy who goes ahead and literally again using the website,
Before you play this one, can I just say that
people gamble for one reason, and that is win. And then although you do your money,
That doesn't even make sense. Whatever person named that is the worst. Worst. What in the fuck?
That is why.
But I just whenever I see that they have
That's why.
it's kind of funny in this scenario as the guy like has been really and part of it is
So let's say I'm not going to this and then the reality is that someone's take a and then says,
Oh, it's successful. Hey, oh, yeah, I took that. He's a great guy.
the shore goes back, so we put the shore back.
Yeah, Adam, I love walking.
Here's the hustle. What
Funny that those bullshit. Like there was one on me. It was like John Fayette from the ball. Their shit.
So that guy's in bottle. That guy's in bottle. The shore goes back. What is that? She's like, שישפיע על המשפחות על משרה. אז
Like, oh, when'd you play my show there last Thursday? Like,
essentially, the show was that passionate, which is
this
decided by a coach. Because that passionate, some of the said don't, some of the said don't do this. Who's going to ultimately right the wrongs? How come you start? So that ball that morning I was out as a bus actually. In this case, the case we need to distribute, and neither party has
I wish that one guy would talk to me.
essentially concerns for kicking us up the docket.
You're not a lot more.
You know, so you'll write this shit, right? You'll decide, but we don't need to be able to do something here, because neither party has incredible.
It's too long.
Incredible website. So therefore, they didn't someone pay. They didn't have anything because it is nothing more than a mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, I was saying, Shabbat, I'll say, Constitution, keep the Hashem, we keep from sparkles, hush, they hush, Allah Hashem, but we let our, sometimes we just have to pass the good and go, Shalom, and let two kids get it. I was in the set, because no, the shvur was really no. The shvur was again goes back what was
It really, it looks like
I was actually over the mitzvahs, the people change up on the Shabbos, or the Kavod Yishalim.
if you use this
Yes,
thumbnail,
shvur goes back. But what? What do you do in a case where you have to take a shvur or a result, but you can't? You know what that offer is? You pay. You pay. If you can't put the shvur off because your integrity is compromised, then you pay. Shvur is the mechanism that we have either biblically or rabbinically in order to exercise ability. If you make the right decisions and therefore can't avail yourself of the mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. It's absolutely incredible. You sort of like personal responsibility. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some listening about personal responsibility.
I saw that subway take
About all that.
the metro takes. So one of the people said that their take was that Brenda shot as she said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do these emoji things. It's like post your kids their girlfriend. And if I had a metro card in my hand and I was that guy, I agree. Because I don't understand why you do this. Why to put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just, to me, that's weird. That's showing your ass.
Okay, so no problem. What are you doing that? Please?
I don't think they're on the same plane.
Anyone is doing I can't
I
swear
appreciate
either.
some
I
of the
can't
shows
swear
that
either.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I was holding in a different scenario. So again,
Now,
if I'm
usually
alone,
the
you
kid
should
watch
have
shows
bought
your ass.
I'm going to say, okay, well,
We got
you
bugs.
can
Yeah,
swear.
we got
Just
bugs.
follow me, you take care of it. But facing essentially
It was the
clearly
kid.
about this
Take
case.
off the dress.
You're up on the right person. The slow goes that way because he's most of the mix ups.
Oh, and
You
if
can
you
swear.
actually post
So
a
the
face
customer
next
is
to
right there for what? He's got to pay. Let's say he's got to
Oh, James does it. I love those kids.
should have one of the very teach all the things
Well, then
about
take it all
personal
back. We'll cut all
responsibility.
that out. Cut it out of the line. But I'm still right there with you, brother.
And as a result,
It makes sense.
you know, we
Yeah, I love
this
that.
because we all live
Right?
this.
I guess I'm glad that they do that. I'm not at all saying that you should. Let me be clear. They should not. Some of the Reddit doesn't need to see.
There's a whole sport
We've all
of
seen
life
some of them on Reddit. Not every chef is someone I hang out with outside.
options become less and less narrow and narrow and narrow. It has out there. You make some decisions. You can't swear. That's not so big problem. It's your problem, and therefore you have to add it. Hey, incredible.
Sorry, what was it? That's one. Arms can only roll until you're able to take steps on your
Okay,
goals.
so now let's show how to
But
you feel out of the shore. You so many things. It's only collect shore. What are you talking about? Exactly. Early, the how we've always seen it. We want to collect from the sewing. You can only collect from this one. If you want to see that now, what's that? So what happened, right? Father died, and father was a lender. Father was a lender. And so father lender died.
I want to start doing
This loan to his kids. He's now you have to collect from the borrower. So what he's saying now is he's so many need to
make sure that you're the best shot
borrower. I understand. Make
sure
if the father died, the father lender was alive. He
will
needed
not
to
define
collect
you. I'll
the
make
debt.
sure
What did he have? He had documents. He had the same documents. The documents. He showed up at the borrower and said, hey, I'm here to collect my debt. Yeah.
I'm gonna try
So
this
why
out.
would the club be
Long
assuming
post.
hello, you know, this is what I need to say. Ooh, but you feel able to if this is orphan or abortion, then either the soul is open against collecting
See how much punchier that is, dude?
local events again, if let's say children of the borrower, again, the soul of the shore to collect. Igual says, collaborative on trabalho, so when it is true, Shanice Malva, the Kayu Nova, that's true when the borrower says over here, Shani, to be sure, that's how you know
Oh, MCL cafeteria. Is a
but again, the borrower was dying with
yeah.
lifetime of minus Malva with Malva Shua. Oh, again, in that case, that's what I say. You know, it's enough if the borrower is deceased. Oh my God. That lender would have been hired as in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from the soul, and you can't collect from the soul without it.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
The lender would organize the swap. The other motives to do all the buyout. And ultimately, sons. And therefore, again, in that particular case, they would have been unable to
16
collect.
years ago.
Interesting.
Brian was like,
But it's interesting if actually catching to other knowledge. You find out, right? Should be so pretty cool. It's very interesting. And I don't know, I really actually saw this concept before. That if Father Peter dies, and time that he died, you wait for him to have collected the debt with through a shmua. His kids now can't collect that debt with the shmua of their father. Oh, well, when Muhammad shmua he told that, he's doing you up on the shaka, Ella Shemakani Abba, the Israel shmua's Arabian. Again, what are you calling Shalosh Arabian? So you do Alman Ritzos like that here, because that's what shmua is saying, because the party can take the shmua, the debt is not collectible. So therefore, again, you see from here, the Rabbi Shmuel are the Rabbi Shmuel, they're the Babylonian rabbis. So when neither party wants the halacha, essentially, okay, that was in Shabbat Yisrael, Rabbi Abba, which is the word, Rabbi Abba, that was really good, great case. The Chakra Nas Ramikha, there was a black who swore a block of grabbed a block of silver from also So what happened? I took a block of meetings. I took a block of meetings. So what happened? They brought an ADAC on a singular witness that said silver took my block of silver. Overlay, I played it. Yeah, I took it. You know why I took it? Why I took it? Because it's mine. I took so that I took the box over from moving. I didn't take it, but my claim is, I thought the idea said, hey, Shiner, so what do we do in this case? You know, so maybe the guy who I do that, how should we judge it in this case? So to order me to cut the vein off the bottom, you can't do that. Why? There are two witnesses. So we hear that. With today, say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. You can't do that either. Why not? Because Sahada is the witness. Okay, so in general, what does one witness do? One witness do? Generation of shua. Okay, but I can't swear. Even though I'm a mixed up cut, how many can I swear? I can't swear. I can't. I admitted that I took it. I was because why would I need the adjustment? You are self-admitted. I can't see West. So it's so here, we don't know what to do. Because the light says that you can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Let me off scot-free because it is more than this. Because again, I'm really so what do we do in this case? I'm going to be out of then you have to shut up. So really, again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution? What should have been the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? The person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That happened. Right? Then again, it wasn't something got more classic. Living in classic case. Well, that's a record that said took it. And I'm thinking, right? So within Phoenix, someone took my soul, my ball soul. Right, sorry. Right, so just like living claims that silver took my soul. I claim no idea. Just like says, I solely do it. Beautiful place. What's the complicated factor? I'm claiming I take it. Now, by my mission that I took it, I guess I'll say I took it because of the way we don't know if that's a true claim or not, but I mean, you're done. Because of the confident claim, you swear. So the Alex, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took it over. I can't take an oath of my statement. But the Alex, what do you do? The column of finish. Very simple. When you're supposed to take a shoe off, because of what you've done, not time off off. Okay. So that the apple is not going to reach the station, what are you going to reach over here? You have to solve the ultimate again. So let's say, so this is the famous case that's going to be not strong.
I'll show us just a big sponsorship for T-Fat Kings every time I fit on the website.
If you turn it into drop already, if you drop that,
Dave Osmos, that's better. That's great.
But it's the bottom line of the deal. What do you say? The apple is level 6 of the eggs.
That's a good idea.
When there is a shortage, the party is obligated. TV
is now YouTube, now TV, right? Oh, wow.
That's in the purpose. So that bottom of that bottom of so ultimately, again, it will come to that bottom of when there is a necessary one, but neither party is
the great team that would be so low. I look Blockbuster next to it. I just can't. How am I supposed to face my wife?
Ultimately, what do they say? When you are the take a straw, or the obligated party can't take a straw. So what's that?
If I was an undercover baby,
I killed of responsibility. There's a problem.
I signed an oath. There was like a paper I signed. It may have just been a delivery, but I wanted to kill people in the fight. You were there.
What's the most frustrating thing about it? Most frustrating thing about it?
You sell legs too. 98 legs, unbelievable. Anyways, actually more food. This is by Basis. It's called Chin, and others might be leaving for Theo.
It hasn't solved. It hasn't
More food. I think it was you. Maybe on the studio, and on Monday I'm going to be in Copenhagen. We're going to Theo. I'm going with him to Austin.
The Jewish people are teaching
I always think it's something like that. Well, because recently people saying
people are taking care
what the fuck? You mean like a 6'7"?
response of terror.
I just want to know.
It's not friends. It's not good. Yes, we have a lot of members.
You know, 6'7" is not far off.
If the Jewish
if Shot wears a 6'7", we should best do that on Cal Shape Shot.
that's
Really, no, that is that right there. It wouldn't be off of, I guess that Charles is something.
This is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes
Anyways, I'll cut that part out. Let's see here.
realities that we have to
I'll take a minute. There's a lot going on here.
power.
I think we
And
watched that
sometimes
last
in
time.
boss, you just have to say,
Yeah.
I'm picking it up for the spot. I'm picking it up for
Teasing
the
a
spot.
song that I kept
Here for the spot, but
Offers
it's all
was around in the Bay Area. We
and
saw
there's
this.
this we are masters of our fate. And
Okay, so
brothers,
let's play
other
7-2
people
Canada.
have a say in what goes
90%
on
of the
around
GoFundMe
us.
is
And I'm good at pay.
GoFundMe's on
Some of
Saturday,
it pay.
right?
There's responsibility. Ultimately, again, justice will always
I wrote so many GoFundMe tweets over GoFundMe making jokes. Otherwise, it just sounds like you're
diaspora
and
has certain dynamics. So, the Jew partnering with that Kurdish Bashtas, incredible. Let's go back to I'm a rabbi. Tabbas is an avenue established. The rabbi says, I think he's correct. I think he's correct. Depending on the army, she has such a good man. Some of people choose that, which represents the parties. The law is that what is that? If you got what? Even with the if we're saying cases like this. Our father lent your father $1,000, and the orphans, right? The children followers say, no, you only borrow 500. Yeah, 500 is not enough. He was in the Muslim case. Malibu and Maliabu are children of the borrower. So they're making a kind of spot, they're making a definitive claim. And why shouldn't that be a classic? There should be an obligation to Shua. Which was Avalat Amalei, Moral Abba Biagabi. That is the children of the lender go with the debt is your father owed and both fathers have cost. But your father owed our fathers with the balance. The same way it comes to you down to the children of the borrower's states. So you know about 500. I'm not saying that's not saying I'm just saying Sigmar says what's the law of the Islam of the Kiagat in the family. They had the father's real life and the father's borrower. What is the country in that case? And then if we are getting from the valuation, I would require us to exempt the kids. I'm a fucking but if you see them even in other words, even the father himself would have been exempt in a case like this from Shua. Valuation then why do I need a puzzle? Again, by the so again, remember, this is just coming along and trying to do what I saw. Before we go on, how do we investigate this case? Right? So what do you do in this type of case? Well, let's say, I need a Shua to resolve the case, but you part of the Surah. So how do you that I'm not past level senior Sheba Surah? That's how I my son. Namely, that when neither party will come out, Yeshua goes back to his original pursuit. Yeshua goes back, but it's obligated to take. Since that party could take the Yeshua, therefore, well, how long will I say? And then Hashem when I saw constantly like level senior Sheba as a incredible. So it's a little sneak about that though. So you might say,
Nisim, Abotenu, Bayam, Ahim, Bezman, Hazer, blessed are you, Shem, sanctified us this moment and commanded us to work this candle. Distribution of the kingdom of the universe, made miracles for our ancestors in their days and our season. West Side.
People are swearing falsely, blame go around.
And see what he says back. And he says crazier shit than anyone can ever. He's unforgiving. Like, what is he gonna call? Blah, blah, blah. I was waiting. Formula One said there's no way Shaw was not equal as any of these guys who just kill me, you gotta get through my shingles first. I'm not simply the before the shot. I
have liability for that, which is a tremendous mental hospital. Because what it says is, I allow myself to fall. Like sometimes things happen, or like, oh, I'm the victim because I allowed myself to be certain dynamics. But I'm embedding myself in certain life realities. So you want to see, I'm sure how do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's limited to getting a lot of blank stares over there. I'm gonna give you a little bit more. Right, so now listen to this. I follow up with the no-okay spectator of some of the culture. Now, what's that? She says over here, no-okay Akananai. Now, mentioning again, hiring someone else to have partners for those. So how do I know this is wrong? This wrong? Here, I'm not committing the idea myself, but really someone else to commit it up. I don't know about the Pasuk says, it also implies as most sound, which means go through the Christian adultery. So let's say, by the way, the city of South Carolina, about this. Let's say what it's saying is like, I know that something wrong. I keep a secret. So I go ahead or look for them. And I feel not only can others, but I be the facilitator of other people's ideas as well. And if I do so, so again, the problem says over here, no challenge, giving most of the problems are.
Obviously, we say
right, so she went ahead and literally again, you got so denigrated in the pen. Here's what it says. What does this mean? Showman Papa Omar, her land, and then degraded, denigrated, ultimately again, really much. Like I said, this week's Parashah, in the last one. About this, about the people that we have these tensions in all times, don't point out. Just understand. She is, right? And shame on it. Okay, it's not even using the scepter. Like, it's not using the scepter. It's not awareness of this, but it's
if somebody's doing some shady shit, it's gonna come out. So
as long as I got something to do with it, and like all the other stuff that goes on, it's 2 days, not 2 days of the scepter over here. What does that mean? I'm going to design on the days. 2 days of Parshlah. If you do so what the people are doing is don't speak negatively about holy things. Right, because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize holy things do you, but holy things always lift you up and tell you that even if you don't understand them. First of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, they're on the right derech, they're on the right eye, and a 7.5. What are the chances of getting to take them alive on the Tuesday of Hashishah? And that's how we speak out for the Kedusha. How careful yourself, how careful we have to be thinking about seconds. Right? How careful we have to think about as well as how to the kiss. He's telling us, I understand the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not, but look what you've accomplished.
It's gonna come out.
And don't fall into
There's
the
no way you can
trap
hide
of
it. This
ultimately
the name
focusing on like the miraculous. But
being
instead,
so good at the
ultimately again, stay on the high road. See the beauty in the research that we are molded that we're doing. Some of it for today. There's still one more beautiful piece. So I gotta come in. So tomorrow, here's a Radlin.
Right. I forget this too. So
we love you. We're thinking it out to the boundaries of the method. Some good.
you forgot about your own whiskey. He said he called you a whole ass. Oh shit.
Thanks for all the laughs and MMA coverage. Hey, brothers.
Thank you, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. Right, a little bit just so we can catch this again. I don't want to see this guy's face. Way rather have me.
What's up?
Terrifying.
And he was the person today. Is a great disruption.
You hated when he said that.
What was he saying about it? It's lovely. Like, it was sad that he did like rise his happiness level. It says watch him change.
Allow me to be curious to know all our sponsors.
Leo wants to be like, not necessarily artificial,
Today's document,
but he wants the crowd to crack jokes. He can't. That's the worst part.
We are about
Flying when he kicks it off. Not about that stuff. Yes. He's just a sweet nectar of your assassinate myself. Get famous, hire assassination. Yeah, that's a good hot chip.
So let's say a really profound
Maybe hot chip. What do we try?
Rosa says, Emo Takana El Duro.
I have
Such a
found
person is
that's all I have to say about that. At least someone
So
fucking said
again,
that. I think we saw that.
so it's fascinating to see
Here's the frog, right?
is that here there's such
Just cat talking to cats. I don't want that. Posted by
quite overwhelming when it comes to
Whenever we talk about John Jones, the chat doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why are we talking about it?
Words, shitty comments that have to be heard. They have to be discussed. We'll be quick on Jake Phelps. I don't want like I don't want. Remember when the hot chip was like, "Hey, Theo and Brendan, what's one minute?" Theo was like, "I don't want to."
I'm gonna let you finish though. Beyonce has this is the face that people that don't watch Reddit or anyone that's like, they go, "What's your podcast about?" And I go, "Brennan Shop." They make that face. So like, what? That guy.
Cats. It's just cats talking to cats.
Oh, are you doing something? Wow, it's a baseball channel right here. Oh, this is great. Yo, just shot Alright, Steve. Player wiped out all the wipe videos. I mean, watched Curry post this back. It's also an hurting stuff. So wait, Player wiped all the mini coach wipe. That's great, because when I was going through Reddit, I'm not even on. I really am the Flagrant thing. But it pops up nonstop. There was the whole weekend. I was just Flagrant. Wow. Yeah. That's all you're scared. I know, like, your inflection sometimes it sounds like you were going for that movie. I almost felt the same way. You know, we're going to be talking about Akash saying, this guy. Is there bias at all?
That just put his dick out on the table. I just know that Nat's dick is like at least 2 inches. He would only I don't find that was sexy. That's why I'm actively trying to have a orgasm. He love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck all of them.
If you're going to own this, you know, at least let that poor guy watch.
I don't know what this is so mean. It's so many care. I'm like, whatever. Understand it.
You'll be seated I think he's on himself like he had a earth, low, children, you will not be seated. That's because of the lots of autonomy for that stuff. So it can quite really much that harmony, agriculture is one of those professions where you have to be fully committed. So if you make yourself an editor, make yourself a slave, make yourself a servant,
the mod started not
be successful. You don't make yourself successful. You're not going to be successful.
Yeah, sorry. That's all I mean. It's a rough time for Akash.
You want to be successful in something
No, he
in
kind
life.
of deserves it.
You have to make yourself an Evan to that
Also, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you to Successful Egg and the many posters in our Reddit. We do have 928 people in the That's crazy. Yeah, that's so many people we never thought we'd have. That makes a Successful Egg in PT Pizza Party. Keep it up. Yeah, I like the Reddit. Trans to Kennedy, Stick, or whatever. Dixie Norman's.
If you want to be successful in anything in life,
What else do we have?
you have to make yourself an
Massive overall painted mirror.
From the sleep switch, remember, Heather doesn't have a choice. Heather's got to look at that. Never wakes up and wonder, oh, I'm so tired, I was sleeping today. No, you're Never doesn't feel like you need a piece of work. So you're Heather.
We're about to watch and talk about some guy named Rob.
Because I would tell you this, if you want to be successful in your life,
Thanks, Adam. Well, listen, entertain Allie while there's a
because if you just kind of at the
What is that?
if you just using
But
whatever
they
it is
need enough
or
people
whatever you
here
have
right now to get the minute to 1,000K grand.
So listen,
Wow,
this
that's
is our learning, right? We know this in the
everybody join the Reddit at once.
Well, it's always
And
good.
when you're done with that training,
Always good.
let me see here. I'm going to do another poll
You
there.
to share,
To our
come
Reddit.
to share, come to share. Today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here, and again, it doesn't matter whether you're virtually or online. Whatever your use is, sometimes we're a little lax years ago about it.
That's a
Okay,
good
so
question.
from last days
I
ago
know you
about
want
it,
me to.
don't be surprised if it doesn't feel like
Sure, I want
and
that.
don't be
If
surprised
they-
if they
Does
shut
everyone
up
know what
my
that
mind
means?
to the highest level high. Because you're only going to reap the
Make sure
benefits of
everyone knows
it.
that.
You're only going to reap the
Well, if
benefits
you're going
of
up
it.
every 100, you get a new name.
And then
It's
evidence
like,
high.
oh, or the
And
hawk,
then evidence
and then
functional.
a
And then
different
evidence
little
committed.
thing. It's
And
like,
it doesn't
oh,
matter
that's
what else evidence got going on. He's
Now I can
there
change it.
because
I don't know what I
he's
changed it to.
enslaved to whatever
But yeah, it's
learning
the only reason
No
that
sounds
the
strange.
Reddit's
But when you enslave yourself to your dreams, your goals,
here.
your
Alright,
aspirations,
so we got this
when you
massive
enslave
overall
yourself
narrative
to
by
your
Sky
goal
in
in life,
2005.
that's when
And then
and
there's
you
Shell at the end.
you reap the benefits of
Have that. That's
Gemara goes like that. Gemara says, I'll make a promise to Shabbat. No big deal, Father. Shabbat. Now,
Collier, Allen,
didn't work. Rashi says, in the walk, though,
You
Yom
gotta
Shalom.
stop that narrative.
No
Worry
big
about
deal,
that.
Father.
That's
Stop
what your
working for an
kids, and that
entire
paints the
day.
narrative.
You're
But when you
actually
paint this
tired.
narrative,
Like Gemara
that
says,
narrative has legs.
Why
When
not?
the narrative is top
No,
going,
I
oh,
know
you
that.
kept going, that's
My
some
daughter's
bullshit
going to
there.
be
That's the narrative.
God's me. I'm
That
done.
Tom asshole page me in order to create a narrative, even over this narrative, that
Come on,
he's
you
quit.
have to believe something.
But now you paint that narrative that Tom from the narrative was this the problem. Somehow, put the narrative now is now the narrative, don't push the shitty narrative down the line. Don't refuse. Make sure you never have to play friggin' roulette ever again.
that's where they got it.
All of humanity is free to be forever to
I don't
whatever
know
initiates the day.
Talking about
Every
narrative that just reminds me of David.
is obligated to be
He's like,
enslaved
Adam,
to their goals and dreams and aspirations because
whatever
that's
his
the
name is,
only
and I
way
can't
in
had a
life
pray
you actually make
narrative.
sense. I'm about as far as show, as we discussed, we're going to go so again, anything they're wanted out, that by definition becomes
Interesting. So he
the liability for death penalty as well for natural life. No matter you know, I think we should be Shabbos. Even should learn to learn less to think that it's only Shabbos. So immersing the guy now Shabbos is true by itself also. This is true even if you're not taking off Shabbos. This is just talking about the idea of living relaxed days
anyone remember that book too when you bought
way
one
back.
glasses like that because you
Not
as a girl were wearing
part of food
plus
was
by attorney
from
from the
It's not what we want.
It's good look.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I remember
remember
those days. It's fun.
He wants everyone to be happy. He wants everyone to be enslaved. He wants everyone to be operating like this. Incredible. The Kashmir Gabi design this, so why not keep this in Chinese system? But the Nazi is not allowed to quote unquote keep Shabbos. He wants to keep a function, maybe I'll pass that. I want to
Yeah, we saw that one
the
last
Shabbos
time.
include
Okay. That's where we left off last week. So we did
Shady
watch
Office,
this.
things you're not allowed.
Count as a baker, rich kid, dropped into, let's
Top
see,
of the
So I got the whisper.
the hot
Someone got the whisper, tone it down.
Now we need to
Play
establish
this.
the system.
Yeah, you don't
That's
take
it.
age. Just tell play a little game. Who is the
And
they whispered to me, why did I go see you were already half a queer? That's why. They were like, dude, he's getting up. I was ready to go. And your dad is a fucking lizard, so you're already in.
In other words,
That's why I didn't get the 100%. Why did I get the whisper? Because, Brian, you were already in. You're rich. You're a Baker Rich kid. I didn't have a very fancy. We didn't have a very fancy. We love you, but the person coming by. He thought it. That's Brian, you made it. It was Brian, shut up.
It is in the inheritance. The Gemara says, "Manu Morasha Avlola." It's an inheritance for us, and not for them. It doesn't belong to the nations of the world. Therefore, we learn it. We learn the kindness. Why keep it? So that why not include this? The Shem is saying, "Bend off and Torah." Which the Gemara says, "Man, the Morasha makes up for us." Morasha Kivilasya. So one of the things it says Morasha means it's an inheritance to the Jewish people. So if you hold this inheritance, if a non-Jew learns it, he's taking it from us, and therefore it's theft. Theft is already included as one of the Shemanish Osbenin.
I don't even read the comments.
Mandar Morasha means also, right? Mandar Morasha, the other thing it says, it's not Morasha, we're out of Rasa, that's red. Probably starts red to so therefore, then, if a non-Jew goes there and learns, you know, because you can remember, you don't have Nada Mulasa, and therefore, again, you're judged according to your self standards, and therefore they get so first of all, this has to be a lack of this. Because in general, there's a lot of discussion about what is this discussion? Is this torture of 5 books of Chumash? Is it torture about that? So according to most opinions, this prohibition is not the torture itself. It doesn't apply to Chumash. Like Chumash, rather, it's more a prohibition on torture of text, Mishnah, things like that. And this happens to be a very interesting question because when people study how do you have to go ahead and torture about that as well? Okay, so we'll put this on the list for fascinating that the only topic talk about it at a different time. But just to put it on your list. But I'll also mention it's really quite amazing. It shows you the beautiful relationship that we've got with
Your gun is supposed to fall apart when you're a real man.
on one hand, it's an inheritance. I think the interesting part about an inheritance is there is nothing per se computed. Right? It's parent, the parents are assets, the parent dies, I get this. On one hand, there's an element of Torah that's mine simply because of a lot of previous education, and now it's passed down to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't earn anything. I just received it by deed of those who call it. But then there's also Torah is in the rest. The rest of English language is a distinct and beautiful, harmonious meaning. That is on the other hand, I have my own unique relationship with Torah. So on one hand, Torah is Yerusha, from my family, from generations before me going back to Palestine. I didn't do anything, it's just been passed down to me. But then my job is to take the Yerusha and make it a new race. My job is to take the inheritance and make it a so
I got mags in my gun, blowers in my truck,
reminds me of the beautiful dog I have.
fish in my tank.
Just read last week. Zechari Vandeu, Rokavi Vanam. This is my God. Great. Rokavi, God is my father. Rokavi, God is my father. Lest the person think that on souls. Passed down for 2 generations. She also says, this is my God. It is the God of my father. And now my job is also to teach my English. The Torah is for Yerusha, it's passed down. And my job is to teach Yerusha the inheritance and to make it my middle list. To make it my truth. So the message makes sense. How you guys may remember used to say, Nine Shach, you will always go. I was always saying, Torah.
We've been busy.
Right there,
This week is probably taken out a year so far.
I show you how some of them behind it. Because it says this is the words of the Torah that a person is supposed to live by them. It doesn't say, it doesn't say,
back on Tuesday with
Hello.
Motherfucking Raccoon
How do
Twice
you
stream
just never
or
turn on the
Raccoon
price
Twice
of all the
episode.
things?
Do me a
Hold
favor
on,
if you
man.
guys
So what
can.
does that teach you?
I had some copyright issues with the
short
short of landslide British job cover that we did. If you can go to the shorts page of Raccoon's YouTube channel and check that out. You can do that voice. Share it with, actually don't share, just watch it. See what happens.
So again, it is great for an acting to learn when it comes to studying its own. All right, then you know, has to learn Torah that applies to studying this. When it comes to depths of it, honestly becomes a point.
And shout out to
learning about the
Josh
like the
for
price of both
being the only person that I've seen
That's
stand
not
up
his.
and
That's
come.
his
Thanks,
stuff.
Josh.
That's like his
All
also
right, great guy
that
there,
the
man.
lost. And if you even know me a moment after that, I'm not remember again on the previous country that different teams added different source on to shutting this game. Like Emil said, and Ben no also can't be launched in the living after Buster the National Double also payable, they even in a so the passage says that you're not allowed to eat. Buster did not show double also, but you can't eat meat when the life forces in it. That's a limb from the living. The community of Emil and after damage. Emil says, the community of Emil says, not only are you not allowed to eat them that way, but you also can't eat damage. That's the kind of law. Holiday, Buster did not show the so-called Dumbo did not show the so which makes an interesting judgment. The Torah says, Buster did not show Dumbo also. And the third thing, the two different prohibitions. There's Buster did not show. You can't eat meat from a living animal. And then there's Dumbo did not show. You can't eat blood from a living animal. Quite amazing. Goes to the Rabbana will say, who wish you trust? No, that's coming through the Asa. That concept, that phrase is actually coming, that double is actually coming to teach me that halakha l'meisa, you're allowed to eat a limb from Shvatim, 3 points. Halakha limb. Halakha limb from Benor, halakha limb from Shvatim, taking notes of the double, seeing it again, Ata Omer, Rak Chazak V'Nekiach Halakha. Pastor said, be strong and do not eat blood. Because the blood is the life force of the animal. So the Gemara direction, not exactly what you are that means even if I first so when it says, don't eat the blood of the animal, I can't one ever, she said, damina. So you want to just put it over place, and that's the scripture where the meaning of meal, and not only is there prohibition to even that, I leave over the animal, but you also can't eat damina. Hold on, I'm going to say, who the dam hakozo, some shamayo, so don't do that. That's prohibited, that's the dam hakozo, right? There are a lot of people like blood, but the other that are like the blood that squirts out the animals initially killed, but the other blood they're out. Lama we limit with the Lama we limit
This week about
you notice the drum of God is a eating a living animal is mentioned in the sacred verses, like by Fatima Michel, and it's also mentioned again
Yeah, I guess we're
in
looking
Polish blood.
Okay.
So why does it have to be?
Yeah, check out the big trend.
Anyway, that's not white there, and it's a one of the main operations to see the then you have a mitzvah that was stated in the Torah, and then was repeated in the Torah. When the people have seen what it means is it was said before Matan Torah, it was again in the Torah after Senate Revelation. Again, it was like how incredible is it learning about again Matan Torah, Erev Shabbos, Parshas Yisro, says Adibros, incredible. So whenever you see something that was mentioned to Bnei Noach before Matan Torah, and then repeated again, and then repeated again after Matan Torah, Lezet Ulezen, it applies both to Bnei Noach and to Jews. With Bnei Noach, although Mishnah specific, something was only said before Matan Torah, Bnei Noach, and wasn't repeated by Har Sinai after Har Sinai, then we still remember below the Bnei Noach. It only applies to Jews. Doesn't apply to Bnei Noach. But under in oral elegant, the only example is right? The prohibition of Gida Nosha was mentioned before Sinai, right? It was mentioned by the fight between Yaakov and Noah, where the Malach went ahead, Sarosha Isa, right? Isa's ministering angel, fought with Yaakov for whole night, was unable to overtake him, but injured him in his thigh. And therefore the Torah says, Al came, Therefore, Klal Yisrael will not eat the Din HaNasha. That prohibition was never repeated again in the Torah. So the Gemara says that's an example of something that was mentioned before in the Torah, not repeated again. Not repeated again in the Torah. That only applies to Klal Yisrael and not to Bnei Noach. And this is in accordance with Din HaNasha in accordance to Rabbi Yehuda. So Rashi has a whole arichos over here. Right. It's interesting. So there's an interesting focus in general about whether or not Din HaNasha was so what I said wasn't stated the other thing actually holds is actually a which says that Moshe Rabbeinu was compiling the Torah. So he put the tradition of Din HaNasha back by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given. It was actually given later on. But when you put back effectively placed in this interesting machlokes. Okay, Omer Mar. Omer says Shnei is named off Mishnah Torah. Listen to this. So let's get from this principle. So now, what did Rabbi Yosef say? And format in Torah, and it was used again after the Torah. But that isn't why we're here, though. Why? I don't know. You can miss this casino in Israel, and you still have no that takes time, dude. This might be the best start to the show we ever had. And then set again after Sinai. Doesn't that mean that it's not for the not for the and not for the which the Gemara says, no, the Asli
if there's not any
the Asli from the Irish Otigo Covenant. That's what she was mentioned before I said you saw it, right? So it was repeated again, actually, as part of the story. Real Akbar with him, actually, it's hard. And we know that Avodah Zarah applies to Jews and non-Jews. And that is the principle that any mitzvah that was recited before Matan Torah and then repeated again after Matan Torah applies to Jews and non-Jews. Okay, that's what I heard. Still analyzing the principle. The Neymar will miss the scenario trying to revelate the Neymar. So again, if you have a mitzvah that was said to me before Matan Torah, was not repeated at her scenario that applies to Jews and not to
positive comments, something like
this is the opposite.
Patreon
They will miss the scenario. They may not remember what Israel.
That's not with
Right? So again, I showed you the opposite. The fact that it was given to the Neymar before Matan Torah and wasn't given again at her scenario. Doesn't that indicate that it only applies to Jews and not to Jews? Which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Lekad, the Gemara says, Lekad Nedam to be so sure that Ovid will come to see.
I did notice in chains recently that there's a lot of, you know that Wolverine aim of him looking at the picture embedded, yeah, like the good times. Oh, yeah. So that's our first one for today. So I'm supposed to buy a guy with a rooster. It's called,
Or by fast Torah. So remember you said before, Apple, right? Or Ben Noach is not permitted in the fast Torah. It's called guest. It's called theft. It's called theft. Yet a Jew is permitted in the world right in the fast Torah. Also, we shouldn't allow them in Kibbutz. That's it. Fast Torah is a function of a country of army. The Torah's definition of a country of army is violence. It's not that is no incredible. I've already proposed each other. What about theft? Less than
disagreeing about somebody, that may, it's always that best part about that is he threats call by get out of here.
That's because Jews are capable of forgiveness. They know how. Therefore, again,
Bob kind of looks like a guy maybe in a restaurant or a casino. He's been there for a while. He's got shirt. He's really going for it hard. What era is the one who's much better there? King of the Sting did. I could tell. The yellow light. So he's young, make money, happy. Say Maddie died. Which one? Left or right? Left. Not Chewy. Which one left or right? Chewy. I don't even know that name. I don't remember which era. Probably the right. There you go.
And I said to them, was I've heard you. What about this meal? What about this meal? What about this meal? Remember the name not consider the Ashes busy.
Truck walk.
Remember again. So So the friend says, "Abro Ravina, before my things go
right before the
keep
fall.
my keep the covenant of my grace." In this specific is repeated by her.
Like he wasn't.
What is it? I see. The Yom HaShemim of
As,
the Shas, Parshas Tazria. So it's repeated.
he hadn't
This is
reached
where
the
it
level of
says,
clown yet.
but low
Before
the
that, that was a real nail in the
Yeah,
coffin for any kind of
doesn't keep by the so it doesn't go to principle. Principle says anything said, right? Anything said ultimately again by her sin, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Little Torah, and ultimately when repeated her sin, it applies to both. But Mila was said before her sin, right? Said again by her sin, only applies to you, doesn't apply to the Torah. Which the Gemara says, Ahu Lemishri Shabbos Midas. No, repetition actually of the mitzvah of Mila Tashas Tashmiya is to add a very important detail in the meaning. With Bayom, Afilu B'Shabbos. Teaches that when you eat food falls out on Shabbos, you do
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get to left bump. I'm heading towards right bump. I got back from the doctor. The doctor's like,
When
you
the
ate
blood
it.
is Asran Shabbos,
And I go, oh, she said, the doctor said, I got some meat. Just like
Malon,
what you think.
the additional mention
Place
of
which you
Yom
actually.
HaShemim, Afilu Shabbos,
What do you think you look like when you're doing squad
it's
diaries?
not coming to
What you actually look like off the truck.
I've already heard it, what about prayer with you? It's the ritual multiple. Shinem, I will know. Right, on one end it says, it says, La'atan, Peru, like remember again, Adam is given very, very well. Noah is given very, very well. The specific is said again by Hasidah. Where was it said by Hasidah? Late and more about them, she will not come on. As well, he says, go tell the people to go back to their house. So this is incredible. Remember again, this is again, all this is most that's the real under preparation was husband and wife separated from intimacy. After Kabbalah Sakoda, Moshe said to call himself, go back to your place. And that's the thing, go back to your place. It's a different sense for of an intimate relationship with one spouse. So most of the essentially means and again, regarding credibility. So said before Torah, said again in the Torah. So the Gemara says, we may be slow now, but below the name. So again, there is such a place for us, which the Gemara says, who from double shaving is mean aftermath. Right, the repetition here is not to go ahead and finding them enough. Repetition enough is there to want people to
waking up,
namely
that
something, a law that is legislated by one group can only be repealed by a group of the same number, by another group of the same number, or a greater number. So the Haraya, Moshe Rabbeinu, the Prophet calls them national chart, and therefore again, the Prophet tells them, later more has go tell the people, the same Prophet tells us to separate, because the same as they told us to go back and forth. Okay? Yafi, Hokada Adam now museum Shinosa. So Hokada Name of Mishum Nosan is every time there is some new element. As part of the heart in this not ultimately again, why is there no key and ultimately again, all we have is a piece of goodness. And according to the as we said before, the goodness of the Son was that it was only repeated, it was only stated once before month of but we see ultimately again, but Mila and Period Arabia also weren't repeated, right? Gemara says, distinguished from most of them. These ultimately again were repeated again, as we mentioned before, because they introduced some new ones. Paul noticed the same. Kenosha, at least wasn't explicitly stated. But you know how it is. Milo may probably after we become a the reality, everybody told you that your look was bad, the obligation of Milo was not given to the name of it was given to Adam. Given to Adam to become a Shreya. The Ata is recent Shemot. The Ata is our Ata, the son. Ata is our Ata. In the Shachmin alone, second one line, the mitzvah is given to Adam and his offspring. But just to Adam and his offspring, not to anyone else. Okay, well, if Adam and his offspring, and the activity is shown so the sons of the right? Well, also said about why shouldn't he be fighting? He is going to as well as said, is the defined offspring of if that's the case, fine. So let it be fine. And it is somewhat hybrid. Let it be a also. Lord, if you want to see mine, mitzvah to Avram. And Avram was to be
Just tall wise or like I'm looking at the confusion side of it.
mitzvah is the inheritor of people. That's fine. Like what Yitzchak's kid, Yaakov and Esau, why not Esau? Which we must be Yitzchak, the Lord Avram, we will live on Yitzchak, and not through all. You need one of Yitzchak's sons. So perpetuate your legacy, and not and Yaakov is not therefore, again, the thread, Avram is fucking therefore, applies, but not to any of Avram being masculine, not to his plural.
And by the way, when you see someone moving around like that on stage, I will bet you every time
Now, talking short, most of the people you learn that maybe you make Jewish music type.
He does approach the comments quite interesting, he likes bars. He says he likes jokes, he doesn't like stuff.
Okay, so interesting, it might be only Yitzchak, and one of Yitzchak's
Every time I saw someone of mine having sex, pumping air, I would just go, dude, it's a
Other Rishon will go to a bus Other Rishon was not permitted to be Other Rishon was he was not permitted to go ahead and say, Lachem Yelach Lach, or Lachol Chayas Hashem. The Pasuk says, when Hashem came to dedication, so Hashem says to Adam, I have given you all the vegetations for you, Lachem Yelach Lach, for you and for all of the animals. So you and the animals eat vegetation. The Lord Chayas are Lachem, you can't eat animals. Other Rishon is not allowed to eat as a vegetarian, which is a woven in Laura, which quite a think about it. So the book has just ugly pieces on this concept that are like opiate ready. Man is not so free from that man uses whatever organic grows on the
just like it was a sign of a we have to pump it.
in order to go ahead and sustain that was later on corrupted. Because the Lord, in no particular motion, obviously, when we know after the flood, you fucking Yerek, we said, Nasaki,
It has to be a real reason. Fuck that. There has to be something to it.
there's no more prohibition of freedom in the house of the earth. And the Roma, someone also, okay, Yafo,
Oh, wow. I don't
so you
even
better
remember
thought
that.
that again, maybe even if I applied to trust.
They kind of like
Okay,
that.
Schwartz, as we saw in some of the Schwartz are excluded from the Rebbe in my Talmud. So what's the Gamo? Misha Gamo called it Shalom. Even if I only apply to someone or to something that has distinction between flesh and spirit.
Who doesn't know what that looks like? Why do you need to pump it? It doesn't
Shards and then there's blood and other stuff behind it. It's all like this one mush. Like it's all one thing.
I think the screen.
Therefore, there's no even in that time. This thing, who will do with the gas and
It's like
so again, so now Muslims telling you that you're the Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat. The fact is, if Adam Rishon is not allowed to eat, I don't believe that he was
And it's not even Caitlyn Jenner. Really, and he's a Kardashian. He's saying that they're like weird sexual roles that are Caitlyn Jenner and now, right? But I will say,
my love, no,
that crazy. That's a great man. One of the scenes, especially where he's like, is that the same one? Yeah.
into the Rakbo,
That was
Rakbo said, boy, Rakbo, him
Yeah,
is
they're
the
both
piece
bad.
of if you call
I
your
guess
flower
you're right.
with
It's
a
not
boat
really
and a
sex,
sheep,
but it's
I see
it's
it's
very close. Straddle. Yeah, it's straddle.
holding the
It's
mouth
like
forward.
you really
This is
do
the whole
someone having a
Torah.
heart
This is the
attack.
product of the meal. So you can put the fish to work on. So Adam doesn't have the right to eat fish, but he has the right to utilize the fish for his service to work on. So the Mercy Krishna, the Baal Shemai, he flew over the birds of the sky. My love, that doesn't mean you can eat the
I was
birds.
never big
Roll
fan
from a loss.
yourself.
Those use the birds for work.
Make sure
So much
that
almost being the
say
lost
that in
one,
my
those
mind.
can use birds for work.
But
Things to
I
the
don't
body
know
right
about
about
he's so my bad stuff is like I also feel like I know I feel like
yeah, we're not doing
but that's like things that at the
So again, the local message is threat with according to this individual, what is the halal? So again, this has to do with the last point out of the year, but the rest of the legal holds that there is a special permit for workers to eat while they're working the field. So it's trying to, in order for that better review, they have to work as the working both of his feet and his hands at the same time. So when the animal is using all fours, it is also considered working at the last one is working. Shiny is, let's say, the threat. He's sort of chicken. It's only 2 feet. So is that called like when the words that work? Therefore, the animal should be ready to eat. Or no, the whole animal is not. Like I said, the details are not as important for the special. It's more important for the special. It's illustrating how you can put chickens, birds, to work. Okay, first month.
That's also funny because of how much it pisses off
All
other
the
comedians
old
in my
animals,
group, where they're like, dude, still make this guy fucking rank somebody, right? It's actually, they go, still make and groundwork. This guy does both in one. And it's like, it infuriates comedians to the point where it's very funny.
Go to man because as a result of the sin of the tree, the inside out, the tree of knowledge is given to
I would never in a million years think of that.
Adam was punished, Chava was punished, and the not punished was punished. Man lost out on a tremendous occasion. The snake
Torching it just more cell shit by a series physicalizing what should be just one of the ways.
But a mother in his calendar, that's not the number happens. Remember again, it's not called reaching the number. That's
It's like any other Richard, I like Rob, bless you, I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like people that have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, man, how much never disrespected
so every person, after that, somebody tells me,
you just have to want to do it.
after you back to snakes, people to after the cycle, let's talk about the cycle of brother. One snake is a Lord, one snake is a child. Now, how do you know son, the volume, carbon, the abundant totals, and not volumes?
When you're doing this essentially, it's so
But you know how to dig, you know how to find stuff. And they mine out all the most beautiful precious stones and gems, and they send it out to do their thing, and they come and bring it back to you. You know, not only that, I wish I was shooting, you see a half house in the road, you catch something and you need to tell it the snake. You won't see the upper of the doesn't cost. I expect that. It's like the big dirt house. It's dirt out. Ultimately, again, to your garden, it's you. First, the Gemara says, so it says, I'm just playing out with the special that, you know, the way for folk in the world,
that's not true. It does make sense. It's just not
the world is circle. I don't know.
It's talking about huge and it would like science
Everything. Certain man is
it makes sense. Just because you're upgrading doesn't mean that everything doesn't make sense to everyone else, dude. Yeah, let's ask him.
when you exercise,
And I'm just saying, I'm just insulting that you're saying
but when you abdicate the personal greatness, so you abdicate that right to serve that people. That's when you earth turns. That's why the other Maurice and sin, what is like he says, yeah, as the other, you're going to work the land, the coast guy back is you're going to put the field and it's going to sprout forth thorns and thistles.
It makes sense.
The world is not going to when man doesn't do what he's supposed to do, the earth doesn't cooperate. The animals don't cooperate. The sun and the moon, but the world doesn't cooperate. It's an incredible thing. When I do what I'm supposed to do, when I was meant and when we were supposed to do, so then the universe serve man because man is serving me. Man is performing his purpose, serving me, and therefore world, you do your purpose by serving man. So when we advocate our sacred duty, not only are we showing our own personal responsibilities, or disrupting the natural order. So the animals in the road, and the earth is going to be old things that were created to serve man. And now it can focus on the things that we were sometimes
you never seen the flying squirrel? I guess no.
overwhelming.
Well, there's squirrels.
So they say, these are actually better than the older.
Doesn't make sense because you're fucking.
Well, okay, sorry, something about Boston.
I don't know about that.
I know this we're sitting in Ghana.
But I'm not sure.
Sitting in there. What happened?
A flying
In
squirrel.
Morocco,
How does that look like? It looks like a
Very cool.
Why do you have to know why it looks like a pussy? Like, I don't understand why the
pouring in some
why
of them
this
into
pussy that looks like a vagina to me. Okay,
stream,
that's aside from the squirrel bit, but aside from the fact that there's a squirrel's face on it. I know that I understand that, but you're saying that specifically looks like a pussy. There is a squirrel's face.
Now, so they're going ahead and they're making the manage to meet
Joe
for
Rogan
the
sees
local
vagina when he sees
pouring in delicious wine, so pouring in delicious wine, the Nachash sees it for Nachash, they'll go, so the cover that was being given to Marisha is cannibal.
The idea of like, okay, it's like open like that.
I will say, we got jealousy.
That's not. It's a vagina like fucked by a carpet. It's a huge jump to that. Like it's a very. I'm sure there's a closer jump here that you could make about. It's not a funny joke to begin with. Oh, getting dicks, and then because it's like they all they talk about, right? Jobs, like goddamn dicks out here. If guys could make their dicks bigger, they would. Oh, wow. Garden stuff. I'm not seeing a squirrel. All these uses vagina. That's pretty cool. But if you're going to make a joke about how vaginas have to be bigger because guys are going to have such big dicks, there's got to be something that makes an easier jump than a swine squirrel. Okay, wait, here, Cody, you got to open your brain. I don't care. Here's the thing.
Aslan ve Basa görmeden şamar.
Visual of a squirrel.
There's
He's trying to say a squirrel can jump and fly because it has arms that they will fly.
like the first impossible. Right? That wasn't
That
meat
they jump off of the
that came
ledge.
from an animal. That was meat that came from Shama. It was something that was before. So what is that? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's impossible. So it's the first thing.
So like it's still barely but there's gonna be something better than like you can fly with you can if he's arguing that the limbs of a vagina make you fly.
What happened? What
If you fuck someone, I guess they're just like flapping
Are
wings.
you so?
But you say something other than a squirrel.
Two lions, right? Two lions.
What other
And
fucking animal flies
blowing
like
this
this?
face.
Why does it have to be?
So
You still have to
Shimon
acknowledge
Kalaf says to them,
like
here
if
is struggling with that
penguin that's
lion comes
flying
flying out for what happened? The
squirrels don't
PCA
fly
tried
except
to
for this fucking squirrel. The flying
two
squirrel.
slabs in the
Humans don't fly.
teeth
But if
fell.
you're getting
Sides
holes and it goes
fell very
vagina,
funny.
you're fucking apart.
I
I wish you could hear the words that you're saying because you say
I see the
if you isolate what you're saying, it sounds like a crazy person. For sure, he's the one that ate his carpet roll, pussy, flying squirrel. Just
boy,
the
they
birds.
asked him, sorry, how many is that? Or got the culture? What is this? Is it a culture or is it just the way you want to have it? Is it culture or is it trade? See what I'm talking about. Or like, in double color, you're national. There's no thing as a double color that comes from. What are you talking about? Meat from the heavens, and you ask me what the hashkafa is? Meat fell from the heaven, you ask me if it's kosher, you ask me if it's kosher, it's like nothing that is trade comes from Shem. Everything comes from Shem. Is kosher, is fine. The most say, but that is so, the phrase is so powerful.
I can't remember flying. I've heard of
Anything
squirrels.
that
I guess I've never really known what that means since I was a kid. I think I probably knew.
It may hurt.
Flying squirrels.
It may be difficult. Circumstances.
At no way does that make any sense. The Eagles also say no. What would you, or, I mean, there's no making a point. Draw those just like to think about
I
squirrels.
never could generate too much, but I'm
Now I'm confused by the comments because it says, I voted yes to oh, I see now. That's good, that's good.
last 2 months. When we are zero, we are both. You're the one who's summer, now. What happens if a donkey came down? It's horrible, and it's what donkey from
I just don't like when you make fun of somebody and say that it doesn't make sense because it makes sense. I think you're
But it came down from Shine, so what's on a lane? Beyond good knowledge. Essentially, so he asks from zero. Right? So, but the zero asks from the Yavon. So the Yavon said from zero, beyond good knowledge. Essentially said, you're a donkey. In other words, that was a
worked out
I
hard.
guess a way of saying,
Keep up the kids.
like, no, you're a
It's
crazy
a
guy.
that whole
Unshota,
Rogan
ultra
universe
small
is the
kind of
same
it's not a
thing over and
bunch of
over
elaborate
again.
again, like a crazy
Guys
bird.
got big.
You're a
Guys
crazy
want
bird.
big
In other words, what's
games.
the matter with you? What kind of
And
question?
when that happens,
Call me late,
it's
ain't governed, come
the
and go
vaccine
here.
makes you big.
Doesn't
And
matter
I
if
do
it's
that
supposed
happen.
to be
Of course you do.
because your son,
And nightly
if
fucking
it's a
each other.
box,
It's
risk
very
it.
like
It doesn't make a difference, whatever it is.
occasionally level.
If it comes to my
That's what I'm
college
saying
bar,
in a nutshell.
if it comes to my college bar, it is going to be kind of what's this
Yeah, I mean,
If
pity.
it comes to my
Someone
shed,
named Pity.
even if it looks trace, if it comes to my shed, even if it looks bad, if it comes to my shed, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing. In Gavar Kame Yore Ne Hashem. Comes to my college bar, it's not bad. Comes to my college bar, it's not it's difficult, it's painful, it's challenging, or whatever comes from time is only there to bring it you show and Carol.
That's crazy. How did he fit that? That's a good one. Crackheads write out poems in their own shit. This makes sense. Back to my way. Shout out to you. That one was supposed to be cool, chilling. Did talk about Rio. We watched that last time. And the audio is so funny. Being like, no, dude, it makes sense. Because think about it. Guys have big things, and then it's like a carpet roll. And then there's squirrels, and then they have like a big flying. So it's like flying squirrels. And then you're like, man. And then you win it. They got the prize to slow-mo music. I feel like a guy in a million mad. Nothing you said resembles.
We're going to pick up on the bottom of the text of the days with the word Amr Shulchan Amr Yonason. Shulchan says, in Yonason,
I guess that does. It makes honestly.
on the side. What do you mean by what it says?
Sense to me now that mainly does
Again, analyze the first chapter in
so
Hillel,
that makes me worry about
which is
myself.
lucky, fortunate is the person
I
who is
understand that, like maybe
does not go with the path of the Shayim, who is that resourceful for Pastor Now, thou,
but I do remember Dumbo.
why should I call off my
Access to my body.
He did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara. Plugger who is the plugger, and there is people who built this massive tower, which they were going to use to raise water from the Dara. Why should Shayim how you do? Evil people never protect how that lives in their one year to build a city, and he did not get involved in the therefore, that refers to the reason. We therefore claim that Almighty did not follow the path of those who submit Averas, was against the such return of the Reno. Ahmad Amida,
a comedian making fun of Callan to his face. It was at a club. I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something with my son. The video of it, and he goes, giraffe, and he's dancing in front of Callan. It's a challenge where Callan's water in his mouth. And you make him laugh, he spits it out. When I watched it, I disliked the both Callan and the person who did it. Because it was too complimentary. You know, you should be able to be shining. So now I don't like that comedian. Self-aware. And also like really funny. Or something like this. The guy was too good. It was respectful thing. Like it was exactly what Callan does.
The people who were
Man, the old drug guy should just
with
with
joke.
his name was like something callous. Yes. Or something like that. Whatever it was.
Place.
You are right.
And
He's
later
on
on,
my side and also Buster Fist. I've never seen that hairless ginger squirrel cookie.
and somebody who was part of his life, again, he was nothing.
I actually do a lot of things. It's like every car you have, it's like, look at what Coke Party said. Coke Party agrees with me. Says I'm right. So if Hercules nods, Coke Party, and oh my God, right, then I guess you're wrong. But Dixie Norman agrees with me. Dixie
In other words, among the people of Sodom, do not live. Look around the people of the
Yishagar the Yagar Avram, Avram, he dwelled in the land
I'll be the
of
villain.
Arsa.
I'll be the fucking villain of this
Very
pod
different
with you.
between
I need to.
Avram
Stop the
being
deal. Yeah, so
Guard
switch it.
in the land
Maybe
of
I always
the
was the hero.
Interesting. It says
A lot of
Yishu
second
Yaakov,
digit close to a lot
Eretz,
of
Blu-ray
Joe
album.
Rogan stuff. This is
We
what
trying
my
to
life
point
looks
out
like.
that there are two different types of life.
This
Rashi
guy
himself
really
says
knows Photoshop.
that
There's no
Bikish
way.
Yaakov Leishav Salva. He wanted to live a life of Leishav. He wanted to be Leishav. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, becomes a member of the Kehillah. By Yagar, it's much more contemporary than that. The person that is the leader, he lives among the however, if you back my integrated correctly, why? Because you saw a huge salvation to the people in Israel. Now again, it was we're trying to point out that the Restream Hadar, that Old Testament rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu and his children and the other parts of it. But the same, also the bottom line is that the last refers to the Restreim Hadar, the time of Avram Avinu. That's what he was saying. Looked at the first was really son and all the way back in the beginning, and Avram Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood,
Welcome.
So this one says,
the whole city, but yet you stay away from people who are not Jews. That's what the graphic that Avram Avinu, yes, he did live among the Philistines, but he was no Yaakov. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, he was Plus, the Gemara continues by Darcy several more which discuss the portion that's you're ready or not. This is not the very first. This is also this is what after this, after why is this relevant to a man? Not to after this. Now, actually, but it refers to this person opposed to somebody else. In other words, telling us is that there are certain
Hey, what up, Kevin?
that's not gender specific. Actually, it sounds like more gender specific. Therefore, before I ask, actually, it's sure. I'm a Rami said, I'm a Rami without asking you for in this case, he's women rather than a person who's young person. What it means is, unfortunately, the person who does the stupid and repent from the mistakes when he's younger, watch the person who's younger, a lot more strength, a lot more ability to evaluate, really different life. It's over, it's much harder to think.
So you
Do the
pan
lady
out,
on
there's
that,
another
do the
dad
lady says,
with a
ask
jersey
me,
of his
got all
name
these
or his
things
name
it,
on it. I
and the
don't see
question
it.
says, it's a
Yeah,
weird,
nobody's
doesn't
got, nobody
necessarily
else has
mean
a jersey.
a man,
They all maybe
everybody,
just go back to
but the
church.
term
Or
is
just baseball.
means it's
Also,
a strong person.
the other thing I
It
noticed
was
about
kind of
this is
like
that everyone else
man
is
up and do
looking
what's
somewhere
right.
else.
That's what the customer is
He's
saying.
facing
Actually,
a different way
say
that
that.
they're cheering the game and he's got his bat.
Plus,
It's kind of like Steph
term
Curry
is
shooting a 3-2
describes strength, which requires the person to be strong.
Maybe he's just trying to hype them up, like, yeah, we did, we got to run.
Actually, this discovery
He was watching, and then
the drugs of
he's
topic no. Plus,
you
continues
know,
on and says,
a guy that likes the
drugs
crowd,
of
so
topic
he's
no.
like, hey, yeah, we did it.
He really wants, he has a strong
Could be that,
desire.
yeah.
Be able to
But
fulfill the mitzvah.
another thing about this,
The
the shop jersey.
mitzvah.
We have that
Low
Timo
time
hat
of
that
wife,
Wolf
what this
Cat
person
Gun gave
motivated
us.
by. He's
I like it. It's
motivated
a
by
good
the
hat.
mitzvahs. He's not
I feel
motivated
weird
by the prize,
going
by the
out,
reward.
like to
I knew
just a
that
restaurant or somewhere with
the
that hat.
Mishnah.
I usually
The
I'm
owner,
like walking the dog or driving around.
in the
So I don't have to wear my own
he
words.
said, "Boy, Omer, I'll still have all the chances to love our
Yeah,
master.
he wears his own
like a
name on
servant.
shit.
He serves the Baruch, he serves his master
I
because
see people all day long and
expected
walking
to wait.
like this guy's really
Ella, I do have other from the child to Sarab. So,
why is that funny? I knew it had I was like,
he serves his master even if you are not being rewarded.
yeah, like, what do you do?
Just to see this, we can the specific knowledge of the Gemara. It says, Ella Hayuk Avadim, Shafkin Sarab to be like servants to serve their master. So low almanach to Kalafrat. So low almanach means not on condition that you will get the reward. Look at Rashi. The way he writes it is, Al Minas Shalom Kavos. The nuance between a person who serves their master Shalom Al Minas Kavos means he's doing it even though he's not expecting a reward.
That's what I do.
The way Rashi says it is, Al Minas on condition Shalom Kavos. You won't get a reward. That means it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's how he says. It says, "Hey, live but you know, severe with heart, Lomar Afilu Ein Sofi Kavos Star, always I need a soda is a public secret." So the way he explains it is like the way the word is actually written. The Gemara is, first it says, "Tzedakah is powerful, even they don't get reward." In other words, have to get a reward. But on your Tzedakah is powerful, even if they don't get a reward. Now, it's actually says in the here, it's important to point out. Tosfos says, "Al-Manas Kavos." Here's the Torah. Now, don't be person. Serve the Torah only for the reward. And if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing it. In other words, in low levels that we love this, in other words, you can go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, doesn't get what you want. Also for color. Ain't no Torah. A person wants to get a reward, does a particular mitzvah, because he wants to get the reward. And you're not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avon Eda Damino Parasal Basa, Parasal Sana, Tanya, in other words, this person is not going to regret it, similar to.
What up, baby? What up, big dog? James McCann. Kylie Minogue. Kylie Minogue's sister. Jack Irwin. Oh, they're from Adelaide. You. Where are you performing? What the fuck is... Have they seen you perform? And they invited you to do stand-up comedy? And they've seen you perform?
Yeah. I should have done that.
Well, congratulations, man. James McCann. That's tight. Is Chelsea going to be there?
I will point out that
yeah, she was
So is the Rhino Room? Is the Rhino Room a paid gig? So it's just an open mic? Oh.
What's the biggest comedy club in California?
The store, like by size, or most popular one, the comedy store?
Yeah.
So it's like the comedy store of...
I would say probably a top 3 venue for comedy in Australia.
That's amazing. Oh, what's the name of the place? So this is different than the place you normally perform? So what makes this different than any...
Again, doesn't ignore any aspects of Torah. It does by finding some review to his life.
Oh, that's something. Are you excited?
They finished learning that particular safety.
Yeah.
Are you gonna? Are you gonna have a funny joke to tell?
Yeah.
What are you gonna say? What's your P Diddy joke?
I love it.
Oh, that joke sucks.
I am gonna tell the story. A rapper. Guess what?
What, baby?
I'm not allowed back in the audience. As I'm saying, we don't win. Basically saying you don't fit with what we're looking for. So don't come back.
No way. You got a rejection email from an orgy? Well, man, talk about kicking you when you're down. Wow. So they were just like, well, but wasn't that because you were just like really high? Didn't you say you got really high and you were unable to perform?
Yeah, so they kicked me out.
Wait, they kicked you out? I thought. They kicked you out? They kicked you out that night? So, weren't they like, weren't they, this is the one with the pizza, right? All right, well, shit happens, no big deal. It's really exciting that you get to perform at the Rhino Room, invite only. Are you going to be late and fuck it up? You're not always early. You fucked it up the last time. Do you think James McCann's going to be there? Well, dude, that's really great that they invited you. What's it called? Wait, that's a big difference. He doesn't have a James McCann. He did a podcast with James McCann. Doug, remember when you didn't know who James McCann was? Was it good?
Just understand what this means. There are people who sit down, they learn one line, 1,000 questions,
all those questions right away, then come up with those kind of answers. You want to that's not the first do is you have to learn information. Gather,
Was it good?
understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is.
All right, that's tight.
Learn, go back and ask your questions. You know, ask so many questions. So early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might be
It looks to me like it's one of
Yes, sir.
as a young kid. You always tell me,
like a
you
no
have to understand before you start understanding.
That's kind of difficult. It might be easier to just do your whole body.
Some questions at that point in time, ask those questions. When you ask 100 questions, just when you start writing, start learning it, you might
Yeah,
or
I
you
mean,
find a lot of nonsense. You
perhaps.
might find that the answer to your question is on the next page.
Well, we don't
Gather information,
can't even
and then
prove the consciousness and touch the brain. So that's tough.
we're going to see possible to get
Where else is it going to be?
They should go ahead and
Spiritual, the people that believe in spiritual thing.
Okay.
that person learn. You have to be able to
Spiritual concepts that isn't attached to them.
right from the beautiful.
Okay.
Help us understand the depth of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish this,
It's one of the spiritual consciousness, it would be able to refer time and space and dimensional. So
you're
to prove that the consciousness is not attached to the body, then time travel through human consciousness would be possible.
Are you having certain of this?
When I was in ninth grade,
Whatever you just said.
first get to what, and then get to why. You ask the why before you know
I'm
the
not
why.
certain.
Then the why
You'd
you
have to
know.
prove that the human
Again,
consciousness is not attached to the body, which would make which would make
afterwards you see soil. Remember what it says, the Torah from them, August 1st, hold on, rigorous finish, the person to learn.
unfortunately, the only way to prove that is dying.
You don't forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to the truth? I'm going to forget it anyway.
Are you sure of that?
Brother say, do it, learn anyway. Another piece of larger.
If you did that, you can prove it. If you died, you can prove that you were
I have no idea what's going on. What's coming? There's Rava, person, all the rigorous, Yafagam, Mishka, you might forget it. Yafagam, Amr is what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, Garsa,
you
Nafsi,
can prove anything. If you died, you can prove anything beyond death to the people in this dimension.
Garsa, Nafsi, South, Garsa, throughout the explain, Garsa comes to the train. Geras, it's also used to break things into small pieces. Garsa says, locate something. In other words, you have grain.
Rabbi, do I sound crazy when I talk about this?
You
No.
grain, grind it into a flour, and you can bake bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? They break it into pieces and they turn it into a bowl of porridge.
Oh my God, they're all.
And then they'll turn to a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, pure flour that's baked into a bread.
Yes, sir.
This is the final product of
You
understanding
believe that
the Torah.
consciousness is only attached to the brain, or you believe it is more spiritual, connected to the
I think it could be ethereal.
The person should not stop it. The person should never say, you know what?
So,
Means the body.
There are processes.
Means just like a spirit.
But ultimately, if you start, you that's where it gets
but there's probably higher chances that it's not that.
Well, I think our brain could operate it, but it could exist like in waves and like energy.
The person's going to sit on gapi. What is a gapi? A wing. The wings kind of flap, kind of very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the
You know
next.
what the problem is
Sit on, she said, you
with
can sit on the chair. So the person learns Torah.
this
On wings, which is ultimately going from
the
one place
problem
to
with
the
that
next.
is
What is the problem with that, Zoot?
If that's true, why don't Alzheimer's and dementia exist?
It's all gapping. Much more unstable. Much more hard to be stable with learning. Because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable.
Why did time then
say
why
much more stable.
did the conscious change in the head brain damage or you die from dementia, Alzheimer's or some neurodevelopment?
It's up in the sky.
Ability. Why did you
It could be in a different part of your brain. It could be in a different part of your brain.
What Gemara answers, initially you feel like the Torah is in the sky.
So you're saying the older you get,
Learning gets to the end, Aliyah.
not living,
Again, what is
none of your consciousness.
everything could feel very far away.
Not necessarily. It could happen, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
After you actually start learning, you find out it's right here. Carl left Ula Rami. Ula has to follow his spirit. It says in Pasha, say Maimi Kore, drink water from your sister, from a pit. Sid the nose from the don't be wrapped. One person tries to carry through kind of like
Can you have what?
in a pit. Know what happens if you have water?
Thoughts at once.
You go and you drink it.
Yeah, I think so.
There's another place to describe the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something that ultimately gets used up when you
Multitasking.
or is it
When I'm working, I'm thinking.
initially it feels like
I can think about walking without thinking about constantly having thoughts in my head, right?
Okay.
Learning, ultimately at the end what's going to happen is the nosebleed is self-sustaining wrap off. The person's going to be drawing an ever-flowing amount.
But in the 40 minutes looking at me, you're still thinking about walking.
The Torah over here.
Thinking about
The point where you
past event or future event, the location I'm going to.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, example I might give is if I go to the bathroom, I have that on my mind, but then I think about other things like walking to the bathroom, which is basically simultaneous thinking or simultaneous thought, multiple simultaneous thoughts.
Yes, the person will have only have out the amount of has a lot of nothing to end up with it. The COVID from Yad, person gathers slow, and Yad will have a lot. In other words, he's spoken, person grabs a lot at once, will have it. Person grabs a bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also other Rosh Navilos, Misnayim. The person who's going to bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah, what happens is he's not going to have any. Why? Because you just overload the circle with tons and tons of information. You're not going to
Yes, sir.
In Kovic Hayat, you learn a little bit slowly, you're going to have a lot.
The wrong to,
I'm a Rava says,
I don't use it the wrong way, but I feel like death is cold. I feel like we've got
too much too quick.
Don't say that, Zoot. Why would you say such a thing?
I don't know. I feel like I'm a school daughter. My dad died young, so I don't know if I
follow the advice. I learned slowly. I reviewed what I learned.
don't take it the wrong way.
Again, this is what I mentioned
My
before.
dad died.
You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned
I'm gonna make this year the best year of my life.
There you go, big dog.
a lot of knowledge.
There you go, big dog.
Say, don't do too much too quick.
You should try to make every year the best year of your life in case you die.
It's a great mentality to have.
More and more trying to retain it. You join the Khazar Kapura, you learn it one day, you spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning, you review it before this year starts.
Probably back.
All right, pleasure speaking with you.
Amar Disby, Either says, what is the fucking Hebrew says, Lo Yakro Ramia Seder. Yakro literally means to roast, or to cook, or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler. Again,
That's tight.
he's a swindler because he
trapping animals. Not going to
wipe your ass with
the roast spray.
because I hate
Lo Yaharek Yamin. Science.
When
In
it's
other
just her
words, we need to
speaking
say
in
if
that
the person
a casual
works,
fan,
he's not going to be able to gather what he has. So you have a pasuk
it's one of the problems
giving
we
that
have
point.
in mixed martial arts. Is
Rashi points out
this
that
is
the
no
word lo
different than
yachro is put together kind of like a compound of the word lo yifya. You see the first word lo yifya is yifas, and the second word lo yaharek, it's yachrek. It's yifya and yarek together. So lo yachrek means also we will not be able to roast and pray. What happens is you just can't too much too quick. Jason said the same thing. He said, "Shai, Aram, Where he read it was, it sounds like Shai and Harama is ultimately going to roast. It was explained to Yosef, Jimmy, Omar, we explain what they both meant was, Moscow of the Sazki Paris. This is the parable to a person who's trapping food. In the Shabbat, if you pass one and then you break its wings, you clip its wings, you know what happens is the skyline. You catches one, clips the wings, now it's safe. Then he catches another one, clips its wings, and it's safe. However, if he doesn't do that, then wow, every time he catches one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing is true with regard to Torah. The person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trapped. The bucket will continue. All I like to do like a tree with uprooted on the water. Kayana, 8 something like a person has to do 8 something like a tree that uprooted itself and goes from one place to the next. Look, it's still not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means for a woman told the right outside, someone who only has one Rebbe, Noah, Shimon, Brach, and Ola. Not just increasing Brach. Why? You have to have diversity when it comes to your throughout your life. You have to get to the band. Every Rebbe is something else that is a problem. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's the purpose of now with the proliferation of Torah. Person has the ability to be able to attend one shir in the morning, hear another shir in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important for person to have multiple different Rebbeim. Of course. The same Parab, have Rav, that person becomes the Rav, that person becomes the Mori Rav, becomes the Mori Derek, you go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. And coming to learn the Torah, a person is able to learn Torah from various different bands, every single Rebbe has to develop, if you have often a person cannot limit himself to only one Rebbe. However, with this though, Rabbana, just to tell, his Talmidim, the Enoch, the Angel of Milsa, Mr. I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. But at least when you go somewhere else, but you also anyway. So let's talk about that. I thought you only learn Torah from one Rebbe. Makes the rough only Ola. You're not going to have Sin Bracha all right. But what happened? Everyone got up. So also I made the Rava learn by the other Rava across the street. All right. So Rebbe has to be honest. Tell Talmidim. Enjoy come to my share. Continue to my share. Don't stay to my share. But you can increase this year, and the next one goes across the street. The love year from the future as well. I'm really sorry. He said to this is only with regard to Svara. I was Gemara, Mirav, and Hadid. When it comes to Gemara, it's not one love. What he's saying is when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes. So as far as the gate, I am part of the Torah, so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem. It's already down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Merav, Echad, Hadid, says one Rebbe, Yev, Yitaf, and Yitaf, and the days, the lifted list you can't have, you have different kinds of text. That's going to be frequencies. You have to be in Torah from one Rebbe. So count the Yitaf, and the days. Al-Padi Mayim, constant continue. Umra, Samson, Barakani, Life. Olam, Yishalei, Adam, Shenoso, person to divide his years,
Check out this LP, my boy.
Life is to learn Flemish. Switch to Mishnah, third of his life is to learn Mishnah. And switch to
Fellas is
Talmud,
kind of funny.
third of
We
his
were
life is
only
to learn
hanging on fellas
Gemara.
because,
Gemara says, hold on a second.
you
You
are,
are
it's one thing to say
quiet.
fellas
The person
jokingly,
knows how long he's
you're
going
like,
to
okay,
live.
what's up with the
It
fellas?
takes
I mean,
maybe
maybe you
years
get
to
away
rise
with
to
it,
the three.
but not if
You
you're,
know
if
that
you're
in
on
it,
stage
Kama
and
Chaye.
lecturing. Like,
Has
fellas,
the person
you know
actually
how
know how
women
long
are
he's going to
stupid,
live?
right?
Or if it's
Then
not reading
you're
the Yom,
doing, if you're not being
in
ironic,
the Gemara says, every person
yeah,
wants
Akash was
optimistic
saying,
to
fellas,
so
my girl's a bitch.
Take 120
So
divided into
and also doing
you get
classes.
40, 80,
Yeah.
and then
What
120.
Shab is
What
doing in
happens to
this
the person
clip
that's out there?
is just
Lives to 120,
explaining
he's fine. But
stuff
if he
that's very
passes away
simple,
at 80,
you know, and
90,
then
100,
coming to
he
a thing
lost all
that's
those years of
a
Gemara.
huge overreaction.
Gemara says,
He's like, all
oh,
right,
there needs
listen,
to be Yom.
as if
Look
nobody,
at Rashi says
we don't understand
Look
this
at
already.
Rashi.
All right,
Rashi
listen.
says the Yomi. Days Yom and Mikra. Sunday and Monday he learns from it. Days Yom and Mishnah. So that's Tuesday and Wednesday he learns Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday to learn. You get Shabbos according to Rashi. You read everything you learn throughout the whole week.
These weird pauses.
However, Tosis says differently.
Is he okay?
You look at Tosis, he
I
says
still
the
get
top
it.
from your
I
end.
don't get how you
The
would let
Yomi
someone talk
Befolio
about your point like that.
every single day. Look how
I
particular
mean, that's
Tosis. Suki Hatamid. In davening every single morning, you have Suki Hatamid, you have Suki of the Tamid, the Mishnahs Ezel Mukoman, you have the Mishnahs Ezel Mukoman, the Bryce really small, you have the Bryce with the Gemara really small. The person who davens follows through the Siddur, then you learn Mikra, you learn Mishnah, and you learn Mara. However, it's just very important. Nearly been down. The Anu shows through the Talmud Avdi. We learn Gemara every single day. Every single day. What happened? Vayeri was good enough for us. Why did we follow the Mikra, the mystery of the Talmud? Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkot. We have Helen, in Mishlei, we learned Shmayas, we're learning Gemara. Just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity skills to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what Gemara means. Every single day, a person has some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. Gemara continues. His fruit is in your time. Up here, you can be Valeo. The person gets to be Torah learns Torah every single day. Valeo. And the branches of the leaves will not wither. The last, then our lobe, the alam alana on both the Rebbe and the Talmud says the favorite thing is the life of
he's copying
Schultz, whatever,
but I didn't realize
the guy in the notes.
you were saying he's trying to remember how to copy.
Amar B'Ama, Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. 96 irrelevant to that. One person says that there have been many victims of her in each person of Zona. Ultimately, what that person in this context says comics that reveal her raw. This refers to the Talmud who did not ultimately reach the state of the housing in Shiloh. Who more on just nonetheless.
And I go, you guys,
The passage continues and says that the strong ones are those
and they were like,
were
sure.
killed.
And I took the
The
water
Talmud
bottle, I did
feel
the thing.
this refers
And
to
then
a
one guy
Talmud
didn't see it. He
at
goes,
least
is
the
that?
point of
It's like a
Torah.
dolphin.
The Eno Mara does not pass.
I didn't tell
But
him.
Tama, when that odd man
Really
in,
does sound
the
good.
person reaches 40 years old. Hold
It's the
on a
worst
second.
water bottle of all
So
time.
you
I know I've said
be
this
very
before.
careful with
It's
this
just
down.
so bad.
Because, you
I
know,
was looking for a cheap water bottle because
not at the
shocker, I
proper,
missed my
proper
girlfriend wanted
stage of life
yes,
to
I wanted
be
a
passing
water
the
bottle
Shiloh.
or something
Be
like
passing the
concert
shadow
she went to.
nonetheless.
She was
Then
like, I want.
there are going to be a lot of
She said
victims
they're only selling it for this amount.
erroneous
So I'm looking
stock.
for something cheaper than that, but really it's just like a concert thing.
And
So I'm
he
looking for
does
the
not
cheapest
pass
thing I find
There will
when
be
it's like
victims
that
of the
price.
fact that didn't offer the
She's
Torah.
like,
I want to spend some
I
time going
just was
through
saying
the
what the
time.
water bottle
You
costs
need to
me.
get
And I
emotional.
go, oh, and I did
You
it.
know, it's funny in hindsight, Ramosh has to justify why he's writing the season. You know, Ramosh has to tell me.
I know it's not made to tip up at Jellizer because Gerardo told me that after I bought it.
Of the
You're
United
not
States of
supposed to
America.
tip it up.
It's important. You have some time
It's good.
to read the Hakdama, introduction, is Moshe, why it feels okay inside.
But again, this is an attitude that has to have. When a person answers the shower, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who talks to the shower prematurely, if you think that you're already stop. Similarly, if you have information here and you don't, then they'll be thinking of your lack of stuff. Now, of course, with the Harabah, he was 4 years old when he talked to the shower. Why? How do you know he was 40? How do you tell us he died? So the Gemara says to someone, this time he was equal to everybody in the community. Therefore, he was some to actually offer stock because well, later they developed and believed the branches were not with her. Even the scatter of the covenant with the promise, you have to spend time understanding it. The Neymar for says the evil and the branches were not with her. That's the ultimately successful. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth comes from is born of Salem. Anything that comes from says is something is ultimately right. Governors like us the Torah on the side of the end, I can't believe I've never thought about Flipper. The fact that person is successful, if they learn a lot of Torah, it's written in the Torah, it's written in the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writing of the Sutras. What you say for the Torah, and it's a I think is ultimately be successful in his business. Where's the meaning of Torah? Torah should not be removed from the mouth, or you have a variety of Torah in the day and night, not Krishna, Rashi, it's called if you watch, everything is written in. Follow the script, and you will see us successful. So Costco and you will be smart and successful. Student, if you do the work on the student, it says, the judges, you the cars with the help, the rest of the Lama, the Lima, the Suffer, Al Lion, and the Fear, and if you like the footage. By the fruit of water, the material used from the human eat cells, the fruits will be at the right time or later with the branches, and not wither, fall, yasa, yasa, perfectly like wants to live, wants to be healthy. Everyone was running up and say, yes, I want to live. How many would say, how one died? They say to him, give us back on the knees. Say to them, we are in the time the Prophet tells us, who is the one that life, the color from the Iraq, for his brain, for the speaking of who don't speak of the Torah, and the merit, is like, so many rabbis, who tell us, that is good, everyone. I cannot be looking her in there. I remember I had my speaking forward. Alias is Garabate. I'm going to take a long nap. In other words, I'll have a happy, healthy life. She's looking her up. And the woman is going to say no. Turn around, I say no. I'll turn away from that, but to go. The code refers to George. Never for such direct, my code was such a not good enough. Not good enough. Because I talked about the word as well. We get to this. Yeah, the people. Mr. told us when you're building the base of Martha, when you're building the bathhouse, when you get to the people, to the little dome up in the Zara, stop the love of Jokana. In Bana, it's not to get paid for it. What's the supposed to get paid for it? The Sabbath is what the Sabbath is. The Sabbath is it's not actually building the Zara. It's the concern about the Zara. You let it get him up. That versus until that's the church. Why we get paid.
And a beer meal is the element coming out. It's actually building actual items. Honey, so I don't know some place that you on the ad. That would only be relevant to the right here in the bill. So it doesn't have to have it until it is served. You can understand why it's going to get paid. That's why you have to say. My mama was telling me through the ad. Put it up right away. Mike, why is that? Rabbi, the final flow that's necessary to build Nikki's Avodah Zarah. Parts of the non-Jewish law, what turns into Avodah Zarah? The aim is how the Gemara. When does the Gemara happen? The last flow. There's no Shavakuta that lasts all the initial flows of that. Not Avodah Zarah yet. When is the last flow? Inspired we come to the flow, each flows with us, and therefore you let benefit from the Havas. You see, Yeshua was true about itself. You see that a person, when he works with somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he earned. The final blow is worth less than the second. Kruta, that's why he will stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
With the speech that he's giving is very cringe. You know, the whole is what you think you're supposed to say. Kind of like if you're a boss or something, and he goes, "Well, we're not going to." If your boss, that's a crazy person. Are your former staff what they should do? Here's how you do it correctly. To correct, you know, we're gonna do this. You know, that's what he's. I understand it's a show. It's gonna be entertaining. I'm entertained. I like. No. What we're not gonna do is make dolphin noises with our water bottle. Oh, really? Okay. What's up?
We'll say with that, let us begin. Today's back to we are picking up on today about 14 entries from the bottom of the Tzita.
This should be the show right here. We're doing it. That's the next one.
Fascinating Mishnah. Mishnah said that if you have a coin, you just get hold of the state.
Maybe I should get you on the
The young Sahara was take him out, and said to beat him up. Give him that.
I want that
Concept or application of no ace holding boy. This one yesterday.
I believe it's good hydrated.
The Gemara says as follows. One year an Akka about Unamirasi. So that's how it going to use the how do you solution? What if it's only does that, but in a ritual system? So what's the halacha? Is desegregation or not sure what is the halacha? Because if
you like to go in the bathroom and
going to cheese also days. Other times don't bring in this. Other times don't bring in this. You know what's the difference? I will hear like a little more see also puts the Azaro. Young Kohan and takes his phone. Give you a hold and still outside of the courtyard. Opposed to the smoke for people that had caught. So what do you see here? These are right for hiding hydration. The shark gate, the little hydration. And again, it's a lot of nice to run the assumption that only does the hold is highly useful for
Did you also know that slaves were entitled to work extra shifts to make money? Some slaves were paid, and not all slaves worked in fields. Now, they were races once and houses and whatnot. Racing not telling you about history.
rather it must be that ultimately self-employed because the approach that the state promotes is not higher investigation. After the Gemara says, Niki Kaniki de la Mola Actions, on the make of the Nicole, this is such a thing for when the practice is 12% butter, and we're going to make a person high. So it must be but it's not high use of the shaman. We got about must go, is that true? Is that true? The 50% says the butter, we don't exact punishment from something else. So that's how it is. But it's not Misha, what the traditional basis is. So again, this is just always in Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and buy the usual change like this, and it's how you not this, what do you do after a certain number of parties? So put them in the keep up, and put them in the cell. Interview people, head on over to the Patreon. We put them in the cell. I don't know if you again feed him, but a little bit of bread with water and barley, nice. What a pot, right? But I don't know people like this. It's not the case.
But I didn't realize the absurdity for the suggesting that people think everyone
nothing. So here's the case about it. It says the person is butter, and
I think it's funny.
Remember, I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna trust you. The Northwest Southeastern Asylum.
Just think about that mathematically.
Remember how you find that case? What case of Malchus is that the person who committed the act of cards, I should say, he violated the same cards, position in multiple cards. A card is nothing but a person, but
Everyone has a slave.
deserving of that. Remember again, Joy said, so we just expect the process of the I behold, going right. So what about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals the shards? So again, Mishnah said, I'm voting for an individual. I'm not even wrong. So again, see, here's an example. If you're doing the guy who steals the shards, slowly, probably can't be you got to move on. And yet again, you kill the guy, or Cameron who killed the guy. What do you see here? That even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a control by we will still go by we'll still go ahead and kill him. Says, no. I'm not even the precise estimate, but I need to when I go around before that. I have a hundred calories. What about the person who's remember again, I'm not important. Here's an example. If you bring him to court, the court won't do anything. Yet I can still kill this guy, right? I can't make it kill this guy. But you'll say, yes, slow, the next thing of our remember, really define that case. I had to accuse such an individual as that's how we deal with this. I have a ball as a thesis. What about the case ball as a thesis? Like, what about a man who has a relationship with an idea? So again, remember, you guys, if you're doing the guy today again, it needs a lot. But when I saw, I'm not important ball. So here's an example where it's part of the quote unquote exempt. Anyway, no, remember, how you were going to comment, but actually, largely,
same thing that because you said no doubt has ever said something that's kids fucking game.
That's good.
Just stay quiet and say shit. Also, you know, his bats are 12. I'm dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. And all this shit going on, and then he dropped his mom fly, which is a routine mom fly. And then he didn't hustle. He walked to the ball.
Remember, this was
and now, hey,
now, if she just responded, she said the answer is obviously no. Right, the answer must be no. So, no, she said, also, sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a coin does the abode in the state of tumult, then the local Mesa, Pure Kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from the Shish's perspective, the only way that would be submitted is if such a person is high in this Vidisha. So then again, if Pure Kuna almost act as the Shuk Tash, that penalty, like high in this Vidisha, and at the end of you have to kill someone who which now you go to all these cases where, no, yes, where someone technically wouldn't apply or I should say, I'm liable to the death. I'm liable to death is the hands of the landlord. Okay, the murder was like, you might say, okay, the murder is the doctor. There we go. Fascinating case. I don't say, Bolo, Raposes, Hamovea, Hamile, Hamagi, Shalisades, let's go. Joseph. So this is talking about different aspects of so the person goes there. He goes to the cases. Oil on the Bolo, ultimately again is mixing the flour with Bolo in the wall when you take off the same hustle. So this is native is raising in the magic, bringing the milk close, bringing the close. So what's the hell? On the side, that's or one on the actual filter itself, or on native SNAs, or one of the arranges the candle or the oil of the menorah. The conates, or one takes the meats and the one takes the flour and color the top, the 3 little fingers, Meshabo Brahmin buckets, or one that goes ahead and is Meshabo, he receives the blood or covering the parent's skin.
That's awesome.
It has been
Take
converted.
my bad. You're joking.
Bullets to cutter the ink of one is uttered and ultimately again not tied for it. Now, what is this?
I didn't guess
So if you take a look at the last Rashi over there, Rashi of course is also after is if a person performed any of these avodas outside of the business. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, for oil on the mix the broke up the pieces of the meat, add a salt to the weight of the meat, so what's been proposed? Arrange the bread on the front, or arrange the candles or the lights of the menorah. So the meats up, receive the sacrificial. If you did any of the things outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are part of it. You are part of it. Now this is very interesting. Remember, again, there is a concept of shchut. What's shchut? You're not allowed to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. And that's more clearly there. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices and doesn't apply to others. But there's black Rashi on the days where it's going to be so I get to place on a show. The only thing with I is people put the shita, slaughtering of the sacrificial animals. Sif, Asher Yishchak, Malet, Sif, Asher Ya'ala, Ola, Zorek, Yishtabim, Dashat, Ragat, B'chol Hani, Yesh Achara Avoda, Imi Pekad Basta. This is like Rashi Hanek, any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not kind of doing that buckets. Essentially, the only thing you're fighting outside is including sacrificial rites. So, an example of that would be slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final actions that have a corresponding follow-up. So because of you that's how they say it does, you are part of it. Okay, so let's say the same height, so you're not tight. Now, what are you not tight? Let me show you some. Someone, for example, let's say a Kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of this, all these things. So if a non-Kohen did it outside, you would not be Chinese. Remember, normally there's a mitzvah. So, but again, if any of these things were done, now let's say the Kohen did it, but he was a state of Tumah. He also wouldn't be tired. The Lomit Tumah person did it. Kohen, that's his. That's the first one. A Kohen has to do the requisite investments. And then he expects to be validated. Again, this doesn't apply to the list that we discussed before. The Lomit Tumah, Lachos, Yadayim, and all. Again, before going to have to wash his hands. Failure to use the results in why again,
Dad has a gigantic room that
was on that side. There's no way. Okay, very interesting.
You have a giant pimple on the back of your neck.
If you look at that, what we should tell us, so this is like another head. Joe Rogan's head is in the back of your neck. Any of these things inside of this discussion, you would not be higher use. Same idea, but let me show you up. Calling coming to Shinish, desires to Shinish to Tuma, same idea, but again, there's no good of Tuma, there's no good of Mufasa. The God didn't good. So the Gemara says as follows. Masker, Chai. Interestingly enough, what we want to see from this is that if you see the Hakar, burn it outside the brush, that it would be right. It would be right. So how do you avoid that? So again, not what is it?
Should
It is
also propose
going
both
to go ahead
and
and offer up a cover. Burn it on
Otherwise,
those times that there wasn't ultimately I guess but if it's Bifnim, there would be what is it? Again, sometimes also I hope that if a Kohen does the Avodah in the state of
It's not in frame.
Now, again, the question for talking needs to be explained. So that seems to answer the original question.
Absolutely not. Let's use this person.
A Kohen does have all the state of Shema. Is he trying to use some of the Shema? The answer seems to be yes. Which the rest of my love, Lisa, don't we see him in the pathology? Goes up a couple of the state of Kohen's kind of Lisa. Low, Bas Harvard. None of the facts of these actually is a lot. So, I remember. They're going to say that the Rashi says remember,
that's such a
telling me now that the Kohen offers up in the state of Toma only the not stuff like that. So what does that mean? The non-Kohen does this also only the lot, that he'll see the Hazar HaKohen, you must, because it says exclusively that the non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service. It's a process of not treated the same. In the 12, you must make some difference over here. In the 12, the Yosef Bolel. So the rest in the 12, the Yosef Bolel La Nami Lo. So the rest of us, interestingly enough, is the purpose that ultimately